Well, today on Signature Style Saturday, we're mixing it up a little bit. We're taking one basic skirt and we're styling it in 2 different ways, or I should say actually 6 different ways, because I'll be putting my Linda vibe on it and Leah will be putting her vibe on it in this episode of Big L, Little L Style. So come on out, Leah.
All right.
So what we both did was we sourced actually, we didn't have to source it. We sourced from our closet, right?
We did, yeah.
We both had kind of an oatmeal colored flowy skirt.
Love it.
Yes, let's do that together. That's kind of fun. We need to do a little boomerang of that. Which I think is a perfect piece to have in your core wardrobe for the spring, because it is just so easy.
I agree.
I just throw mine in the wash. I don't iron it. I don't do anything. So here we have 2 different looks that we've styled. So I'll go first.
Yeah.
So, I kind of like a safari.
I love that.
A safari chic vibe. I got this hat in Santa Fe, but I believe there's one online that's very similar. And believe it or not, I wear this hat all of the time because it gives me great sun protection. So I kind of like this look. To me, it is safari chic, kind of Santa Fe chic. Yes, safari chic, Santa Fe chic. Now, in my summer version of this, I would probably style it with just some kind of seagrass or lightweight woven bag. I really like that. I've gone on some flats that are just easy slip on, slip off. This would be a perfect outfit to wear to the airport. I probably would wear it with long sleeves because I always get cold on a plane, but very, very comfortable and I think very practical. So this is kind of my first iteration of this ensemble. I've also paired it with wood accessories. I love wood. I love the sound of it. I've got wood earrings on. I've had these forever. They were very inexpensive, but they have that kind of safari vibe that I've got. Now, I can kind of pare this down because I'm a gal that really likes to layer things. So, where would I wear this? Well, I would wear it, obviously, if I were on a safari, I guess, which I have been on. I would wear this in Santa Fe. This is the kind of thing I would wear in Santa Fe or to any of those kind of places. This is a great jacket that I a lot of times wear because it's got great pockets, so I can put my phone in there. I could put seeds in it if I'm working out in the garden, because everything is garden-inspired living after all. But if I got a little too hot, I could take this layer off. We
have 7 outfits today.
Yes,
apparently.
and by the way, this top came from Altered State.
Love.
Then this is
belt.
Don't you love the belt?
Yeah.
Okay. This may be one of our greatest tips that we give today. This was part of a 3-pack. I bought online, very inexpensive. It's stretchy. I don't even mind the fact that it starts showing a little wear and tear because to me that makes it look older. And they were not expensive at all, but it kind of gives you the illusion of a waist if you're like me and you've got a boyish figure and you don't have a waist. My top is from Banana Republic. I always love the ensembles that they put together on Banana Republic. So I really kind of like this vibe, and I like it hat up or hat down.
Yeah, that is cute.
I think it's
very
cute.
safari chic.
So now, how does this segue into fall? Well, and this might also be my solution to the airport. So I have another layered piece.
Look at all these
here. I love this olive green stuff. This, I can't remember where I got this jacket. But if I were touristing in Santa Fe or whatever, in the cool of the evening, then I could put this on. I could have a fun scarf with it or whatever. And then probably, and again, this would, I think, really transition well into fall. At which time then I would transition my bag.
Of course.
And
All the bags.
I would have a leather bag, which is just the size of my laptop. But here is
Cute.
something that I might also wear with it.
8 outfits, 9 outfits
This,
today.
well, this is. I want to show you this because this is an option. This actually
We
was
love
a
options.
gift to my husband from my son Johnny. It came from India, and my hubs usually keeps his binoculars, his bird book in here, things like that. So when we go
Cute.
hiking, and yes, I would hike in this. I would
Yeah.
just put on my hiking boots. I
Yeah.
would put some sunscreen in here, maybe some bug repellent, my
Love it.
camera, anything else that I might need, and this would be a great outfit for
Yes.
hiking.
Stealing his bag. I love
I'm
it.
stealing his bag because
marriage is for.
it's his and hers. Okay, take it away, Leah.
Okay, I went with a more professional styled outfit today. I would wear this. I'm actually planning to wear this for a professional lunch downtown later today. So I went with a little blazer that I bought from a friend secondhand. Thrifted this belt. Have a little hair on me. This belt I thrifted. Another thing I found in Scottsdale, Arizona. Little Western
Wonderful.
vibe. I always
Yes.
have to have a Western vibe. I love too that your belt is on the inside of your jacket piece, which I could do as well with this outfit. But I put it on the outside of my blazer, kind of to tailor it a little bit from the outside. So a pop of color in the shoes, of course, and my normal jewelry that I always wear. And yeah.
And the jewelry, I didn't get there.
And
some
I don't
turquoise.
know, well, and it's important to say too, I don't think we said this last week, but I consider red lips, red nails
Yes.
also an accessory. So a
I
lot of times
agree.
if you really want to keep it simple, then I think a red lip or red
Someone
nails.
commented that last week that was my best accessory, so thank you. for
Yeah,
red
yeah, I
lips.
think it's a great,
So
I think it's a great
sweet.
thing, especially if you've got great lips like Leah.
Thank you.
And I also love the fact that these are suede. They look comfortable. Are they comfortable
They
to
are
walk
comfortable, yes. A little
Okay.
bit of a retro vibe too, I would say. Yeah. This skirt I got when I was in Italy, so it is very special to me.
in? It is. So
Yeah.
yes. So wear it on the plane.
Yeah, I
Then
wore it
pack it,
all through
scrunch it up. Doesn't
traveling.
have to
Yes.
be ironed, and it would be a great lightweight piece to put in your bag. Let's move on to our second
Yes.
set of looks. And now for our second reveal on how to style a flowy skirt in different ways. Take it away, Leah.
All right, I went with a more casual vibe this time. I have on our cute little t-shirt. I tied it in a knot to give it a little more shape with the flowy skirt and paired it with a vest, which I could wear this without the vest and keep it really casual, but I like the color dynamic that the dark vest adds with my dark shoes, which I got online. I love these shoes. They add a little height.
And
So
are they
good.
comfortable to
They're
walk in?
Very comfortable, yes.
And look at that darling
My
purse.
cute little pop of color. I think I always have to have a pop of color. Is this my thing?
That is
I love
adorable.
this. I got it for a concert, and I just
Does it come in different
kept it.
colors?
It does come in different colors. Yes, we'll have to post the link for this. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's cute.
And it qualified as see-through for the...
Yeah, and
Yes.
this, and it looks like this might have been thrifted.
Yes, this was thrifted.
Okay.
I also wear this skirt often with just this vest with a little tank top underneath. So
Okay,
imagine that without the shirt under it.
very cute, very cute.
Yeah.
And her Boxwood Babe t-shirt,
Yes.
we will make sure to put a link to.
Some
So
merch.
let's take a break here, Stuart, because I hear my phone ringing. And Stuart told me that this ensemble would be perfect for Wimbledon.
Love.
And I think I would have to agree. And didn't women in the past wear skirts like this, I think, to almost play tennis?
They did.
I
Oh,
think,
yeah.
yes, I think they
Very
did.
hot outfit.
Yes. So, and we will put a link to similar skirts definitely in the description box below. So I've paired mine with some tennies that have, I love that grid work. It's got kind of a woven Chanel vibe,
So
I
good.
think. And yes, these are comfortable enough to walk in. I can see myself wearing this like shopping downtown in Chicago or something like that. And I've got on underneath it just one of the Amazon Essentials t-shirts, sleeveless t-shirts underneath it, because obviously this is a little bit transparent and see-through, but I like it because I could still wear this in the summer and it wouldn't be prohibitively hot, I don't think. Now, if I wanted to get more of kind of like a Hamptons thing and really, really classic, then I could wear this with white. And I think that would be really cute, in which case then I might exchange these for some white tennies.
I love that.
And then what bag that I carry, it's probably like you, Leah. It kind of depends on where I'm going. So I could have used that leather bag or that seagrass satchel, but in this case, isn't that cute? Here is also a tip. I buy these combs, these small combs in bulk.
And just keep them
And
in your bag?
I keep them in all of my
So
all of my
smart.
small bags, and my
It's a
second
life tip right there.
Yes, and my second mom would have told me to also keep some change in case I needed to call home and have somebody come and pick me up. So I do that a lot. But I like this. This was, I think my sister bought this online. This was a gift from my sister. But obviously I could have a big old satchel if I was going shopping or something like this. I would also wear something like this maybe to the farmer's market.
Yes,
So
cute.
I think it's very fun. Okay, what about we transition
Next
again?
one, let's do it.
And for our third and final iteration of one skirt, multiple ways, we are doing Coastal Cowgirl, you told me.
We love a coastal
Coastal
cowgirl.
Cowgirl. So I love that in I guess comparison to Coastal Grandmother,
Yeah.
or whatever
there's some
that
we
look
love a
is.
coastal grandmother too.
Yes,
really.
yes. Okay, so
So I think I'm a little more cowgirl on this spectrum. I think
Yes.
you're a little more coastal, which
Yes,
we love.
yes.
I have my cowgirl hat, which I told you all about last week. I had to bring it and rock it this week.
now, so Leah told me that this morning before she came over here, she bathed a horse.
I did bathe
So
a horse this morning.
is this a horse bathing
I
outfit?
did not wear this bathing the horse. Stuart asked me if I wear this hat when I'm working with the horse, and this is more my going out hat that I wear out to dinner, out to
And source?
everything. This is from a maker in Mexico, which I can link her below. She's amazing. She hand makes like all the interiors of her hats
incredible.
and designs them with different ribbons and
yeah,
things.
it's
So it's a
lovely.
little dirty. I wear it a lot. And then I have on my white shirt, which I think is from Forever 21 maybe. This is a little controversial, the two kind of flowy vibes, but I kind of like them stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, I think it works, but I know what you mean about, because normally a full silhouette on the bottom would dictate a slim silhouette on top, or vice versa. But you know what? It's going to be 100 degrees.
Yeah,
next
I
week.
like
so
flowy
I
on
say
flowy.
Go for not clinging and very cool.
I love these little
Poofy
puffy
sleeves. Yes,
This
yes.
is vintage. My mom got it for me. And then these are my papa's cowboy boots that I wear often.
All
so
the time.
Yeah.
Purse first.
Purse.
I was too slow. That is really cool. It's like wheat.
I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
And then the boots. So I honestly wear this skirt so much, and I pair it with so many tops and shoes, and this is one that I have worn before. So
it's very fun. And let's see, from top to bottom. My chapeau, I think, came from Target, though I've got a similar one that I can probably link online. My bag, don't you love my...
Cute.
Yes.
I almost bought that when I was
you?
traveling this year.
Well,
yes.
this was actually a gift that I got when I did a video for Oklahoma City Museum of Art. And they gifted this to me when we did an Impressionist painting video.
So
and
good.
I love it. So I'm kind of Aix-en-Provence also. I've never met a blue and white striped shirt that I didn't love.
Same.
So I just love it. And I'm a gal that likes a crisp look to her cotton shirts. And yes, people sometimes say you need to put your collar down. No, I want to put my collar up because it protects my neck in the back, and I just like it. It's kind of a Jane Fonda vibe, and I like it. Now my sandals are walkable. And in other words, they're for short distances. They probably don't have as much cushion to walk long distances. But I got these at Target. And look at this cute little ring. I got this at some kind of street fair.
Love.
For just a little pop of red. And my earrings and my bracelet I got at a... There we go. There we go. And here we go. I got these at a darling shop last week in Alexandria. In Alexandria, Virginia. I've got tiny wrists, so I have to kind of go like that. But we're going to do one more fun thing that I think both of us will love with this ensemble. So stay tuned, and we're going to show you how we might, as a little bonus, and wait, we've got a little bonus for you on what other thing we might do to put these outfits over the top. Well, here is one of my make your life easier tips. It would also make a brilliant stocking stuffer. I'm going to get a couple of them for my kiddos. How often do you not wear a belt in your closet because it doesn't have enough holes in it? Because you're so tiny that you can't secure it around your waist because it's just too big. Well, I got one of these revolving leather punches. It's got different options for different size holes. And all you do is position it in place with the accurate size opening, and then you just punch it. It's very, very satisfactory. It gives you a really clean hole, unlike when you try to use an ice pick or something when you're desperate. So there you go. I highly recommend this. I just bought one for myself last week to make my life easier. It's a general revolving punch. And as always, everything can be improved with a pop of red, I think, in whatever form. We just have kind of a hodgepodge.
Bonus outfit.
Bonus outfit. Okay, you've got some New Balance tennies there.
Tennies, yes. I'm ready to walk around downtown in these, walk on our little walking life.
Yes.
Go grab some lunch. I would just throw these on.
Cute,
little red bag.
And this is actually a bag that I pulled out of my closet. You guys might recognize it from a video we did in the past. This is my high-end Teddy Blake out of New York bag, which is kind of fun. And so if that's high, then let's get really low. Down to my, oh my gosh, you talk about boots that have been through the ringer. My red hunter boots, it might almost be time for me to replace them. These have gotten so much wear and tear, but I love to wear wellies like this out and about.
Wellies.
Yes, I love to wear wellies like this out and about, and they're actually pretty comfortable to walk in. Now, the other thing that I think you guys was maybe the most commented
definitely the most commented on this red bag.
Was this bag.
We need to find one like it.
This bag actually has sentimental value to me. So I went home to Indiana to see my dad and have him sign some paperwork. And while I was there, he had a stroke. And he later passed. So I had to get a bunch of things while I was there because I didn't bring enough clothing. I didn't have enough stuff. And I got this satchel to cheer me up. And it accompanied me during that whole week, back and forth to the hospital and everything. So I like to attach meaning to things. In addition, it's substance meets superficiality, I guess, and I kind of like that. I also like this because it's eminently functional. And by the way, I got this at TJ Maxx. It's got places on the side.
Oh, cute.
For, you could picnic in it, with it. You could
picnic in it almost.
Yeah, you practically could. Yes. So you can put, if you want to do, dressed up, dressed down, you're walking home from a luncheon downtown and you want to have some more comfortable kicks or more comfortable sandals in there, then you can. Yes, for your red sunglasses. But it's also perfect for bottles of wine, your newspaper or magazine magazine.
Bottles of red wine.
Bottles of red wine, newspaper or magazine, your water bottle, because we don't like to use
This would
plastic
be good for
bottles.
the plane too.
It
Talking
would be
about
great.
airplane
Yes,
fits.
it is great for the airplane. And you know what else it would be good for? What if we had a tiny little doggy?
Oh,
It
cute.
would have to be a real tiny
I think we
little
should
doggy.
get a tiny dog.
Yes.
Much larger than most
Yes,
horses I see dogs in.
poking its head out. So I think that's kind of a cheery, cherry
it.
red note to end on, don't you?
I love it.
Okay, we will see you guys next Saturday doing, we have no idea what, but I can guarantee you it will be fun. So there you go out and style your Saturday. Well, here's what I'm reading this week, and please make sure in the comments below to put what you are reading. We're actually starting to assemble a whole long book list of follower recommendations, because before long it's going to be cold again and we're going to be nestled in front of the fireplace with a good book. So let's start hoarding our book recommendations now. So for me, I am reading Poetry Unbound, 50 Poems to Open Your World. I am somebody who's starting at a late age to get into poetry. My son kind of started me on it, and this book was recommended to me by Leah, actually, and apparently it is laid out in a way that there's a poem and then there's even an article that's kind of an explanation of the poem after. So this is something that I really, it's on my list of things to do this summer, is to read more poetry. So that is my recommendation number one for my kind of serious book. Now for my just fun book. I ordered this and I can't wait to dive into it. Freestyle Bonsai. I think it's going to be so much fun. It's a wonderful way to romance the ordinary, is to take an ordinary plant or even a fabulous one, a very unique one, and then transform it into something else. Stuart, isn't that cool?
Really cool, yeah.
So I cannot wait to get some ideas from this, and before you know it, we will be back at the potting table, maybe doing some projects, some bonsai projects. Now, I think for the past 2 weeks, I've shared with you a little bit about some lessons that I learned in the previous week. And so I want to do that again, because I think one of the wonderful things about getting older is that we can amass self-knowledge. We can learn more about ourselves that can help us self-improve, but also that are just kind of interesting. Oh, I'm being attentive to this about myself. So this week I was at a picnic in the neighborhood and I learned I don't like ramen noodles. So it's not always something really deep. I don't like ramen noodles hot, and I really don't like them dried and in a salad. So there's some kind of ramen noodle salad that you make that has those dried noodles in it, and most people just love them. And for some reason, they just don't do it for me, and it kind of ruined my whole plate of salads with those little ramen noodles. So you never know what you can learn about yourself if you just think back over the past week and what you learned, lessons learned. Well, today on Signature Style Saturday, let's take a look at what we're all reading. I'll go first. You guys can answer in the comments below. I loved some of the recommendations that you provided last week. So I want to do a little bit of a flashback, Stuart, because so many people asked if I would mention again the title of the book that I was reading last week and that I also read an excerpt from on Tuesday, and it's called The Body Keeps the Score. We will, of course, put links below. And I wanted to reference that because it kind of relates to what I am reading this week, which is The Well-Gardened Mind, The Restorative Power of Nature. This was a gift from Nev.
It's a cool cover, too.
It's a great cover, but this was a gift. Yes, thank you, Nev. This was a gift from him. And it talks about just basically the restorative power of nature, as it says on the cover. And I love that. And it seemed to be a nice literary segue from what I was reading last week. And it has commendations on the back from so many names you'll recognize, including the Monty Don, who, as you know, is a gardener extraordinaire and who also has suffered from some mental health issues that he has written about and alluded to in his videos, in his writings. So at any rate, this would be what I am reading this week, The Well-Gardened Mind. So that's kind of my being serious, Linda. Now my being frivolous, Linda, is a book I've had forever. I have referred to this over and over again. It's an oldie but a goodie. You can still find it in, I think, old and used books on Amazon for pennies, literally for pennies. And it is called, don't you just love the color? Don't you just love that blue? The Garden Table. And does that salad look a little bit familiar to you, Stuart? Because we took lots of photographs of something similar that I composed for the Elegant and Edible Garden. Yes.
They're really peppery.
Peppery things, yes, the nasturtiums. So at any rate, I pulled this off of the shelf because it just screams this time of year, and I thought it would be fun to see if I could get some inspiration from it. And a lot of you ask, well, what is my inspiration source? Well, I have no fresh ideas. All of my ideas are stolen from one place or another, and this book has been very, very inspirational to me, called The Garden Table, Elegant Outdoor Entertaining. And I typically, I don't know, whenever I go through it, there'll be one image based on the time of year, the season, that really captures my imagination. And this time, it was the fruit feast. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit that this is an idea that I am stealing in terms of setting up a tablescape with some things that I have in my own cupboard, and obviously fruit as well. And I'm going to show you that in Sunday's show on Living the Garden Life. But I mean, isn't that just beautiful? Nothing truly is more colorful, more sensual, more dramatic, I think, than just what nature can provide. Absolutely. And look at those beautiful, beautiful fruits. Yeah, from the colors. But oh my goodness, that's just what is tripping my trigger right now. I mean, it has just so many. I don't know if I'm capturing that or not, Stuart, because there's probably a little bit of a glare. But I mean, yeah, so the images are just spectacular. Talk about, pals of color. It's just absolutely superb. And again, you can get this probably for pennies right now. We will put a link to this as well. So that's just kind of what is on my bookshelf this week. Please let me know what you are reading. I have a whole long list that I composed just from your recommendations. And probably some of those are going to have to carry over into the winter because there were so many. And I'm somebody, I think everybody in this community, for the most part, not only do we love to garden and entertain and those kinds of things, but we also seem as a community to love to read. And because of that, I think that it's very valuable when we share kind of what pages we are turning. So there you go. That is what is on my bedside table this week. And here we have Leah in probably your most controversial purchase at the thrift store, I think. And people called it kind of a bathrobe. Yeah. But this would be your summer casual look.
Absolutely.
I think. I definitely love it. She's ready to pop open a cool drink.
Let's do it.
And we'll take a spin. I think this is adorable, actually. And show off your tag, Leah. No,
$8.99.
$8.99.
And this is truly a vintage piece.
And it's 100% cotton, you said.
I think so.
That's the tip that I learned.
Yes.
Okay, so where would you wear this ensemble?
I would wear this tomorrow to the Oklahoma City Farmers Market that I'm going to. It's a perfect piece in the summer to wear out in the sun. It's a little bit breezy, and you could always take it off if it gets too hot. So I may borrow it for tomorrow.
And it's loose, and it's loose and it's cool.
Yes.
Okay, I love this look. I love the fact that you've already got it paired with a straw bag.
Yes. Love a straw bag.
Okay,
Yes.
tell me about your breeches.
I believe they're from Forever 21.
Yes.
They're a nice linen as well, also breathable for summer. The shoes, I actually thrifted in Scottsdale as well, so they're thrifted.
Okay, I have to ask. Those
As
are
well.
adorable. How much did you pay for those?
I think they were $8 as well,
Whoa.
somewhere around there, yeah.
Whoa. What brand are they?
I think they're BCBG.
Adorable.
Yeah,
Okay.
Scottsdale has some great thrifting. That's my secret. But
Scottsdale?
Yes,
Okay.
so many good
Good to
pieces.
know. And you've just got
A little white
little white
blouse.
tee underneath it.
Yeah.
Is that just out of your
is-
wardrobe? Amazon,
Yeah, this is Amazon.
Forever
I think.
21.
I think is this from Amazon?
I love it. I also think you could put heels on. You could go to brunch in that. I just think it's
Yes.
adorable.
I love the cuffed pants as well. I think it shows off a little bit of the ankle, and you could wear it with heels, sandals, anything.
Okay, so let's call that a key to your look.
Yes.
So what other keys to your look give it this vibe?
Yeah, well, so I like this linen unpressed, this jacket, just pulled it straight off the rack at the thrift store. Linda and I were talking about her pressing it to give it a more professional look. But I also love it paired with a wide leg pant. It keeps it flowy. I love a flowy on flowy. I love a tone on tone, neutral colors underneath. And then I love a good shoe. So you'll always see me with a pop of a good shoe, and that I like that being a statement piece along with this statement piece.
But that would be darling at the beach. Flip-flops,
Yes.
I think it could be cute over
So
a
many
bathing
things.
suit. The other thing is it's been kind of cool in the morning.
Yes.
So layered sun protection in the morning,
Yeah, and then taking it off.
take it off,
later.
and then you've got, it'd be cute with white tennis shoes too.
It would. Yes, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
So, and I definitely think rolling up the legs, that's
And added
a
a
really
lot.
good key to the look.
yeah, it's very simple.
Yeah, very simple. You haven't accessorized it a lot. I really like that look. Okay, so do you think this would transition from season to season?
I think it would probably be best in the spring or summer. I feel like I could maybe pull it off in the fall with some maybe pops of red or orange underneath, give it some fall vibes,
Yeah.
but I definitely think it's a spring summer piece.
Okay, and so here is our question of the day. I want all of you to comment below. Are you giving this look a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
Ooh.
Okay, was it worth, and you can wait until I style it too.
Yeah, you'll see
was
Linda.
it worth the $8.99 purchase that she bought? Or
It's
the
a yes for me, but
Eight
y'all let us know.
$8.99 investment. Okay, now I have to brag a little bit. What ingenious thing did I do?
Oh, yes, I forgot about this. So this piece, Linda almost tailored it herself with just the buttons. She folded them back in on themselves, the fabric, to give it more of a cut.
Yeah, unbutton one of them so
tailored
people
look.
can kind of see, because it was huge.
It was very big.
It was
yeah.
huge.
She tailored it herself.
Yeah, it worked.
So good. And rolling the sleeves as well
Oh, yeah.
gives it more of a cropped, tailored look as well. So
True.
genius. Linda is a genius.
I don't know about that, but I really, really do love the way it looks.
I do too.
I
Okay,
love
let's
the way
let
it
you
looks.
style it now.
Okay, my turn.
Yeah.
Well, here is my take on the seersucker bathrobe / dressed / summer duster, I guess you'd call them.
I cannot even believe that's the same piece.
Yeah, so I think this gives it kind of a Ralph Lauren vibe. It feels like I would wear this to a summer wedding.
It's so classy.
I would wear this to a meeting. I would wear this to any kind of outdoor gathering, I think, because I am a gal who likes to wear hats.
Yes.
And I love this hat. You guys have commented on it before. What I loved about it also was when I wore it at the wedding I was at recently, not in this ensemble, But afterwards, my son and all of his friends were also wearing it, and it's kind of unisex.
Ooh,
Yeah, the hat is
versatile.
very unisex. So my son, who at the time also looked very dandy and kind of Ralph Lauren-y, he had on light blue pants and a white shirt, and he had this on, and he looked very, very, I'm dating myself, Peterman's catalog. Remember Peterman's catalog,
Nope.
Stuart?
I do from Seinfeld. That's interesting.
Okay, so I've also paired it with a straw bag that's a little bit more ladylike, a little bit more refined.
Love it.
But I love this look, and I am so channeling my second mother here, because she was extremely fashionable in her youth, and she had a seersucker ensemble that was a jacket, a long jacket, and a skirt, and it was blue and white
cute.
seersucker. And she would wear it with a red enamel pin.
Cute, a pop of red.
And red shoes. So I think it definitely deserves a pop of red to make it go kind of nautical.
Love.
And I think that's really, really fun. And then I have paired it with some accessories with a hint of red. These are those Atrios tile earrings, Stuart, that we all love so much. And then also I have some Atrios tile bangles, which I think are kind of fun, with just a little hint of red too.
I love it. Linda, do you think this piece would transition seasons?
I think it would definitely go spring into summer. I don't see it for me going into fall, because by fall I'm ready for different colors and different, and even if I could make it, I would feel like I was forcing it. So I don't think I would. Now, how it could transition into fall is just using it as a bathrobe.
Yeah.
The other thing I think that's kind of a key to the look is I would definitely press it. I would definitely iron it and have it look really tailored. And I thought I would also have to have it literally tailored, taken to somebody who could take it up. But with the way we rebuttoned it, and then I just really have overlapped it here, I still get the benefit of the pockets.
Yes.
And I think it's really, really cute. And I love the hint of tan with it too. I could have gone completely tan and no red. Now, another way it could really be elevated, I think, which would be fun, is if you're going to a meeting or something, and then you have like a red briefcase.
So cute.
Or something like that. So definitely, I think it's fun. Now, those reds don't match, but I think it's kind of fun.
I'm just amazed that there's so many ways we could wear this.
Yeah. So for you naysayers out there that thought, oh my gosh, well, you just have to have vision like Leah.
Yeah.
And I think it's very, very, very fun.
So cute. I love it.
Okay, let's go on to the next look.
Yes.
And now Leah is rocking the denim skirt. How cute is that?
I love it.
You look very kicky.
Thank you.
Yes.
I can't see a denim skirt and not think cowgirl boots. It is in my blood, so.
And so you are also rocking a denim on denim look, which
yes.
is kind of on trend right now.
It is. I love a denim on denim. So good.
Okay, so now tell me the inspiration for this ensemble and where you would wear it.
Well, I think I could see myself wearing this to some kind of music festival vibe, outdoor. I could also, honestly, I would wear this working with the horses as I do outside. My boots are a little dirty from that. This skirt is so comfortable, and I would wear it a lot, I think.
And it's cool and it's rugged, and it costs $5.99.
Yes.
So turn around again. Look at that little swoop on the back.
Oh, yes.
How
I
did
know, that's
miss
the best
that?
part.
That is definitely
So
the best
good.
part.
Do a twirl and there we go.
Okay, you look like you
Oh, it
should.
does. It totally goes up.
Yeah,
Right there.
it looks to me like you should be in the stage play Oklahoma.
Oh, thank you.
Now, it's also practical. So you said earlier you would also wear something like this, maybe not with the boots, but when you were in Italy.
Oh, yes. Yeah, like the denim on denim. I had some sandals and this little bag, and I felt like I was touring Europe again. I would totally wear this walking around cities everywhere. I love it.
Yeah, and you could wear that also on the plane there.
Yes,
you could,
comfortable.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, now you and I both like a hat.
We do love a hat.
Let's talk about that a little bit,
Yes.
about the philosophy of hat wearing, because I think a lot of us feel comfortable wearing a hat to the beach or wearing a hat when we're working outside,
Yes.
but not always comfortable wearing it as part of an outfit.
Right.
And that's my question of the day regarding this. Are you a person that when you're styling an outfit, you think about wearing a hat with it, or no? And if so, do you sometimes feel self-conscious in wearing a hat?
I personally used to feel very nervous sometimes wearing a hat.
Really?
I have a beautiful Cowgirl hat that I'll wear out for nights out or dinner or going dancing or out in the country too. Yeah. And I used to would take it off and leave it in my car because I got kind of nervous, is this too much? But lately I have just been rocking hats, and I think it elevates an outfit so much.
I do too. And I think it's also practical. I wore hats to both of my kids' baptisms.
Cute. Big
with
hat?
a suit. It was with a felt one, just
Gorgeous.
very, very 60s kind of. Definitely worth it.
Worth
in my
it. What do
book.
you guys think? Do you think this was worth the $5.99? Let us know. Stuart
Yes.
thinks yes.
Yes, yes.
And now Linda is styling this denim skirt. So cute. You're rocking it. Linda, where would you wear this skirt?
Where would I wear this? I would wear this absolutely everywhere. I would probably, as you guys know, I would probably wear it outside weeding. As I was en route to, meeting somebody for lunch, going to a movie. Really, it's so comfortable. I would wear it almost anywhere. This would be great also for traveling because it wouldn't wrinkle.
So good. Those shoes are so cute.
Okay, so speaking of the shoes, these are kind of chunky, so they've got that kind of retro 70s vibe.
Love.
And Leah, I was telling you that I went to get a manicure this morning and they had the view on the TV, and one of the hostesses was wearing a denim skirt, not nearly as cute as this one you found, for $5.99.
Love it. Yeah, denim skirts are definitely, the longer denim skirts are in style right now. Throwback to the 90s. We love it. And this one was such a good find. I almost ordered one like this on Amazon 2 months ago.
Okay, well,
and then we found it at the thrift store.
Let's put a link to a similar one. Now, I will say that this is one of those kind of youthful things that I will wear a denim skirt at this length. I do not think I would wear a mini denim skirt anymore. I think that's an age gone by for me.
I think I might be getting to that point too, where I don't know that I would either.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And I also love it with a tote, so I would definitely wear this shopping.
Let's show the tote.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Cute.
Isn't that cute? I got this off of Zazzle.
Love
I
it.
made it. I love the contrast. I kind of feel a little bit like a bumblebee. This is garden inspired after all. So you guys commented on this yellow top that I wore. I did get this off of Amazon, and we will put a link below, but I love the black and yellow vibe. I think it looks summery.
Pop of color.
Yeah, pop of color, but I also think the black makes it look a little bit sophisticated. Now, I could do this if I were going shopping, but I could also, if I wanted to, upscale it a little bit and be a little bit more ladylike. I could use this bag, both of which have a retro vibe.
Yes.
This is almost kind of a 60s vibe.
I love the decades that you're representing with
Yeah.
this outfit. Do you think this piece would transition through the season?
Oh my goodness, this will transition every season.
How would you wear it in another season?
In another season, oh my goodness, I would wear this with boots. I would wear it with a really short, bulky sweater or even sweatshirt in the fall. And I would do kind of a layering thing where I'd have a great big scarf to wrap around. And you could wear tights underneath it. I think there's a million different ways that you could wear it in fall and in winter and in spring.
We love it.
Now, I think, since I've been asking you the keys to the look, for me, the keys to this look, I love the fact that it is frayed.
Me too.
I think that makes it look a little bit more contemporary and not quite so 90s.
Yes, very true. I think another key is that you have the chunky heels you really can represent different decades
Yeah,
and
I think so,
styles.
too.
And I love mixing decades.
And the other thing, chunky heels are comfortable. You may not think that they are, but they're very, very comfortable, and I don't feel like I'm teetering on them. And I think the silhouette is kind of long and slim.
Yes, very good.
The other thing is that I really tried to balance my accessories. So I wanted great big kind of chunky hoops.
Love.
So that I have chunky on top and
Yes.
chunky down below. And then I love the way these bangles kind of just pick up the gold of my earrings. And I think this is a Kendra Scott piece. I'll put a link to this, and the gold bracelet too. And then the really slender, just little chain link thing belonged to my mother-in-law. So I think it works.
It so works.
Okay,
yes.
so what's our question of the day then for this purchase?
Was it worth it?
Was it
this
worth
skirt
it?
worth
It's definitely an enthusiastic yes in my book. In my book, an enthusiastic yes.
I love it.
Okay, on to the next look.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so this is one of those things where I think, oh, am I really crossing the line here? Am I really kind of getting out of my demo?
I think you should cross this line.
I should cross this line. So this was, it still had the tag on it.
Yeah, it had the tag from the boutique.
Okay, but
for
it was
$45.
$8.99 for $45. I don't know where the tag is. When you wear it, we'll show it to you. But this is pretty damn cute. Excuse my French.
So cute.
And I normally don't like things with a square collar, but this has a large square collar, and so I like that. And I love the sleeves. And again, it's got this wonderful retro vibe. I feel like I should be on Laugh-In or something, which you will have no understanding of that reference.
I do not.
Of that reference.
Well,
now,
very Mad Men.
oh yeah, very,
Ooh,
very
I
Mad
do know
Men.
that reference.
Yeah, very Megan. It's very, very Megan. Now, in real life, probably the real world, I would wear tights, if for no other reason than my legs would be cold, in addition to modesty. But what I love about these boots is I can also,
So cute.
these are suede.
Yeah.
Suede.
So good.
Blue suede boots.
And I can roll them up or roll them down. And I think it's really, really, really cute. And then I've got it accessorized with also some kind of retro 60s
Yep.
earrings that I had from back in my days of being a working professional in the business world.
I love it.
And then my little bag, it's the perfect length too.
So cute.
Yeah, and this was an online purchase. Yes.
I was laughing at the idea of you not doing work anymore.
Oh, no, let's just say when I worked in an office, not the streets, Stuart, not in front of a camera.
What would you say are the
But-
keys to this look? What pulled it all together?
Well, I
'Cause
think
it's
I
amazing.
think it's an homage to the past.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Oh,
very.
the glasses.
It's kind of a little,
those on already?
a little Jackie. These are Ray-Bans. A little Jackie O meets Megan from Mad Men meets Goldie Hawn from Laugh-In. I
I'm
think.
obsessed.
And it's eminently. It doesn't even have a zipper. It's just pullover. It's eminently comfortable. I will be so curious to see how you style this,
Yeah.
because I could style
I don't know
this.
if I can top this outfit.
I don't know, but
so-
I could style this in many, many different ways. Dress it up or dress it down.
Yeah.
Now, would it transition to the seasons? To me, the color palette definitely screams fall and winter.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of piece that I wouldn't want to wear in the summertime because I would want to save it for fall and winter.
Definitely a statement piece people are going to remember. If
Oh
you're
yeah,
wearing.
absolutely. And I can see it with, a great big shawl
Yes.
or even, I don't know. I can see it styled in a whole bunch of different ways, with leggings,
Yes.
I just think it's very, very, very fun.
I love it. I'm glad you like this
So-
one.
oh,
Stuart and I both weren't sure about this one. I was like, it may not fit well. You never know when you're in the
And
store.
it's a piece that I will say, I was kind of ho-hum about it when
Yeah,
I saw
same.
it. And neither one of us, this is my first time wearing it. So I think it's one of these that looks a lot better on than
Yes.
off.
You
And
never
then
know.
I've just kind of repeated my little bangle bracelet.
Pleasantly surprised with this one.
Yeah, this is pretty fun. Very, very fun. This is a keeper.
Love.
And I think we have a winner on our hands. Okay, can't wait to see you style it. Oh, how cute is that?
I told you, a headscarf.
That is so cute, and it's very sophisticated.
Thank you. I love, we talked about hats. I love a headscarf. I will wear it every way I can figure out how to wear it. So this is
Okay.
your bandana from Barcelona?
Yes, I got that right across from the Church of the La Familia in Barcelona, and that is just superb.
It's really cool.
So literally, I mean, they used to wear it like this in the 60s, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And you
It's-
just fold
yeah.
it like a bandana
Yeah.
and then tuck it in.
And again,
where-
this is a reference you won't get, but it's very
you tie
Rhoda
it?
Morgenstern from the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Okay,
It's
love.
very, very cute. And then you just have on black tights.
Yes, I see this more in the fall, winter as well.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I mean, a little bit professional or fun,
Right.
going out to dinner. I could wear it so many ways.
Yes, and it's kind of eclectic.
Yeah,
It's kind of, I like the mixing.
You love an
Yeah, I love the
eclectic
mixing of
vibe.
the patterns. Now this is adorable on you. For me, it would feel brave. It would feel really brave.
Oh, whatever.
And I
You
don't,
rock
I
it.
don't look good with my hair back like that. But
Oh, really?
you look adorable in
Thank
it.
you.
And I really love it. Now, where would you wear this?
Honestly, I would wear this professionally too, like
Yeah.
to dinner with clients or something if I wanted, you know, a little stylish downtown vibe. Or, I mean, going
Well,
to the movies in the winter, I don't know, like
well,
anywhere.
and it's especially appropriate for now those in true what's the word I want? Full disclosure, those are tights of mine that are just in pretty bad shape.
some run in the
Yeah,
hose.
they've got a few run. But
Shania
you know, I haven't dug some of this stuff out since I moved.
Yes.
So playing in the closet. Okay, that is
It's been
so much
so
fun.
fun. It's been
The other thing I think is really a key to the look is you work in the creative industry and the
Yes.
artistic community, and I think something like that is really, really very, very appropriate.
Yes.
And very fun. I can see that.
I love mixing,
Mixing
patterns
patterns.
too, which can be challenging sometimes, but it's really fun to play with, mixing colors and patterns. So
Oh, and you know, I can see that too. And you know, going to an artsy movie,
Yes,
going,
yes, the art
going to the museum, very, very fun. And I love the kind of combat boots. Now,
yeah.
that is something I could definitely do.
We love a
I
chunky
definitely I could definitely do that. And what I'm getting here, as we're getting to know one another's style, is you don't wear a ton of jewelry,
yeah, that's
but
true.
you really accessorize.
That
So
is
you're-
very true. I love bags, shoes, hats, and scarves. Like, I will wear the same earrings for weeks and the same rings for weeks, but I will accessorize in other fun ways. So,
So
you love jewelry
I
and
love-
bangles, and
Yes.
I love that. We have that balance.
That balance. So
Yeah.
that's our question of the day for you guys out there. When you say accessories, what are your accessories
so good.
of choice? So we're both hat and scarf gals.
Yes.
I really like my jewelry sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do you guys out there, how do you accessorize?
Yes.
Are there things that you feel are more age appropriate, fashion over 20, over 30, over 40, over 50, though I think right now those lines are really, really
Yes.
blurring.
They are so blurred. I think it's all personal preference too.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just boils down to what are you comfortable in. And there's
Yes.
times when I think, oh, this dress is just too short. I'm just not comfortable in this. And I think then that you communicate that to other people when you don't feel comfortable
Yeah,
in it.
confidence is everything.
So-
You can wear anything with confidence.
With confidence.
Yes.
And you won't care if people are laughing about you, laughing at you.
Yes.
At your head.
Laugh at my headscarf.
I laugh at your
please.
headscarf. Oh, I would not dare to do that. I think it really, really is fun and it's chic. And who knew that that little dress?
I know,
that
we are
started out
so
at
shocked.
$45, which is good price at $45.
Yeah.
And what does that tell
I think
us?
we
Say
got it
$8.99. $8.99, which
Yeah.
I have to say is even a little bit pricey for that Goodwill. Their
Yes.
prices have gone up a
Their
couple
prices
dollars.
have gone up, Goodwill.
Yeah,
I see you.
but I think it's wonderful. So if you guys have any thrift store finds that you have styled in an absolutely incredible way, please let us know.
Share
and
it with us.
Share it with us, and I think that pretty much concludes
Yes.
our big L/little L
Love.
fashion styling thrift then style.
Yes. Bye.
Do not adjust your screen. No, I have not gotten a bunch of colorful tattoos on my arms.
It is exactly what I thought when I
Yes,
walked
I
in the
know.
door.
You said you thought that. No,
I did a
these
double
are
take.
wonderful. I think I talked about these before, but it's a new gardening season, and I was thinking the other day that yes, I am absolutely obsessed about applying sunscreen. However, there are times when I just, not so much on my face, because I do that automatically in the morning when I put my makeup on, but the rest of me, especially my arms and my hands, when I spray it or when I slather it on, I just don't like that kind of greasy feel. It makes me feel dirty, even though it is doing what it's supposed to do.
It attracts dirt, so you're
Right,
not wrong.
but aha, enter farmer's sleeves, which are protective. I keep these right by the back door. I can easily slip them on and off, just like a pair
Hold on, I want to show
of
you
long gloves.
both this and
Yeah.
you take them on and off. So
Okay,
so
okay,
there
yeah.
we go.
And I love them. See, they've got this little thumb hole, so it also protects the area of my hands that gets, well, let's just say it's aging more quickly than the rest of me. But I can put them on. They are easy on, they are easy off, kind of like long evening gloves. And they are lightweight, they are washable. What I really love about them, and by the way, this brand is called Reprieve farmer sleeves, but they're made from recycled plastic bottles, you guys. I think that's pretty incredible. And they come in different patterns. Now, whether or not, so I'm gonna show you, these are the large to extra large, I think. And you might, even if you would typically wear a small, you might want to think about getting the larger ones, because I'm thinking, and we'll try it out right here, I'm thinking these small ones might be a little bit shorter.
Oh, that's the small you got there.
This is the small I've got on now. I had the large ones on.
Definitely seems tighter.
However, no, small should be what I would choose,
Yeah.
because they fit my smaller upper arm. They may be a little bit shorter, but the tension of the elastic band will keep it longer. And look how cute they are.
No, I like it, and this one looks less like a tattoo.
Yeah, and yes, less like a tattoo. And then I can just slip. Let me see if I've got any in here. I didn't plan to
she's
show
going
this.
for the cool jobs.
Yeah, I'm going for my cool jobs, but I think my cool jobs are actually inside. But then I could just slip my cool job gloves over it.
How nice
And
would that have been?
I would look so
We could have
fashionable.
pre-planned that if we'd thought ahead. Huh?
Yeah, we could have planned that. But, that would be outside of my skill set to plan ahead. Okay, so I
That's
love
great.
these. These are farming sleeves, and again, like I say, you can just slip them on, slip them
So are
off.
those two different brands? Is what?
So, well, no, these are
okay.
the same brand. They're just two different sizes, large
okay.
and extra large and small. But since I have two pair, and someone did give me these to try, but I really, really like them, I'm gonna put a pair by the front door and a pair by the back door. That way, just like my garden shoes, I'll always have something I can slip on and off. Okay, let's revisit another Centurion oldie but goodie. Okay, go back in time, Stuart. Do you remember when we did, this of any products I think that we were paid to do a video for, this one was one of the best-selling ones ever. This was a battery-operated sprayer, and just by compressing the trigger, it sprayed, and it could spray whatever. I like it because I can put my horticultural vinegar solution in here, and I can really get targeted direction when I'm trying to get my weeds. However, you'll notice it's not making a sound right now. Why? Because I need to change the batteries in it. That is the downside of this one. As much as I loved it, it does require a couple of AA batteries, which I don't like. I don't like to have to change them out. A lot of times they corrode, and I just don't like the waste that they make.
Sure saves the muscles in your hand, though, right? Yeah.
Right. So I found a new one called Shaboran.
I didn't know you were going to do that. I wasn't even looking.
Okay, so this is a new one called Shaboran, but look, it is rechargeable, and it comes with a recharging cord. So all I have to do is just plug this in. Anecdotally, it charged very, very quickly, and there's a charge indicator on top. And
Don't spray Stuart.
can you hear that?
I can hear it.
The thing is, the other reason I like it, especially if you've got arthritic hands or starting to have some mobility issues, it stays on. I don't have to keep pressing it. And then it goes off, and there's many different settings that you can use. So this is now my go-to sprayer. I think it's superior to the other one, and you can use this inside and out. But for me, I just like it for targeting. See, isn't that fun? It's just fun. I like fun things. So there you go. This is my recommendation for that. I've got one more thing that I want to show you, and then we will move on. What, you want one for you?
Well, you're wearing something that people might want to look into.
Oh, I was going, what are you, Stuart kept going like this.
Linda,
what are you doing,
Linda.
Stuart? Are you crossing yourself? Are you giving me a hint? You want one for Christmas?
Well, this is our biggest selling t-shirt, right?
This is our biggest selling t-shirt, and I love it. And I like the simplicity of it because I like to wear this under blazers, under jackets, or whatever. I've worn it with skirts. In fact, mine's getting a little faded. I've worn it so much. And I think, Stuart, is this linked in the products?
It should be below all the videos.
And some of these, and I apologize because we don't personally manufacture these ourselves. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay in getting them. But
we've gotten the ones
But I
we
think
got.
I think it's worth it. And I actually bought a couple of these, so I really like them. So now I know you were trying to give me hand signals, Stuart. Okay, one more thing I want to show you, and we're going to go back inside.
Hey guys, I'm Leah. I'm Linda's new friend, and I'm excited today. She asked me and Stuart to go shopping for her. One of the things Linda and I talk a lot about is sustainability. And sustainability is first using what you already have in your closet. Second, maybe thrifting for some used pieces, which I love to do. We're gonna pick out a few outfits for Linda, and she's gonna try them on here in a few days. So
Thrifting for Linda.
yes, thrifting for Linda. So come thrifting with me. I'll give you some tips and things that I look for, and let's have some fun.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, one of the things I love when I'm thrifting is always looking for linen and cotton pieces. I think linen and cotton are breathable in the summer. They're so comfy. I'll look at what brand it is. This is just a Target brand, so it's okay, but then I'll always look inside and see if it's linen. There's also like fake linen. So this one looks linen, but it's actually 100% rayon. So this is a no for me, and we'll keep going. Okay, Stuart, what do you think about this for Linda?
I swear it seems like something at least the pattern is something she's gotten even recently.
Okay, so maybe it's her vibe. I love it. I kind of want this for myself. I'm also always drawn to like knits and things. Okay, this I kind of love. It's a little bit big, but it looks vintage based on the tag.
Like,
It
is it
says
just
it's like a dressing robe, but like honestly, this over something or
It's
belted,
a cool robe.
it could be really, really cute.
It's very unique. Be a fun thing to wear in the garden, that's for sure.
Okay, let's grab it.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, made well. That's cute. Probably not for today, but it's nice. I really feel like I've almost trained my eye when I'm thrifting to only find like the good fabrics. And I just feel it and I'm like, yes or no. See, here's a little, this looks definitely like it's linen or something. It has some stains on it, so it's probably a no, but let's look. Yeah, 100% cotton. We love cotton. This would be so breathable in the summer. And there's some yellow stains here.
Oh, there they are.
So you could always wash those out. This is Old Navy, so I think we'll pass on it. But a nice breathable cotton. Maybe we'll put it in there and see if we find something that could go with
Yeah,
it.
there you go.
It could be a maybe. Okay, so if any of you are around in the 90s, you probably remember that I liked a little bit more. It's very 90s, right? But this is literally the style right now. Also, I think Linda's gonna probably wear these shoes with these outfits because she complimented me on them the other day. So I'm kind of thinking through things that would look cute. Okay, I saw this from across the room.
It's pretty cool.
I mean, I don't know if Linda would wear this, but like these pants, they kind of look like the pants I'm wearing.
Yeah, they kind
I'm in
of.
my green era right now.
That jacket would.
I love those pants. I could wear them with anything. It's polyester and spandex. But isn't it kind of cute?
It's really cool.
Do we think I could rock this?
I like it. Personally, I would say yes.
Like
in a
these
heartbeat.
pants are kind of retro.
Polka
Right
dot
now,
city.
oversized blazers are very in. So we may even take a peek at the men's blazers, see if there's anything that could work, and maybe have it tailored. Okay, now we're in the men's shirts. We just will take a little peruse. Again, I'm always looking for linen, cotton fabrics, and sometimes you can find a really nice oversized men's shirt to wear. It's even cute belted sometimes. These are really nice and breathable. You could roll them up and wear them with Linda's new sleeves too. Be so cute.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any that really jump out at me today. I, again, love like a good cotton, and I'm not seeing any right now. Okay, let's look at bags. As you see, again, I love a knit crochet vibe, and I see right here, I feel like I could see Linda taking this out of her little cottage garden, getting in her car downtown. I kind of love this.
Cut to a shot. Hey, that's. I love how they do the inside different pattern stuff. It's
And
always
little
neat.
two pockets. That's kind of nice, and it's like really good condition. And the shirt. See how these could go
That
together?
looks a little
And
Linda.
this black bag. It's kind of a vibe.
It is kind of a vibe.
I feel like we got some good fabrics, a good denim skirt. Yeah,
Had a little fun in the
we
process.
had a lot of fun. I can't wait to see Linda try these on and see what works.
Well, I wasn't intending to show you this product, but it's very seasonal, and I was reminded about it. It's one I've showed you before, but I was reminded about it because Stuart was just complaining that he'd lost a very expensive pair of sunglasses, and my friend Leah is here, and I know she's going to want one of these. She is coveting my sunglass organizer. So I've showed you this before. I think I showed it to you when I was in the other house. But here I've got this in my sideboard that's right by my front door. And I just love it because it keeps all of my sunglasses so nicely organized. And I always like to keep, you know.
I was going to ask what that was.
Okay, this is to keep your sunglasses and your glasses clean. So this I also
Is it
keep.
aerosol or just pump?
No, it's just a pump.
Cool.
But I'm terrible about getting fingerprints and dirt and suntan lotion and everything.
The Tom Cruise.
So
glasses.
it's kind of a whole kit. I think this would be a great gift. I think it would have made a great Mother's Day gift, but you know what? It even make a great Father's Day gift, great summer birthday gift. You know what else this would make a great gift for? Now I'm compelled to want to do all of my.
All right, let's just stay here and do them
Okay,
all.
let's say, Leah, tell me what you think. With this, if you were going to stay with someone at their beach house and you were their guest.
What a start to a question.
Yeah, if you
We
were.
were going to go to a beach house.
First of all, I want to go too. But let's say you're a guest and you're visiting someone. What kind of great hostess gift would this make for a beach house? And you could deck it out, or even a lake house, and you could deck it out, and you could include, I love gifts that are kits, you know, you could put some of this spray cleaner in here and some of these glass wipes.
There's probably at least a decent amount of people that would like it if you went and cleaned every single one of them.
Well, you probably, and I would be one of those. But we don't have the time for that, Stuart. People don't have all day to watch these videos. So I love it, and I love the fact that it fits in this drawer, and it's especially handy. It would be great in a mudroom. It would be great in your, I guess, in your women's closet. It just kind of depends on how your little cottage is set up. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Signature Style Saturday. And yes, there are lots of signature touches that I have out here in my garden, but oh no, we are not going to spend any time out here because I just checked, it is 100 degrees. We have crossed the century mark. So Stuart, let's go inside and look at some pretty things. Well, what is a gardener to do when it's too hot to garden? Well, you do some interior gardening or some flower arranging at the very minimum. You know, I've often said one of the things about this channel is that I try to make things that are beautiful and stylish accessible. Well, I think by that, one of the things I mean by that is it doesn't you don't have to have deep pockets. Sometimes we can create really stylish things with practically nothing. And this is a case in point. So I'm going to show you some flower arrangements that cost very, very little. And in some cases, you could even replicate them without spending any money at all. So I've got this gorgeous arrangement, as is one of my signature style. My signature style touches inside is that I always have some kind of massive flower arrangement on the corner of this island. It was when I bought the house, one of the first things that I saw when I looked at the house was that's what I would do. And indeed, I have carried that tradition out.
Yes.
So for this week, I have something that is the epitome of summer, I think, and that is sunflowers, and yes, weeds. So I saw these weeds growing up in the alley behind the garage, and I thought they were just beautiful. I loved the way they kind of wave. I like the fact that they are reminiscent of wheat, which is reminiscent of Oklahoma and our roots. You could probably tell me what weed from which they hearken, but I just loved them. So I also bought a bouquet or two bouquets, I guess, of sunflowers from, let's all say it together, Trader Joe's. And they were not expensive at all. But I want to point out that even if you didn't want to spend any money on sunflowers, I could have done nothing but just had these gorgeous seed heads in this thrifted vase, which I think cost me $3.99, and I think that would have been beautiful in its simplistic elegance. I could have also gone roadside and just clipped some sunflowers from a field. They're everywhere right now, and if it's not in anybody's backyard and if it's just in a public space, then I say go for it. So you could clip some sunflowers from the roadside. You could clip any kind of sunflower or one color bloom from your own garden, and I think it would be beautiful, including from some of your flowering shrubs right now. So there's not a lot that's flowering in the summertime, but probably you might have some crepe myrtles. It would be fun to use nothing but crepe myrtle seed heads in here with these weeds. I feel funny even saying that because I think they're so pretty. So just let your imagination go crazy. Just come up with something to companion with these weedy seed heads. Now, something else that's giving me great, great joy, it's a simple pleasure, simple elegance, is Leah has been helping me get organized, and she's been brilliant at it. And I told her that one of my dreams was to be like Miranda in The Devil Wears Prada, the character that Meryl Streep played, and she would get the book. She would get the book on, Leah, was it on Sundays or I think so. She would get the book. So I told Leah, I said, I want a book to keep me organized. And so she found this one that harmonized with my own book and soon to be with my garden journal. She put it together for me. And we are just now starting it, so there isn't a lot in here. But she's got some of these kind of plastic pages, and in it she has what I've got upcoming for the week, appointments, talks, videos, along with talking points, ideas that we have. I give her tear sheets to put in here. She incorporates those. And over time, Leah, I'm sure this will get to be quite fat and quite massive and probably develop a patina. A patina. But it's just one of those little things that's given me tremendous pleasure. And since I guess I'm not responsible enough to keep my own calendar because I sometimes miss appointments, then this will be a helper, as will Leah. So let's move on to another portion of the house where we have another flower arrangement that I've just kind of dubbed cheap chic. Stuart, what do you think?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Well, today from my reading nook, I have 2 reads for you. Make sure in the comments below to let me know what you are reading, whether it's serious, whether it's summer light reading. It can be fiction, nonfiction. Put your information in the comment section below because we are starting to put together a follower recommended reading list that we will post. So this week on my radar, on my literary radar screen, are 2 different books. Kind of heavier is the #1 New York Times bestseller, Atul Gawande, Being Mortal. I was talking with my younger sister about this yesterday. She asked me what I was reading. We always kind of share books, and she had already read it, and she said it's wonderful. She's a doctor, so I think it was particularly meaningful to her. So I highly recommend it. The other book I wouldn't necessarily say is light nor heavy reading. I already had this book, but so many of you recommended it to me that it kind of just reminded me that I should take it off of my bookshelf and get started. And I'm really just reading passages. I'm not reading it all the way through. And that is Uprooted, A Gardener Reflects on Beginning Again by Paige Dickey. I will put links to both of these books below, but that is what is on my bedside table for reading this week. Well, Stuart, Leah, and I were just laughing because I am a girl who loves to forage. And I'll go out and I'll walk around in the fall or now even in the summer, and my pockets will just be stuffed with all sorts of nature's gifts. Things that I just think are inherently beautiful and would look great on my mantle, and they cost me nothing other than observation. So look at these sweet little, I believe they're Seckel pears, or they came off of a pear tree. I went to get a facial the other day, and in the parking lot there was a pear tree with just tons of these little pears that were lying in the grass. A lot of them had been smushed in the parking lot by cars. They were being unloved, and I decided that I thought they were just wonderful because especially around Christmas, really any time of year, I'm just infatuated with natural fruit, especially when it's still on the branches, but also miniature fruit. So I thought these were adorable, and I thought they had such personality and such character. And Stuart, look at what wonderful shadows they make.
They're very picturesque.
They're very picturesque, yes. It looks like it's a still life. It is a still life. And I love the way they look. I love the fact that some of them are kind of this maroonish color, kind of a mahogany color and green. But mostly I just love the dear little stems on them. I think they are so sweet, and they just make me smile, especially when I put them in this thrifted McCoy vase. You guys, I think, have commented on it in the past. It was thrifted, but it was a thrifted gift. It was a gift from someone who loves to do thrifting, and she gifted it to me many, many years ago. And then these limey green hydrangeas. These are all, well, I take that back. Half of them are from the Annabelle hydrangea that's in my backyard, and you can see that they're starting to get kind of papery. So they should dry beautifully. And then 2, maybe 3 of them are these lime green, starting to age Terra hydrangeas. And once they do age even further, they will dry into that beautiful russet brown color that you see in the arrangement that I used to have here that is now living in the great room. So I think this whole still life is really, really beautiful. A great signature touch of mine using foraged finds. And then of course, accentuated by the fact that I love taper candlelight. And so just for you, it's the middle of the afternoon, but just for you, I lit these tapers on my mantle. The other thing is, and I was talking with Leah about this, when you live in a small house, in a small space, she just moved to a new apartment. I think decor-wise, whether it's your mantle, whether it's your floors, whether it's a sideboard, your dresser, I think it's important to really mix up the still lifes and other things that you have out to show the world, because it's just fun, and because you don't want to get bored in your small space, and because it's an exercise in creativity. So I would encourage you. I am not one to decorate someplace and leave it there in a static state for a long period of time.
No.
I am a seasonally dynamic kind of gal, and I think that's one of my signature touches. So Stuart, with my new candle, I called it a snifter because my mom used to call it a snifter, but I think that's actually a brandy snifter, and this is a candle snuffer. Somebody out there told me that. These are the tidbits that I love to get from you guys. Okay, Stuart, let's take a break here and move on to another location and another cheap chic flower arrangement.
Let's do it.
Well, here is a third cheap chic flower arrangement. This one is in my parlor rooms, right in front of the windows on this little table that I love to meet and greet people at. These are some hydrangeas that came from my garden, and I think they are very pretty and garden fresh, but of course you could buy some at Trader Joe's or your local florist or wherever you buy your flower necessities. And here I have just paired them with some leaves from Dusty Miller. I think I may have talked in the last, was it the last video, about pinching back your Dusty Miller.
Recently,
yes, and how I sometimes like to cut off or take off some of the larger leaves to use in flower arrangements, and this is a perfect example of that. So this would look equally as good with just one hydrangea. If you have to purchase them, you wouldn't even have to buy 3, but I think it looks beautiful in this Tulip Pierre that belonged to
you're gonna have to say that again.
Tulip Pierre, and I could be just butchering that
You're
pronunciation.
usually not, though. You're usually pretty
But
good.
this is, it's really a vase that is supposed to be dedicated to tulips, but in this case I think it looks absolutely brilliant with hydrangeas and Dusty Miller leaves.
I don't know
Dusty
that I've
Miller
ever seen
foliage.
anything like this before.
So it's very fun. You can see it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different compartments. And then, because I just found a couple of sweet little things on my last walkabout in the Walking Life, here is just a little magnolia pod. I love the texture of that. And mostly, I love this part right here. It's got this wonderful...
That is straight off of it? That's not...
Yeah, it's just, isn't it so fun?
It looks so made.
I know, it does. It looks so furry, and it just looks sweet. And I like it. And I have often in the winter time spray painted those and even used them as Christmas tree decoration. So
What
I
are the
think
things we used to pick
pretty.
up out of the old backyard that you used to always get tons of? Little pine cones, seeds,
Pine
or...
cones, all sorts of things.
Well, there was something
Yeah,
specific
I
you
can't-
got all the time.
I did. I got. Well, I'm just a foraging creature.
You do it a
so
lot.
anything that I find outside, I like to forage. And then I just love this little distorted branch because I just loved it. It reminded me of a branch of an olive tree, and I thought it was interesting. And then I like sometimes to just tell a sweet little story. With something else. You see, you can tell that I'm kind of infatuated by stems and the line of the stems. So I've got one more cheap chic thing that I want to show you that is actually not flower related, but I think it's a wonderful idea. I just discovered it this week and I love it. So let's go back to the kitchen. Well, what have I learned this week? Well, I learned that air conditioning is absolutely mandatory when it's 100 degrees outside. Is that right, Stuart?
Correct.
Yes, Stuart is currently living without air conditioning, but he has hope for tomorrow. He has hope for a cooler climate tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be
yes,
way cooler.
Yes, and you'll be way poorer. But what I learned this week is the importance of taking your time to figure something out. Several years ago, every year I have a word for that year. And several years ago, it was figure-outable, which was a really hot topic by a woman named Marie Forleo. I'm going to double check. Marie Forleo. She had a book out called Everything is Figure-Outable, and basically that was the premise of the book. And I was pretty good about it, I guess, during that year. But mostly I have realized recently is that sometimes I can't figure things out because I simply don't have the patience and don't take the time to figure them out. Whether that is how something works, or how the parking meter works downtown, or a new piece of equipment I have, or why something just isn't working as advertised. And usually it's operator error, and it's because I'm under some kind of delusion that I'm so important that I'm always in a rush. And that's not necessarily true. If I would just take a deep breath, take the time to figure it out, move something out of the way instead of trying to just kind of power through something. If I will just think it through, take my time, work methodically, then typically the experience is far less frustrating. I have a little sense of immediate gratification when I have indeed figured something out. My frustration level is lower, and I'm just being a little bit more focused, which I guess is part of that whole mindfulness thing about, just being in the moment. Don't be thinking about your garden when you are trying to figure out how to screw something on or unscrew it or something as simple as that. So I think that's what I learned this week is the importance of slowing down, taking my time, paying close attention, deconstructing something, and then hopefully whatever my problem is, it too will be figure-outable. Now, one thing I always love to look for when I go to the thrifting store is just really large, massive glass containers, either to use them as vases or in this case, to use them as lanterns. Now these actually they're just little footed containers. I think glass containers, last week I had them styled overflowing with berries and some cuttings from my Take the Cake blueberry bush out front. But today I'm styling them a little different because I found something I'm so excited about. I love I'm crazy about taper candles. And I love very simple taper candle holders. I had to say that slowly because it's a mouthful. And I found these online. I got them both in brass and in black because they immediately transform any glass vessel into, I think, a really expensive looking candle holder.
They look heavy.
Are
they heavy? They look heavy.
No, they're not heavy at all.
The brass in your hand isn't heavy?
No, these are not heavy at all.
Cool.
And you could use them very simply like this with a taper candle. Now in this instance, I would probably use one of those glass bobeches that catches the wax. And I probably should put some of them in here also, because these are not dripless candles. But I think they're just really classy looking. They're brass, and they just add a little bit of illumination to the table. But just think, you could get a great big glass jar that had pickles in it, or that had okra in it, or something, you know, one of those institutional size containers that you could probably find at a restaurant supply or at a thrift store, just really massive containers that are glass, and put one of these in there, maybe put like a 12-inch or a 16-inch tall candle, and I think that would be absolutely brilliant and cost practically nothing, because these are sold in quantities, and I can't remember, it was like maybe 6 for $14 or something like that. But wouldn't that be a great gift to find a cheap, chic glass vessel and put one of these in there with a taper candle, wrap it up all beautifully, and I think it would make a great housewarming gift. Really just anything. Christmas gift, put some greenery in there. I just think it's a really fun, inexpensive idea. And then I also saw, because sometimes when you buy one thing in a certain finish, I noticed they'll recommend something like in that same finish, and I actually did need a salt and pepper set for my new table, my lit fad table, and I got these, and these were also very inexpensive. And I just like, again, I like the elegant simplicity of them, and I like the fact that they echo the candle holder, the taper candle holder that is in my glass footed containers. So there you go. There's another cheap, chic trick for you that you might want to try out. And then I've got another fun thing, kind of a fun project that I'm working on, and I want to share that with you too. So as a grand finale, I'll show you a project that is in the works. Okay, this is such a fun project, but it's also so going to date me. So I was talking with Leah the other day about my just overabundance of tear sheets, things that I tear out of magazines, ideas that I have, things that I copy, just blah, blah, blah. I just have way too many tear sheets. And some of you were asking me how I wrangled them. Now it's dating me because the younger generation, they put all of their stuff probably on Pinterest, Leah, is that what you told me? On Pinterest?
Digital, right,
yeah, Pinterest, or, you know, you can save it, archive it on Instagram, and I do that too. But I find that very infrequently do I go back and look at them. Whereas if I have a tear sheet, I can put it up on my bulletin board. I can take it with me to the florist or the craft store, and I can get exactly what I need. And it's not just a tiny little bit of square that I need my reading glasses to be able to interpret. So I found this week, and it has transformed my life. It has been so much fun. I put on old episodes of Mad Men or just whatever, and an old movie, and I have been categorizing my tear sheets. Now, heretofore, a lot of these, I'm not even going to pretend that they were organized. They were just in stacks waiting for me to do something with them. Some of them actually were in a small filing cabinet that I have in a closet in my office. But that was not that accessible. I wanted something that I could put on a tabletop that I could easily move from one location to another, but that was good looking and also in one of my kind of signature touches that is highly textured. I love seagrass. I love anything that's woven. And voila! I found this filing cabinet. I like the way it's got kind of a pleather appointments on it.
I didn't believe it was a filing
and
cabinet.
he didn't believe it was a filing cabinet because see, look, it's got.
It's very.
It's just
Linda.
very, very portable.
It's
It's got these hand holders, but I just love it. And then you can put hanging files in here. So I'm in the process of having my different categories. Like I've got one for flowers, for picnic, Christmas, fall, bar, Mother's Day, Thanksgiving, projects, topiary, all of those kinds of things. And then I also have something that is just, I've got files that are just divided by month. So I've got January through February. If I come through one of my main category files, let's say flowers, and I see something that I want to use as a floral arrangement for next week or next month or whatever, then I just pull it out and I either put it in my notebook that Leah so kindly came up with for me, or I put it under the appropriate month. Sometimes I will put it into that monthly folder and I won't execute on that idea for years. But it becomes that image becomes like an old friend to me. And eventually I will express its beauty in one way or another at one holiday or another. Again, it's just one of those things that's just kind of fun. It was actually a tear sheet that gave me the inspiration to use those beautiful weeds that were outside in my alley. And it's fun then, as I am filing all of these, to go through my stacks and stacks of just tear sheet ideas and file them away, because then I get to revisit some of my very, very favorite images. I have no fresh ideas, you guys. All of my ideas are stolen or inspired, or I've used something else as my muse. And the difference is I'm just trying to be attentive to it, that, oh, I not only want to tear this out because it's a beautiful image, but I actually want to execute, and I actually want to make one of these gorgeous tableaus. I want to make them manifest. So this just might go up on my Christmas in July bulletin board in my office, and hopefully I can use a lot of cheap chic appointments and thrifted items to bring some of these tableaus to life. I hope you guys enjoyed some of these interior decorating ideas, storage ideas, cheap chic of things that we can do when it is just too brutal to be outside, too hot, too sweaty, too humid to be gardening. So there you go. Go out and do something fun and express your signature style on this Signature Style Saturday. Now, this is an epilogue. I should have told you this, and I didn't. And I just really feel that I would be negligent if I did not tell you that while I am using this tabletop, because I don't want to have to bend over to get into it, it actually comes with some wheels. It actually comes with some rolling file cabinet casters that you can put on the bottom of it. So if you want to roll it from underneath a sideboard, or roll it underneath maybe even your bed and hide it away, or you just want in any way to make it a little bit more mobile, you can put these wheels on it. So I felt like I wasn't giving you the full story. So there's my little epilogue on this seagrass filing cabinet. We're actually shooting this not on Signature Style Saturday, but on the 4th of July.
Yep.
And we're waiting, I think, for darkness to come, and we'll see if we can see any fireworks in the distance downtown. But what I want to talk about today is what I learned this week. And this is a concept that it's been gestating for a while. And I do a lot of interviews, and recently I did an interview which will be aired, I think, July 13th with Jennifer Jewell at Cultivating Places on NPR. And I also did one with a doctor who's writing a book about the importance of green and healthy living and gardening in general to your mental health. And I've just done a number of different interviews, and there's one phrase that I have used, and I may have used it in my book, I really don't remember, and that is I talk about my passion for being a garden evangelist. In other words, I just feel evangelical about the mission that is gardening and how it can improve and enhance the quality of your life. And then I realized that was looking at it in kind of a restricted way. I've been reading a lot, and as you know, I kind of read both nonfiction and fiction, and I've been reading revisiting some old Edith Whartons and some Jane Austen and some period novels, but also reading little excerpts of other more modern kind of things. I've never read any of Jan Karen's books, the Mitford Files, but one theme through all of them is the character development, and how no matter how small or how large the environment in which these characters live, nevertheless, they describe these characters in great detail, and I find it just eminently charming, as those of us who read these literary works do. And I've started looking at my life through that lens. And I think, you know, quite often people say, oh, Linda, you're so lucky that you lead such a charming life and you have such a charming existence. And I will agree that definitely that is very true, is it not, Stuart? But I think it's also true that I try to do what I can to create my own charming existence and be an evangelist for my own life, as it will. It's kind of like the corollary to, if you're not the star of your own life, who is? And if you know, you're not living in a movie set, then what is a movie set? And so I now look at my life, I look at the people in it in a detailed, more deconstructed way, as if they're characters in a novel or characters in a movie. And I do what I can to enhance the charm of my own life in big and small ways. And I was talking to someone the other day who said, gosh, isn't it just so nice that you live near your friends and that you can walk to each other's homes? And I said, yes. And I said, it's absolutely charming. And that charm was intentional. And I think we can have intentionality to creating a charming life and to then becoming evangelists for our own lives. Yes, it's one of the reasons I love talking about how much I love my neighborhood, because I do. It's why I talk about just how wonderful it is that I can walk to these different places where there's great coffee, or where I can get a great milkshake, because those things enhance the quality of my life and they make me feel so evangelical about my life. Am I making any sense, Stuart? And so I think it behooves all of us to look for the good in our lives. Not, granted, there's plenty that's wrong, but to really look for what is good and charming in our lives, whether we live in really tiny towns that doesn't have much to offer, or you are very fortunate like myself and I can walk to my art museum, which to me is just, oh my gosh, isn't that just wonderful? So by looking at our lives through that lens of what is charming about our lives. I find it charming in the morning that my next door neighbor enjoys sitting on her front porch at the same time that I enjoy sitting on my social patio, and we can wave to each other and say good morning, you know, and that's all it gets. But I feel immediate community, and isn't that charming? And I can tell someone else how much I enjoyed that, and then I become an evangelist for my own life. Not in a kind of nanny boo-boo way, that I live in a mansion and all this kind of thing, but just that I am attentive to the fact that I am very fortunate to live a very nice life. And I want to be evangelical about it, because it not only communicates to you that I love my life, but it reinforces my own personal message to myself and to my loved ones. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it wonderful to be in this neighborhood at this point in time, in good health, on this 4th of July, and it just makes me feel as if I want to shout it from the rooftops. So there you go. There is my lesson for today. What I've learned this week, be an evangelical about your own life and see if it doesn't improve it day by day. And as far as what I am reading this week, it's all light and breezy. I'm a little bit backlogged. I think I told you I was reading Uprooted and, well, just a number of different books. Your Body Keeps the Score, and I'm actually finishing up all of those this week. So I've got a number of things on my bedside table. So while I'm wrapping those up, I am just enjoying just some light reading because it's really too hot to sit out here on the patio and do anything else. So a lot of you ask what magazines do I subscribe to, and what kind of things do I read for inspiration. Well, one, and I would say if you're a new gardener and you are looking for something that you can really hold in your hands and read and take to the beach or whatever, if you're a new gardener, I highly recommend a subscription to Garden Gate. Because it's full of some design information, but a lot of practical information on container gardening, and it's well-rounded. It's well-rounded in terms of perennials, vegetables, trees, design, and just a lot of tips. Like there's an article in here about Asiatic lilies and then how to grow trees in containers. And it's just good basic information. So if you're a new gardener, I highly recommend getting a subscription to this, and because it's sentimental to me, because the editor is a good friend of mine, and they came out to the other house. Gosh, how many times, Stuart, did they come out and shoot a spread at the other house? And periodically, and I can open up any given magazine and there might be a picture of the tulips up front or a container or something that we did. But Kristen Bean Sullivan is a good dear friend of mine, and she does a marvelous job. So that's number one. Now, number two. You may think I'm crazy to be thinking about tulips already, but now is the time. This might be an old catalog, I don't even know. Oh yeah, this is a really old catalog. But just go on to Color Blends on their website. You can request, I think they are also sending out catalogs again this year. But just go to colorblends.com, because now is when you want to think about placing your order for spring blooming bulbs next spring. So even though I'm not going to plant my tulips or my daffodils or any other spring blooming bulbs until, gosh, around Thanksgiving, I nevertheless want to order them now. They won't ship me, they will not bill me until I actually receive them, which for me is late October typically. But this way I can go ahead and reserve the collections, the blends, the varieties that I want, which oftentimes are sold out if you wait too long. And so I would highly recommend just go to colorblends.com and look, and as I decide what I want, it's just, man, I knew what I used to want for the other house, but this is a whole different tableau, Stuart. So it's a whole new, it's a whole different playground upon which I can play with different colored toys. So there you go. Just go to colorblends.com. Take some time in your reading to look over their website, request a catalog, and decide what you want to have in your spring garden. Well, happy 4th of July, even though you're seeing this on Saturday. So Saturday it will be, I don't know what date that will be. But today is Tuesday, the 4th of July, and this is my 4th of July ensemble, but it could easily carry me all the way through July because it is very, very much sundress weather, Stuart. It is just so hot, so it's all about being loose and flowy. This is a dress that I've had for a very, very long time. I think I got it at Old Navy. My earrings, these are kind of fun. These are kind of nostalgic for me because I made these with my friend Jenny, who is a bead buyer for Hobby Lobby, and we made these together. We each made a pair for ourselves. Oh my gosh, how many years ago? 15 years ago maybe? I'm not really sure. My top is a thrifted Ann Taylor Loft top, and all I've done is just tied it right here around my rib cage, and I think it looks okay, kind of cute this way. But most importantly, it protects my arms from the sun, because even though I'm in a sundress, I did today walk around the neighborhood to get in, or at least a portion of my 10,000 steps. And what's nice is I can take this off, and you see it's just like a spaghetti strap sundress. So if I'm going to go to the pool or something a little bit later, I can take this off. But nevertheless, it gives me some protection if I want it from the sun. So it's kind of like physical sunscreen. I just exposed my mic, Stuart. So, all of our secrets. But it's kind of fun, it's kind of flouncy, it's lightweight, and it is July easy breezy. What do you think? Well, Stuart, let's jump right into it with our question of the day. And my query is, how do you illuminate the night? How do you lantern? What is your lantern style? Because I have found, you know, it used to be that having a lantern hanging in your garden from a shepherd's hook or something was very, very unusual and very distinctive. Early on, when I started to garden like 35 years ago, I had them hanging from different wrought iron hooks in my garden in the evening, and it became one of my signature touches, because at that time it was relatively unusual. Now you can find every kind of lantern absolutely everywhere. And so my question for you is, how do you lantern? And what is your lantern vibe? So I've got all sorts of different kinds. I think the ones that we are most familiar with are the metallic ones, the metal ones, whether in galvanized, like I've got right here, or in black wrought iron. These were in my last year's lineup on QVC. I don't think they're available anymore. And quite frankly and quite honestly, there were some quality control issues with them. But nevertheless, I think they're good looking. They're still functional, and I really like them. In the front, for me, I definitely would go with the wrought iron black aesthetic, and I'll show that to you a little bit later. But in the back, in my ultimately what I hope to be my outdoor living room and vegetable garden, kitchen garden, that's where I think I will use the galvanized metal finish. I really, really like it. Now, what we put in our lanterns to light them up at night has evolved like everything else. Obviously, we start out with just the basics, basically just candles. And I love this one. This one is just kind of like, oh, I don't know, a chandelier, a standing chandelier of votive candles. I got this at Williams-Sonoma many, many years ago, and Stuart was asking me why the votives inside looked kind of wonky, and I told him it's because they were out here too long and I think they melted some. So obviously that is one of the drawbacks of using wax candles. Likewise, it is one of the drawbacks of using battery-operated candles that have a wax veneer. So you guys have seen these before. These are the tapers that I like to use. If you unscrew the base, then you put in batteries right here. The downside to that for exterior lighting is, number one, this does have a beautiful, realistic looking wax veneer, but it too will melt. I mean, when it gets really hot, it will melt, as will any kind of pillar candles that you might want to use. The other downside to these is that the batteries just don't seem to last very long. So that's kind of another detractor. Now, Are they flameless? Are they safer for loved ones who might not want to be around? You may not feel comfortable them being around an open flame. We used to get these for my mother all of the time when she was living in assisted living. Then definitely yes, or if they're near something precious. But they do have their downsides. So enter a third iteration, and you guys probably are familiar with these, but for me, it was an aha moment. I wonder if, just like there are solar freestanding lights and lanterns for outside, I wondered if they made solar candles. They may, the power may be stored in a battery, but nevertheless, are they solar powered and rechargeable? And indeed, they are available, and what I love about them is that they are automatically programmed to come on at dusk and turn off at dawn. So I've got these, and they kind of, to me, look a little bit like votives on steroids. So they're a little bit larger, which makes them a little bit more impactful. But you can put them in your lantern. So if your lantern style is wood, and this could go modern, it could go kind of industrial or farmhouse chic.
I kind of like the little black
Appointment,
look to it.
yeah, in the middle, and of course at night if they're outside you really can't tell.
Oh, that's true, huh?
But the aesthetic of this, the wood is great. It would also be great. We used to actually use these periodically on my husband's boat at night. We would use these if we were out canoeing at night. We would canoe with one of these illuminated on the bow. How charming is that? I think we did it once or twice, and it was very charming. But you might like something a little bit more ornate. This has got kind of a Moroccan vibe, a Moroccan / 60s kind of vibe. And this one actually was thrifted and it was gifted. It was thrifted and gifted to my friend Deborah, who loaned it back to me so that I could show what it looked like. And I think it's just really beautiful. But it too has one of these solar powered lights in it. So you can leave this out. They have no wax coating. Yes, they're plastic, and I don't necessarily like that, but nevertheless, they're more enduring. And unlike the ones that use real batteries, they just seem to last a little bit longer. And of course, I will put links in the description box below, and this gives you kind of a heads up, you guys. We have tried to consolidate the links. So all of the links are in one line, and you click on that link and it will show you what we talked about in today's video. If I have missed a link or something, just let me know and we will add it in because there's lots of links. However, you can also go to my main shopping category and divide it up. There will be like garden, house, we're trying to really create an anthology of all of the book recommendations that you guys have made so we can put them all there and list them. So you can go into one comprehensive marketplace, if you will, to find those things. But of course, if you can't find it, if it's difficult for you to navigate, then just put something in the comments below and we'll try to get that link to you. And by all means, please comment below and let me know how you illuminate the night. And what really has worked for you, and if you're kind of changing your aesthetic over time, because I think for me it does. It also tends to change from summer into winter. Now I don't have an example of it, but I think recently I saw at Target, on Serena, in the Serena and Lily catalog, and a number of different places, that there's also wicker lanterns that you can use with, again, a faux candle light in the center. Those are really good looking and have a really coastal vibe. They're kind of an elevated coastal grandmother chic look, and I think those are kind of fun. But why not just put a candle inside of a real basket? because it too has openings that can kind of shine through. So I think that's kind of a fun thing. Now, Stuart, what we're going to have to do is, I guess, just wait for nightfall to see if these do just automatically come on. If we walk this way a little bit, and this was kind of fun because my husband, Hubs, was lamenting that unlike so many of our neighbors who already have their string lights out, I don't have my string lights up yet because I'll be putting mine in the backyard, and I just don't have them up yet because the backyard is still in process. So he was lamenting that, and I said, well, I may not have string lights, but I have a very, very delightful, Stuart, if you'll come down this way.
All right, we're gonna do it without a snap today.
Yes, don't trip. I have a very delightful string of lanterns that goes up the stairs and will, when it gets dark, automatically be illuminated at night. And you can follow them all the way up to the front door. And not only will they be, I think, just brilliant and wonderful in the summertime when so many people are out walking and strolling, but how cool will it be around Halloween and in the snow and at different times when hopefully the winter light will be strong enough to regenerate them so that they, even in the low, weak light of winter, will automatically come on. Now, in addition to solar-powered votive lights and solar-powered pillars, they also have available solar-powered lanterns, not just the candles that you set inside your own lantern, but the lanterns themselves. I got 2 of these, and I think they're really, really great. They were very, very popular. Now, when you get them, and they come in sets of 2s, there is a black wrought iron bracket that you secure to the wall, and then the lantern hangs on the bracket. But I decided that I really didn't want to put any holes in the brick or holes in the wall. So what I did was I just Googled 2 to 3 foot shepherd hooks. Poor little darling. 2 to 3 foot shepherd hooks. I installed them myself. They actually could be a little bit taller if I wanted them to be, but this way they can hang just on either side of the door, and I don't have to worry about putting holes into the mortar or into the brick. Now, the other reason I like them is I think they just look so cute, and can you just imagine what they'll look like in winter, dusted with snow and with greenery and berries around them. I think they'll just be absolutely festive and celebratory and very, very delightful. But for passers-by, just like the family that came by just now.
We promise no children were harmed during the
no
making of
children
this.
were harmed in that. Just
this video.
it's just hot out, and they have a new baby. So just like the family that passed by, when others pass by at night, and we have a lot of evening strollers and early morning joggers, even on this side, on this facade of the house, that faces south, this faces east. Even on at this orientation, it will illuminate the night, what can I say, or the early morning. So I think that's important. And certainly, I will be very conscious of that when I do the back. I want to make sure that it too is lit up. Yeah, it's looking better. I have to wait on people now, Stuart. I know sometimes you guys think that I just have people at my beck and call all the time, but no, I do not. And some of this stuff, I have to save up for it, Stuart. I have to save up for it before it can be executed. But one thing about these guys, Javier and Sergio, I'm waiting for them. You know, they're such troopers working out in the heat, mowing our lawns and edging and doing just the back-breaking work in the heat. So kudos and great words of appreciation to them for all they do for us. So there you go. Here are some solar-powered lanterns just for you. You know, whenever you're working with someone, I think it's important to know their value set. And you want to make sure that you are like-minded about the values that you want to articulate and that you want to communicate. And as you guys know, I have kind of a value set about thrifting, reusing, recycling, repurposing. And so when Leah came to join the team, we talked pretty extensively about that.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and I think that it's important for me that everybody on the team kind of has that same mindset. So this may seem like an odd segue to our topic, which is to discuss a little bit about the things that I am going to be recommending for Amazon Prime Day, which is on July 11th and 12th, and Leah has really helped me with that.
Yeah.
But first, let's talk a little bit, and I'm not being judgy here, but let's just talk a little bit about our consumption philosophy.
Yes.
I kind of have a hierarchy of how I think about things. And please, here's a question of the day. You guys let me know what lens you look through when you're thinking about acquiring something. So first and foremost, as we were discussing about this, you were actually taking notes.
Yes, I was.
About my hierarchy of consumption,
Our
my philosophy.
sustainability manifesto.
Yes, our sustainability manifesto. I love the word manifesto. And number one on it was,
Using what you already have.
or do I even need it?
Yes.
Do I even need it to begin with? So there have been a couple of incidences in this kind of transformation from the fairy tale house to the storybook cottage, where I've really had to make, at some decision points, make some determinations about acquiring something. But you guys know for years I have shared with you that Hubs and I have had some property in Salida, Colorado forever, and we planned to build there. And we never got around to it because of kids going to colleges, expensive colleges, and economic downturns and aging parents and things like that. So just when we are getting ready to make a move there, we discovered that the area contiguous to our 6 acres was going to be developed into a neighborhood.
Oh my goodness.
So at that point, we had a decision to make. What was our dream? And our dream was now basically had been kind of sullied. We were not able to make our dream manifest because of some things beyond our control. So we decided that, okay, do we really need a second place? Do we really need a vacation home in Salida? And we decided that no, especially since we've got a son and daughter-in-law that live in Denver. and it wasn't what we had imagined. And we didn't want to live in a neighborhood. And we were that much older. And I don't want more really to take care of. So in order to lead a bigger life, I want a smaller life template.
Yeah.
So that was one of our first decision points was, do we even need it?
Yeah.
And we decided, as much as we love Colorado, we can go to Colorado whenever we want. And we can stay in all sorts of different places, including mooching off of my son and daughter-in-law when we go. So that was kind of our first decision point of an aha moment. Okay, do we really need it? Particularly at this point in time.
Yeah.
The second thing was, and you and I have talked about this a lot, was I have always had a dream, just like Salida, Colorado, I always have a dream of having a greenhouse.
Yeah.
And we moved to the cottage, and I think it's important then, this is kind of life lessons, I guess, from one generation to another, because you just, tell us a little bit, you just moved into an apartment.
I'm literally thinking that. I just moved into an apartment here in Oklahoma City. So we've been talking about this a lot, even with Amazon, ordering things for my new space and what do I need, what do I not need.
Yeah, what do you not need?
And being intentional with those choices.
Yeah, and I think it can be something as grand as a piece of property or a greenhouse, which you guys know I've shared with you that I decided based on a lot of things here at the cottage. And the fact that, again, I can mooch off of a friend who has a greenhouse. I don't really need a greenhouse. I can get by without one. It would be beautiful if I were 40 years younger. I might, I might want one. But I decided that I can still live my dream of a life without one. So I decided, in other words, there have been a number of decision points where I have decided less is more.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily need that. To live my bigger life, I need less. And so that's basically, I think, the first threshold in my consumption philosophy, and I think yours too.
Yeah.
Number one, ask yourself the question, do I really need it?
Yep.
Now, there's an exception to every rule, and if it's a plant, do I really need it for my garden? Then, well, yeah, maybe. So there's exceptions to every rule.
Well, and I think it goes back to being intentional. Like, you decided with the backyard that the greenhouse wasn't the best use of the space, that you wanted more living area space. And so in being sustainable, we're being more intentional with our choices. Because not only is it the greenhouse, but it's all the packaging that comes with that. All the things that, you know, all the trash and recycling that we talked about earlier this week too.
All of the residual things that, now you can, there's probably a sustainable way to build it, but a lot of it is how not only how much stuff would it consume, but how much of my time would it consume, time that maybe now I want to dedicate to something else. And because when I was looking at the pros and cons of it, what I really wanted, and we're going to talk about this a lot on Sunday, is ultimately what the backyard is going to look like. And I had my vision, and a greenhouse didn't necessarily fit into that vision. I tried to push it. I tried to fit a square peg into a round hole, and it just wouldn't go, Yeah. And sometimes you just need to come to a point of acceptance. So first of all, the first threshold is, do I really need it? The second thing we decided, do you remember what it was?
Was it thrifting?
Not yet, even before that. Can we get it for free?
Yeah.
Then the other thing, talk about this a little bit, Leah, because I've done most of the talking about, I was one of 10 kids, and we used lots of hand-me-downs and things, and there's nothing wrong with hand-me-downs. So talk a little bit as a person that's just moved into a new apartment about getting things for free or gifted from others.
Love it. I've gotten things from you. I've purchased and been given furniture from friends. One of the best ways to be sustainable is, to pass things along to other people who might need it more than you, which everyone has been so generous. And my home is filled with things that I can say, Linda gave me that, Ben gave me that, so-and-so gave me that. And it makes everything way more special. And reusing items. I'll cut clothes when I don't like the way they fit anymore. We talked about that while thrifting, to make them reusable. So I'm all about that.
And keepsakes and things that you get from others as hand-me-downs. It doesn't mean you can't put your own signature style on it.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. So the other thing I think that we talked about is, okay, you can get it for free. And I would include things like, I've gotten so many plant starts for my garden, things of that nature. You can, I know when we moved from the big house into this smaller one, I was giving away so much, so much stuff. And Stuart, you were in on some of that. Yeah, your daughter Julia, I think, got some stuff. Yeah, got some stuff. Because if you're not using it, it's just like even a plant, if it's in the wrong place, is a weed. Okay, even something that may be beautiful, if you don't need it in your home, it's just an impediment to living a bigger life. And so you kind of get rid of it and give it to somebody who can really use it and who can, I don't know, optimize its value, I guess. And then beyond that, we talk, and this is where you and I really connected, was in thrifting. So talk about that.
I love thrifting, like we've done for clothes. I've been thrifting this week for a shelf for my bathroom. Almost bought one online, but I was like, this is something that would be cuter if I thrifted it. It'll have more wear and tear and it'll go with the space better. Yeah, character, yeah. So I'm all about thrifting. I feel like I'm better at thrifting clothes than I feel like you're good at thrifting items. So we may have to go on a little trip and thrift some.
And I think it's also about, I like things with patina. I like things that have been previously loved. So how much of is any of your outfit thrifted?
Yeah, well, this is thrifted by my friend who's a vintage seller. So she found it for me. And yeah, this shirt I think I've just had forever. A lot of them I've just had forever and used and reused, but this vest is thrifted, yes.
Yeah, and I think I think that it's just special, and you can, and again, it doesn't mean you sacrifice style or you sacrifice panache for, when you are thrifting, because on the contrary, I think you find one-of-a-kind pieces that you can't find if you...
There's more.
If you're constantly, not that I'm bashing it, but if you're constantly buying, all of your things at Nordstrom Rack, which I do, or at Target or whatever, you can find really, really unique things.
Yeah. And back to sustainability, that is, today I was shopping on Depop and there's all these pieces. I was looking on Amazon and then I was finding pieces like them on Depop.
Okay, what is Depop?
Depop is a site, it's like Poshmark. People sell and resell, but Depop has more vintage pieces. And so, yeah, they're pieces that you could never find anywhere. And just looking at the amount of clothes that are at Forever 21 or at the mall compared to the one piece that you can find at a thrift store or online, it's so much more special to find something special.
And so many things just end up in the trash, or they end up in the dark recesses of our closets, never to be worn again. And if I can't wear them, then I want somebody else to be able to wear them.
Pass them on, Linda.
I've already passed along some things. I'm good about passing along stuff.
More to come.
But that said, I have some things that I've worn, since I was in my early 20s.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, and that, and then what was once popular comes back again.
It does.
So
it's all coming back.
So that makes you also kind of au courant and on trend when the cycle comes full circle. So then this is a long-winded way. I acknowledge that. To talk about the fact that there are certain things, however, that you cannot find thrifted, or you're looking for something that has exact dimensions, or has an exact aesthetic.
Or you're looking for so long and you need it.
And you need it.
That's where I'm at with some things for my apartment. I've been looking, been waiting.
Right.
But I'm at the point where I'm like, I just need to buy that.
And how often have we gone out and you shop for something, and by the way, this is not a commercial for Amazon or any online, but it applies to just online shopping in general. You go to a store, and how many times do you end up with 5 things to the one thing you needed? And you end up, and the ratio is not good. You end up with a lot of stuff that you don't necessarily need. Whereas I feel if I'm online and I am really looking for something, so I am specifically looking for a product I just found, something that will take the etch marks out of honed marble. Things like that. Okay, if I'm looking for a very, very specific product like that, I don't even know where to look. And I don't particularly want to go to a mega box store to find something like that, that I can be targeted looking online. A lot of times that includes Amazon, for very specific solutions to problems, because that's how I kind of think how I'm solving or how I'm spending my money these days. My disposable income is on problem solution, or something that is just inherently beautiful, or that fits in a certain space in the cottage. Again, I am not being judgmental about anything. But I'm also not saying, no, I'm an absolutist. Do not shop from Amazon. Do not shop from Wayfair. Do not shop. No, I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that we go through, first of all, just due diligence
Yep.
of what we need and what we really don't need, which, by the way, will change depending on how old you are, you know, and whether or not you have kids. So we're going to be showing some things because it is Amazon Prime Day, and quite accidentally, I have just found some great things on Amazon Prime that I was just blown away by. And some of you guys know, including plants. Oh my goodness. But some
Amazing.
other things. So you've also found some things.
I was
as
going
you-
to say, even my nightstand, that is a good example of something that I've been looking out for a perfect nightstand. I knew in my head exactly what I wanted, and I've been waiting and just couldn't find it. And I finally bit the bullet and bought it on Amazon
Yeah.
and got exactly what I pictured and spent a little more than I wanted to.
Right.
But I love it, and I will keep it for the rest of my life.
Rest
Like,
of
I
your
have
life.
no doubt that
Yeah,
it will
'cause
go
it's-
with me wherever I go.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The other thing is let's face it, some of the stuff you find when you go thrifting is of a vintage or an aesthetic that I really like, that's a little more traditional.
Yep.
Not a lot of the younger West Elm
Yeah.
anthropology kind of aesthetic that
Yeah.
appeals more to people your age. And then the other thing I think that at least quelled some of my reservations about shopping online is that it doesn't let out small business owners. A lot of the things that you buy online are provided by small business owners, because even Etsy got out. Who did it? Did Etsy get bought out by Amazon?
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but you can
Yeah.
even find you can find things through Etsy.
There's
but
Amazon Homemade now too.
yeah, there's all sorts of places that it's a platform for small businesses that are trying to navigate e-commerce
Yeah.
in the digital age.
It's so true.
It's how they also have to morph to those of us that don't want to get out so much
Yeah.
and don't want to drive so much.
Yeah.
And during COVID, I think that also taught us a lot about it's just about being smarter.
Yeah.
Just about being smarter.
More intentional. Yeah.
Yes, more intentional. And again, we're not saying that in a kind of nanny way, but in a very practical way
Yeah.
of looking through the lens of how much do I need? And sometimes I get as much satisfaction out of coming up with the option of, oh, you don't need that at all. You don't need that at all. You are just perfectly fine. And sometimes that's every bit as satisfying. So that was kind of a long-winded explanation of my philosophy on consumption.
Yeah.
That when I started talking with Leah, that she shared, because it's kind of a value set. So we're going to be sharing some of my tried and true things that I've had
Yes.
forever that I've shared
that
with
you
you
will
guys.
have forever too.
That you will be excited to know are going to be on Amazon Prime.
sale, yeah.
Yeah, and I only share things that I either have tried myself that I really legitimately love, or I think that they are worth what you spend on them.
Yeah, that are sitting in this house right now.
Yeah, that are sitting in this house right now. Should we give a tease? Leah found out that those little metal side campaign coffee tables.
That you have how many of?
I don't know. I have at least 4. I know.
That's more than I would have guessed.
They're gonna be on sale.
Yeah, yes, that they're on sale on Amazon
Yes.
Prime. So if you wanted more than one, but they're great. They're flexible.
one
They're
store.
multi-purpose.
I actually like them a lot too.
They are so cute.
And then, yeah, they're more of maybe
Scatter them throughout your house.
scatter them throughout, and they're kind of an English.
They are.
They have kind of an old English vibe, which is kind of my vibe. But so check them out. There will be things that speak to my aesthetic, that speak to a younger aesthetic, because I've been looking at a lot of stuff for my kiddos who just bought a new house. But perhaps more importantly, things that solve problems. And when I can find something, particularly technical things that can solve problems, I am all over it. And I am all over talking about this right now. So thank you guys for hanging in there with us. I hope you find this valuable. Please check out some of the things that you can find on Amazon Prime Day, which is July 11th and 12th. And we will see you later. Well, I don't know about you, but I am absolutely shocked and awed by how amazing these look. Telling the difference between the real candlelight and the faux candlelight is almost impossible. The ease, they just came on, didn't they, Stuart?
Yeah.
Now, it did have to get pretty dusky. It
Yeah.
really had to get pretty dark before they illuminated, but I didn't have to come out and turn them on. I didn't have to do anything. So just imagine how nice that will be in the autumn and in the winter when it's cold out. I don't have to come out and turn them on. They automatically will just start twinkling.
You look like you're surrounded by fire right now because of all the movement of the light.
and it just seems magical the way they just come on.
Yeah.
And hopefully, like I say, you don't have to deal with a remote. You don't have to deal with batteries. You don't have to turn them on. It's just like magic. They just illuminate the night sky. And how fun is this for passersby or joggers in the morning? How fun it is for me to just look out my window and see my walkway illuminated.
That's true too, right? Yeah.
So I don't know about you, but I am absolutely smitten with these. We'll see how they perform in the long run. The link is below, but if you are as enamored as I am, well, just tell me what you think. Well, as I told you, one of the reasons I wanted to move to the cottage was because of all of the wonderful places that I could walk to that were in close proximity to me. All sorts of restaurants and bars and bookstores. And this one is new to me, the Literary Press. It is attached to the Holy Rollers coffee shop. And as I said, it's new to me and it's absolutely charming. I love it. It's got all sorts of different categories of material, but things that really interest me. So I don't know, it's kind of like it's already curated things that are topics of my interest. So I highly recommend for Shop Local Saturday or Shop Local Weekend, or just if you are in the Paseo area, you need to pop in here because it's got such unique things. I've already got 2 things up there that I'm going to be buying on the counter. But like as soon as I walked in, I saw all of these books related to kind of gardening and cooking right up my alley. Stuart loved this one because of the cover of it. The graphic design of that is just really incredible. But here's something that I also I'm just so captivated by. I think it is just infinitely interesting and so Oklahoma and so novel. Talk about creativity. These are Oklahoma soil studies. It's a series that is representative of Oklahoma soil deposits from all around the state. And look at these wonderful pigments. I think this is just fascinating. So someone like myself who is interested in just the color of terracotta, you can get these prints here. These are by Ruth Loveland. And I just think as a series, they're incredible. And I'm thinking one of these would look just really wonderful on my gallery wall. A series of them. I mean, and they're really not terribly expensive. The small ones are $50. These are $125. That is something that would just be really up my husband's
Yeah, he would love that.
oh yeah, really up his alley. Here's a book recommendation, by the way, you guys. Lincoln in the Bardo. It may be one of the stranger books you will ever read, but boy, is it captivating, and you will be thinking about it for a long, long time after you read it. It references Lincoln's practice after his son died while he was in the White House. He would go and sit with his son's body in the Bardo, and it's really fascinating and just creative beyond measure. Now let's look at some other things, type of products that they've got here, because it's not exclusively just books, it's just other kind of hip products and things. So I'm already kind of putting together some stocking stuffer ideas. These are just great.
All you have to get for Julia.
Or some of these socks? Okay, so there you go. You can put that on the list. You saw some really fun jewelry and things, but there are prints here. There are, like, I've already found so many books that I want to have on my reading list. Sadly, I can get overwhelmed by having too many books to read, but I did select one. This area, philosophy, politics, sociology, and spiritualism, really spoke to me, and there were a number of New York Times bestseller books in here that I am fascinated with. But there's other things. There's really interesting children's books. So thank you for opening this charming little bookstore attached to Holy Roller. Stuart, you may want to get up a little bit closer because she's not mic'd up. So I'm Linda.
Hi, nice to meet you. Linda.
Nice to meet you. You're Chloe? Well, this is so charming. I can't believe I didn't know it was here. It's kind of tucked.
Yeah, we're a hidden gem. I feel like a lot of people don't know we're here, and then they wander in trying to get coffee, and they find a new book that they were looking for.
Well, and I always thought the entirety of this was Holy Rollers, which is a coffee shop, and they sell pastries and things. But you said 6 years ago?
6 years ago, maybe 7 now, Charles Martin is the owner. He opened up this place. It actually started as a publisher, and then opened up the bookstore, the brick and mortar as well.
Okay, so this used to be a dining area attached to Holy Rollers, and then during the pandemic, it kind of went through a transition.
We started out as like one little shelf in this back room, and it's just kept growing. And
Kept growing.
It's good.
Yeah, no, it's really great, and they have fascinating, these kind of things. Just yes, thank you. These kind of things just are so compelling to me. All of these little notebooks and writing accoutrement, I think, is really, really fun. And these are the type of things that I love to get for stocking stuffers. And then this whole area, what were you telling me about this area?
So that's mainly where we keep the fiction. Most of our nonfiction
Okay.
is the middle section. So we've got like horror, fantasy, just your traditional literary fiction, as well as my favorite shelf, which is stories that resist classification, which started out as we couldn't figure out where we were going to shelve a certain book. So we just made a whole shelf for those types of books.
I love that.
That's cool.
And the other thing is I love the small bookshop kind of appointments you've got here, like a summer reading prompt jar where you pull something out and let's try this out and see what comes up. So if you're trying to decide on what to read but you're not sure, let's see, this would prompt me to a book set in the summer. So that's fun. And if I can't come up with something myself, you guys can make a recommendation. Okay, one other thing I want to point out before I check out, these caught my eye. You guys will know why. Are these not absolutely gorgeous journals? Look at these. Is that not spectacular? These are made by, is she a local artist? Sarah Day Short? Oh my goodness. These are just beautiful. And wouldn't one of these just be a brilliant, almost work of art sitting out in my parlor? My problem is, though, I can't decide which one I want. I can't decide which cover speaks to me. What do you think? Help me decide.
No, you were originally leaning towards this one.
So maybe I need to go with my instinct. Okay, I'm going to get this one, and I'm going to get a book called High Conflict, Why We Get Trapped and How We Get Out. Definitely a timely read written by a New York Times bestselling writer. So this will come up probably on my bedside book table in a coming segment. So there you go. Well, I think put these on my tab. Thanks, guys. You want to check this out. It's absolutely darling. It's in the Paseo and happily within walking distance of my house. We just shot actually a little video in there so that we can put that up for Weekend of Local. Hey guys, hey! Hi! This is so fun. Thank you for hosting us today. So I am here with Leah at one of my favorite, if not my favorite, women's clothing boutiques, women's accessories boutiques in the Paseo area of Oklahoma City, and happily within walking distance of my house. So what's the address here so people can find it?
It's 3014 Paseo.
3014 Paseo. So if you guys are coming in from out of town, you always ask me what places to come to shop, and definitely you want to make this a destination because they have so many fun things. I don't know which you will like more, the accessories or the clothing or the gals who will help you find your style. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, good to see you.
Yeah, come on over here and visit with us. So, okay, so I just picked these up and kind of borrowed these. Aren't these cute? So you guys just have so many fun, stylish things at really every price point, which is just great.
That's what we really aim to do. We have things from, the sunglasses here are $24 because it's just kind of a fun accessory. And sometimes you don't want to be serious about everything you buy. You know, you want to have some things that you can kind of play with and try as a different look and a different style.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I think it is. That's a great word for this place. It's very playful because so many of us are into accessories, and I wear my clothing for years and years in a way that you can kind of restyle them or reinvent them as just with accessories. I'm a hat gal, so you guys have great hats.
Definitely love hats around here.
I have bought some of those in the past, but it's just eye candy. It's eye candy everywhere you look.
Thank you.
So tell me about how long you've been here.
Okay.
What kind of the vibe, the generation you are trying to target?
Okay. Well, my background too is I've been in retail for about 30 years. I almost hate to put that number out there, but I've worked for a lot of different boutiques. So I've had exposure to all different price points and all different styling of clothes here in Oklahoma City. And so when I first got this business going, I actually started it as a mobile business in an Airstream. And went around town and did festivals and dropped at girls' homes and did big parties that way. And then I have a friend that has a beautiful shoe store down here, and she invited me in, and I had a little space in there and sold clothing in there and put the Airstream away. And then a spot opened up and down the street. So I've actually been in Paseo almost 10 years.
Oh my gosh.
So quite a while, but I've been in this location it'll be 3 years in August.
Okay, so introduce yourself.
I'm Eden Turrentine, and this is my store, Eden.
Okay, and this is
Natalie. So I work here with Eden.
okay. She's kind of been working with Leah, so we've got kind of our generation right here and your generation right there. But the thing that I like about it is your stuff. Really, Stuart, if you kind of do a pan, it just I think it doesn't matter whether you are 20
Exactly.
or you are 65 or whatever. I think the clothing range that you have appeals to everyone, even if your style is bohemian or if it's a little bit more traditional and classic like mine or youthful. I just think that's really, really fun. And it's a great place to shop for gifts and things. So again, if you're coming from out of town and you want to pick up some things, and I'm also trying to primarily encourage myself to start thinking about Christmas already, and because there's great sales going on.
There are
different places right now, so you can pick up some things at a good price point. And Leah and we always say we're huge thrifters, but after thrifting, we encourage people to shop local, and then after that, go online if you can't find what you want. But this is it's so fun. So a little bit of my history. Stuart, feel free to kind of pan around and show some really fun things like that ensemble right there. But the first time I came in, you really made me brave. And you may not realize this, but I came in and you had some of those black pleather pants on, ankle length. And I thought, she looks so cute in those. And they're kind of more of a neutral staple. And I thought, well, maybe I can get by with that. I have worn the heck.
It's funny you say that. That's like our #1 pant, and it is kind of a reach for people. And I think that's one of the special things about shopping here is most of the people that work here have a styling flair, and they're not just going to clerk you. They're going to show you how to wear it for your age group and how many ways you can wear it. So basically, in a lot of ways, justify the value behind what you're getting.
Yeah,
too.
right. And I think those black pants you were showing me how to wear them with. Leah's dancing over there. She's got you got fun music going. But I mean, you showed me how to style it with tennis shoes and dress it down with a sweatshirt, but I have worn it for speaking engagements. I just shot a commercial and had those pants on. So it's just really it's really fun. And so I think for me, that's kind of what I'm looking for more today, are those kind of really staple pieces that I can zhuzh up in my own way, that maybe can transition from one season to the next. And then you might just give us some styling cues, or you might, even say, oh, this might look cute on you, and help us, I guess, rethink ourselves and reinvent ourselves and get outside of our comfort zone. So you want to play?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, this is what I mean by really cute stuff. And Leah, this would be your job description.
This is my job title right there.
Yeah. Okay, that is so cute. That is really cute.
I love it.
Okay, let's look some more. And now for what I'm reading this week, and can I just interject right here that it was bad enough when I just had Stuart making fun of me, and now I have Leah making fun of me as well. So I have suffered no end of abuse while I've been sitting on this little couch for the last 5 minutes. You guys feel sorry for me yet? Okay, with this segment, I want to make sure that you guys share this video today, maybe more so than any other ones, because I have gotten such good book recommendations with the comments that you add below as to what you are reading. So share it with others so they then will share what they are reading, because I really want to put together a comprehensive reading list. I know right now we're just doing summer beach reading, but ultimately I really like to go into the winter months with a huge reading list and a great recommended inventory of books. So please make sure to share this video with other people that you know that are avid readers or just avid gardeners. Okay, so here's what's on my bedside table right now. When I was out during the walking life, I went by a local bookstore. This is a new one that we talked about, I think, in today's episode. And this one is called High Conflict. I bought it at Literary Press, a darling bookstore in the Paseo, and I have not been disappointed. As you guys know, I think so many of us are concerned about the extreme polarization right now, not only in the United States, but around the world. And this addresses that, and how all of us on one side of the continuum or the other side of the continuum can really, I think, do what we can to moderate and to temper our immediate responses to things, so that we act in a kinder way and in a less visceral, emotional, sometimes not very kind way. So this is a great book. It's got great tips. It is author of the New York Times bestselling The Smartest Kids in the World. It is written by Amanda Ripley, and let me tell you, it is great. I highly recommend it. Now, because I always have to balance out my serious reading with something that's kind of fun, I am revisiting a book that I have had on my shelf forever. I think you know that one of my favorite gardeners in the world is Helen Dillon. She is a Dublin gardener. I have visited her garden in Dublin on multiple occasions. She's a gal after my own heart, because she sold that very famous garden and she has started another one. I believe she's in her 80s right now. And it is just a wonderful down-to-earth book where people are asking her questions. I think she wrote for a while, she wrote a column in a Dublin newspaper, and it's divided up by month, and it is just so fun. She is so witty, she is so personable, and I can tell you that in real life she is every bit as charming and delightful as she is in print. So I highly recommend any of Helen Dillon's books. They're oldies but goodies. This one is called On Gardening, and can I even say that after I visited her garden, we spent so much time visiting that I lost my driver, and she eventually gave me a ride back to my hotel. Yes, was I starstruck? Absolutely, and she was just adorable. So there you go. That is what is on my bedside table and my reading list for this week. Please comment below. We are amassing, Leah, you are helping me amass a really great recommended reading list that we will share. And that reminds me to tell you again, please share this with others that are avid readers so that they can join in on our little literary, that's hard to say, our little literary community here on Signature Style Saturday.
All right.
How cute!
We love it.
I absolutely love it, and I love the fact that these are so comfortable.
They are so
They're
comfortable.
so lightweight and
Yeah.
so flowy and easy and fun, and they just make you smile.
They do.
We
I love
love-
that. They do make
yeah.
me smile. I also love the fact that they are cool, but they still kind of, if you're trying to protect your skin, they still protect your legs, unlike shorts, which are also cool.
This literally looks like an outfit you would wear every
It does
day.
look like an outfit I would wear, and
Yes.
vice versa.
I love these.
Okay, so take it away. What
Yeah.
was your inspiration? We gave no input on this, by
No.
the way.
Absolutely. So for Leah, we obviously wanted a bodysuit because that's
Yes.
really in for your age and
Love,
demographic.
yes.
Paired with these fun pants because they're going to elongate so nicely.
Yes.
And then that bow gives you that cinch waist.
Love.
Paired with some super fun hoops, especially with the 3 different hoops. It's all in one. And a pop of color in your sunglasses.
We love a pop of color.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
My
Okay, now I
catchphrase.
didn't really get to see your earrings very well.
That's such a
Okay.
trend, that triple
Yeah.
hoop style. That's
Yeah,
all
that's
in
really
one.
cute.
Yes.
And
I
the
love
fact that
these.
she's got her little homage to turquoise there.
Yeah.
All right, Linda, swap places with her and do
Which
the
is
same thing.
very, very fun. Okay, take it away.
Linda, we went a little different route. We went with a gauzy type blouse. It has a little bit more body to it. It's a little bit more of a loose fit and flowy. And she did the thing we all love, the little front tuck, where you let it kind of flow in the back, and it just has kind of an unfinished but very casual look, and like
Right.
you didn't try too hard,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
'Cause that's kind of what we all want to look like when we walk out the door. And then, of course, with her darling short hair, we popped it with a really fun earring, a great straw bag. And both of these looks would go so well with a variety of shoes. I mean, I can see like a straw platform with
Oh,
these.
yeah.
I can see, I mean, if you're tall enough or you want to hem them, you could do them with a little flat sandal too. But I think something about a chunky platform would really set these off.
Yeah,
It would really
I think
show
so
off
too.
The movement in the pant.
Yeah, I think so too.
But it's it's the same pant. It's a great pant, a favorite print of mine, by the way, because I think it has a lot of sophistication. And it can go playful and it can go more sophisticated, both
Yeah.
directions.
And it's got a retro vibe. It's very kind of 70s,
Yes,
which is
so
so
big,
popular,
yes.
popular right now. Yeah, I feel,
Yeah.
except for I have blonde hair, but I feel very Megan in Mad Men.
Yeah.
You know, in Mad Men, I think it's fun. I also, like I say, I love the fact that it's got pockets. The other thing where you guys are so good is, like, you noticed when I came in that I had great big earrings on. So when they were putting my style
Yeah.
together, you went with great big earrings for me, and you went with smaller earrings, more demure earrings for Leah. So I think this is just, these are so cute.
I know,
Now,
we love
we
them.
would be remiss if we didn't talk about this style appointment.
Yes, one of my favorite parts of these pants is there's a seam down the front, which first of all is nice and elongating, but there is a seam across the leg, and then they've gently tucked them. And that gives them just a little bit of a puff or a poof effect that kind of is a feminine look, I think, rather than just being a straight cut pant. Makes them a little bit more special, and it adds just a little bit of detail.
Now, let me ask you this, because there's kind of a rule of thumb that if you're wearing white on the bottom, that you wear a little bit more, a little slimmer on the top. Is that a hard and fast rule, or could
It
I
really
wear
isn't.
something?
I mean, I would do both with those pants. I mean, completely, don't you think?
Because I think I told you that I just bought a white blazer,
Uh-huh.
and I'm wondering if the white blazer would
think-
have too much bulk with this.
I don't think it would, as
Love
long as
flowy.
you did. If you were leaving the blazer on all day, you could wear a much more fitted top.
Right.
to take away that
Yeah.
bulk, obviously, so the blazer lays really smooth.
And
Yeah.
I would wear this like to a casual wedding.
Yeah.
I think you could
Definitely
too.
to a garden party, a high-end picnic. This would be great for traveling because it really wouldn't wrinkle too badly. So, okay, I think, ladies, we have a wiener. Okay, so shall we put on our
next look.
outfit number 2?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Blue or lavender?
Cute.
Cute. So what I learned this week is, or what I've really been thinking about, is the importance of sharing your stories with others so they then will share their stories with you, because I think that's what makes us form connections. It is what makes us feel as if we are a part of a bigger thing, this wonder that is humanity, and it lets us all feel a little bit less alone. And I've in a number of different forums, I've been talking about what the Surgeon General calls a real health epidemic right now, and that is this just epidemic of loneliness. And I think by sharing with one another, sharing our stories, sharing our struggles, sharing our ideas, I have gotten so much inspiration from all of you. I think you have seen how I incorporate a lot of your ideas and recommendations into my own world. They have enhanced my quality of life. And I think if we can share with one another in a not a know-it-all kind of way, but from a spirit of helpfulness, in a spirit of serving one another, of how we can share important information. We can share a little bit of ourselves, and I think it's just a wonderful gift, this concept of sharing. It's how Stuart and I became friends, because we just shared, and then you find out what you have in common. So with that sharing, I guess, as a theme, make sure to share some comments below. Share maybe where a friendship was formed because you did just that. I just think it's something I'm a little bit obsessed with right now. So feel free to share this video with others so they in turn can share it with someone else who might be a little bit lonely. So that is my thought and my lesson learned for this week.
Cute.
Wow! Who would have thought we could get two such different looks with one pant? That's remarkable. So are these just like the black version?
They're just like the black version. They are a summer version, and we even have them in white, ladies.
Oh my
we
gosh.
thought we'd ease into
Yeah.
it in the acne color.
Yeah,
Because
I
they
think
are
so.
would be a
tight,
lot.
they're fitted, they're faux leather, and they're, as you can see, they're raw cut, and they've got a little flare at the bottom, so it makes it easy with shoes, no hemming.
Yes.
And it shows off your ankle,
there's
which
the
is so
flare.
flattering.
Yeah. And I have worn my other version of this with both heels, with tennis shoes, with
Absolutely.
flats, with booties. And now,
Almost year round too, except for maybe the very hottest months of the summer.
Yeah.
I think you can wear them.
Right,
Because they
right.
do breathe.
yes, because I was going to say, these might be a little steamy right now
Yes,
when it's
yes.
106.
I'd say July, August, September might be a little hot, but the rest of the year you can wear 'em.
Well, a great transition
them.
piece, and definitely in the spring. And I love the way that you've done it in a more sophisticated style. So talk to me a little bit about how you selected this ensemble.
Well, the print, I love the print in that blouse. I think that blouse has such a sophisticated edge. And I like that it has a little bit of blue, brown, and it picks up the khaki too. Because obviously that blouse, you could put it back with black. So you could get a lot of mileage out of that. But it kind of softens the look of the pant, because the pant kind of has a little bit of a rock star look.
Right.
So it kind of softens that edge and gives it a polished look. And of course the white blazer, which everyone needs a white blazer. Again, you can do so much from
I
denim
just,
to
I
dressed up
think
to
I
a
told you that I
dress.
just bought one, and what I love about this is when I go out in the evening and I'm in air conditioning, I am freezing.
I agree with
I
you.
am freezing. And this is also very lightweight, and I like the fact that you can just kind of push it up, and I think it would also be really cute over a t-shirt.
Oh, adorable.
And just really kind of fun. You could probably even tie it at the waist. I mean, there's just a myriad ways you could wear this. And then I actually have some sunglasses like this, so it's kind of
Kind of a
I
cute
think.
retro look. And we did the pearl earrings because pearls have made such a
Yeah,
comeback
they really
this
have.
year.
Yeah.
And I've always loved them, whether they're in or out. To me, they're always in, but I love that they're kind of having a moment again right now.
Yeah, kind of
And hoops and bold.
Yeah.
So-
Look at your pearls compared to
Yes.
mine.
Yeah, and I love having what I call signature touches, and one of my signature touches in the way I dress is big hoops. I
Yes.
love big hoops, and one of I think Leah's signature touches in how she dresses is she loves scarves.
Okay.
So
Yes.
I think it's important that you kind of speak your own language and things. Now let's talk practicalities. Undergarments.
Okay.
So like this one. Okay, I'm probably going to get all sorts of comments from you guys. Let's just put it out there.
Yeah.
The wardrobe patrol will be in full force, Leah.
True.
So talk to me a little bit. Obviously, I did not know what I was going to be putting on when I came in, so I didn't have the appropriate undergarments. But Natalie, you were saying what would be a good kind of bra to wear with this kind of shirt?
Yeah, absolutely. So you could do a classic strapless bra with it. There's also a strapless camisole, which kind of gives you a little bit more shape and support that people really like. So that could be a great option for you too, Linda.
Yeah. And in the summer, it might be a heat consideration too, so that's something that you might want to be mindful of. And then let's talk about panties. You were talking about wearing something that's seamless or a commando.
Yes, well, Commando does a
or-
great one, but they're called laser cut, where they really have an edge that's just so smooth, doesn't have a seam, doesn't have like a hemmed edge to it. So it's going to give you really the ultimate smooth look. And I will say these pants, they really mold to your body. Being this pleather, leather-like material, you're not going to be washing them all the time, okay? And you'll notice after you wear them 2 or 3 times, they kind of loosen up in all the right places, and they mold to you. So usually when someone first tries them on and they walk out and they're like, oh my word, I'm like, just give them an hour, getting in the car, in and out, and I promise you'll feel more comfortable in them because they'll kind of loosen up for you.
And I can tell you from experience, there is no easier outfit to slip on than a pair of pants like this, a great big sweater, some tennis shoes, a great big bag. I will say with one caveat, there is a downside to this.
Yes.
If you are dining out, I promise you, your napkin will always be on the floor
Yes.
because it slides
right.
right off. So just beware of that. So talk, Natalie, a little bit about Leah's outfit.
Absolutely. So obviously for the little bit younger demographic, we wanted to give you something a little bit more fitted, show off that body.
Yes.
But we also wanted to complement it with a chain link belt that really is going to give you that waistline, give you the accessory, and like Linda was saying, you're a signature scarf girl. So we had to throw in a little
Love
color
the scarf.
contrast.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is really going to take you wherever you're going. You know, the blazer can come on and off, and you've got the hoop earrings for a finished
Yes, I
look.
love these. I love yours compared to mine. The
Really,
difference, the
you're more
modern.
this type.
Well, I like both of them,
I
yeah.
think, and this is, again, what I was saying is so brilliant. When you come in here, let them help you get out of your comfort
Yes.
zone. Because these, Leah was saying earlier, these are pants she never would have selected. I would have never selected unless I saw them on you, Eden, when I came in earlier. The other thing is you typically wear really tiny
Yes,
earrings.
that's
And
true.
I think you need to break out of that a little bit.
I think I will. I think I will.
and kind of go
One of the best
a little bit
compliments
crazy.
we ever get is when someone comes in and says, you talked me into wearing this or that to an event or a party, and they go, everyone came up to me
Yeah.
and told me how great I
Yes.
looked. I mean, honestly, when someone gives us that kind of compliment, which is what you're alluding to, nothing makes us happier. I feel like we went the right direction.
You guys are great at what you do.
Yeah, very great at that.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I will point this out because, first of all, you always look through the lens of, do you really need something? And so when I came in, I said, I have a white blazer already. So would you kind of help me think through that and how I can wear it with different things? So my takeaway would be, as cute as this is, I probably won't be wearing this blazer because I've got one of my own, but you helped me come up with stylish ways that I could wear it outside of the box in ways I would not have thought of otherwise. So well done, ladies.
Yes,
Well,
thank you so
well
much.
done. I cannot thank you enough for this fun afternoon.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, way too hot to be out gardening. So go shopping, and by all means stop in Eden's boutique and visit with these ladies. Eden, Natalie, ask them for their advice because truly they are experts in their field. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to fall. Welcome to Signature Style Saturday, because we are finally gonna get our fall on. It is time to start decorating for fall. The temperatures have finally moderated, and I am ready to transition into a new season. How about you? What do you say, Stuart?
I'm down. Let's do it.
Well, maybe the happiest of my fall decorations is this beautiful chalk art display that my friend Charlie from across the street came over and did for me today. And she did such a good job. Stuart, can you notice all of the, she said, you know how pumpkins, a lot of times they have them staged up and down your steps? And so she couldn't wait to show me that she had drawn the pumpkins in that fashion, staged up. She nailed it. Her mama is an artist, and obviously she has some of her artistic temperament. But then she came up and she did all of this. Now Charlie is 7, almost 8, but she did all sorts of leaves and pumpkins. And her brother Jackson did a goalpost and a football and go Sooners. And anyhow, I think it is just the most charming way to decorate. So if you haven't already done so, you know, buy some chalk art or have the kids in your neighborhood bring over their own chalk art to decorate your entryway for fall. I think it is just a wonderful way to kick off the season. Well, if you are like me, you are so ready to bring out your fall wardrobe. I am done with shorts and bathing suits, and not that I was really ever into the bathing suit component, but I'm ready to get into boots and sweaters and jackets. And so, consequently, Stuart is too, I thought I would do an outfit of the day, partly because it's all about fall right now, but also because so many of you guys wanted to know about the trousers that I had on. Was it in, I guess it was in Wednesday's walkabout of last Wednesday. So let me start from top to bottom because I've actually got a number of things on that you guys have asked about. And whenever possible, and especially for my breeches, I have put a link in the description box below. Well, let me just start from top to bottom before I wax rhapsodic about my trousers. Okay, my sunglasses are Ray-Bans. And by the way, somebody asked me the other day where I got a pair of Ray-Bans that I had. And typically, I always, if I can find them, and particularly if they're one that's not available anymore, I go to eBay to look for my Ray-Bans. They're at a lower price point, they're reused and I'm pre-loved, and I just kind of like that. So that's just a tip if you like the expensive look of Ray-Bans, but they're a little bit beyond your price point. Check out eBay. My earrings, I think I got from Target, but I will see if I can find a similar pair. I love gold in the fall, and especially really statement hoops, which I'm already a huge fan of, but statement hoops for fall because I think they really capture the sunlight very, very nicely. Okay, my top is just a Gap sleeveless denim top that I got thrifted. You can probably find one just by Googling it almost anywhere, or better yet, check out your local thrift store. Okay, now to my pants. I don't think I've ever worn anything that had as many comments as these slacks did. These are wide leg, they're polyester. I don't wear a lot of polyester, but they're polyester slacks. They are eminently comfortable. They are not hot, so you can wear them in the summertime, even when it's blistering out. You can wear them in the wintertime. They definitely are an all-season wardrobe piece. In fact, I love them so much. I got one pair in kind of a creamy white, and subsequently I got 3 or 4 other colors. And I started getting them year before last, and so they're not brand new this season, but I just wear them on and off all through the year. And I don't think I can have enough pair of them. In fact, I think I'm getting ready to order another color.
Super comfortable.
They are very comfortable, and I think they're kind of slenderizing. So, and they make you look maybe taller than you really are. They have a Katharine Hepburn quality about them that I like, and they have pockets, something that I absolutely adore. You okay, Stuart?
Yeah.
Stuart, walking,
Stuart,
walking backwards. So if you guys want to order these, I did put a link in the description box below. They are not all equal online. All of them that I have are of the very same brand, and they are under $40. So they're very, very cost effective. You can just throw them in the washing machine and hang them up to dry. There really isn't anything not to love about them. And even though I've got on a sleeveless top with them right now, and they look cute with tank tops and things, they are equally as becoming when you wear them with a sweater or like one of my Lily silk blouses. I was looking back to the photos from my son's wedding, exactly almost, it'll be a year ago tomorrow. And I was looking back, and I wore the white ones for kind of a casual rehearsal dinner. So you can dress them up, you can dress them down, and because so many of you asked about them, I thought that I would show you where I got them in different ways to style them. Now, another pair of shoes that you guys have asked about a lot are just these kind of Birkenstock leather knockoffs. They are very, very comfortable. Yes, in my walking life, I can wear them walking in the neighborhood even pretty long distances. They've got a cork sole, and I will see if I can find a link to these. The brand is Esprit, but you could probably find different versions of them. But what I like about these is I think they look a little bit classier, and I think they really look good when they are paired with a leather belt. And this leather belt I got in a vintage store near Zion National Park. So pretty fancy schmancy with a beautiful gold buckle. I have worn it for years. Okay, so there you go. There is my beginning of fall outfit of the day. Stuart, why don't we take a break here and move on? Well, in addition to the chalk artistry, the other thing that really welcomes everyone to fall and to the cottage on the hill are all the flowers in the front cottage garden beds. The zinnias are still putting on a great show. I need to come out a little bit earlier tomorrow morning and cut a big bouquet. I'm starting the renovation, the deadheading, all of that of all of the blooming perennials, the blooming annuals, and getting ready to really autumnalize, or as I like to call it, pumpkinize, because to me that's a verb. So tomorrow we're going to be at Brick's Garden Exchange on 40th and Class, and I'm going to be selecting my pumpkins and some other things. But I was there yesterday taking, well, let's just say I was getting a little early glimpse at what they had, what their offerings are. And I'm going to show you some of them that I brought inside. But let's start out by going in the front door where I have hung, I think, a really fun wreath. Some of you may recognize this wreath. I got it a couple of years ago from Terrain, and I just love it. It is metal. It's got a really rustic quality to it. I can tuck things into it from the garden, or I can just leave it like it is. And I love the fact that it almost perfectly fills the round window, and it looks especially striking from the street. So I guess maybe that might be another question I have for you guys. Are you wreath people or not wreath people? And I tend to not have one up in the spring and fall, or spring and summer, but in the fall I'm all about them. So Stuart, let's go inside and see a few more fall decor touches. So just follow me on in. And you can see that there's a few touches of September blue in the throws that I have out in, in some candles, different things like that. But probably the most strikingly fall thing are these white pumpkins. And I'm so curious to know if, boy, I've got a lot of questions today, if you guys tend to fall into what has become recently very popular of the white pumpkin rage, or are you more traditional and you like the real bright, vibrant oranges, all of the warty pumpkins? We'll see all of them tomorrow, the fairy tales. Well, I kind of fall in both categories, and for outside, I tend to like the really vibrant colors, but inside, especially now that I've got a lighter, brighter decor with more marble, more blue and white, I'm really channeling these white pumpkins right now. So I just got an assemblage of different ones that I gave just a hint. I didn't coat them completely, but just a hint, just a whisper of clear gloss enamel on them to give them a little bit of sheen and capture the light and the candlelight when I have candles lit here on the island. But I love kind of the, I love the looks of the stems, and what I love about it, bricks, I think this is a very important thing. They really pay attention in their pumpkin selection to the stems. So you not only get the gorgeous orb of the squash itself, but then you also get a really, really beautiful stem that I think lends so much architecture and so much earthiness to the pumpkins themselves. So I have a lot of these baby ghost pumpkins here. And then just a couple, I didn't want to overdo it. In the past, I think my maximalist self would have wanted to stick all sorts of greenery and things like that in between the different gourds, the different pumpkins. But in this case, I really wanted the more minimalist vibe, the more minimalist drama of just these white pumpkins on these white horchow cake stands. Many, many years ago, my second mom gifted me a whole set of these. I think they've got like 5 different components. And it's a really fun way to elevate something that's ordinary and that's not necessarily edible, but just something that is decorative. And they really, I think, in their own way, speak to fall. So I love this kind of look. Another way that I like to use cake stands, and by the way, cake stands of any variety, whether they are metal, ceramic, wicker, they can be bone china, they can be porcelain, they can be almost anything. I think they are just so multifunctional, and there are just so many ways that you can use them around the house. A lot of times I'll get out a cake stand and I'll just put a beautiful bouquet on it, or a beautiful house plant or something along those lines, inside and out. And here's another example where I use the other 2 parts of that multi-tiered cake stand to decorate my house. So Stuart, if you want to kind of come over here, let me move this lamp. So when I was decorating these different shelves, I wanted this side to speak to that kind of white porcelain look. It's my white wall of china, kind of. And I had a couple of different pieces that when they were just laid flush on the shelf itself, they didn't quite have the drama that I was looking for. So I took the smallest level, or maybe next to the smallest level of this cake stand, and I set, can you see here what I've done? It almost looks like it's one piece, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is just another level of that cake stand, but it raises this porcelain platter and cover. It raises it up and gives it the height and kind of the dimension that I really like. Likewise, I did it with the very top tier of the cake stand set, and that's by elevating my white porcelain fruit in a white porcelain bowl. But here, the top level is actually a bowl. So to make it look as if it's all one piece, I turned it upside down.
Is there any stand in your entire existence that isn't meant for something else?
Nothing, because that's the beauty of cake stands, and that's why I always look for them at thrift stores. So on our next thrift store outing, it's definitely going to be on my list, because this looks great, I think, because it looks so homogeneous, and the white stands really speak to the white accessories that are sitting on top of them. I wouldn't get the same effect if this were wood or it were metal. It might be appropriate, but it may not be the effect that I was going for. So there's kind of like a little decorative tip, is think outside the box with your various cake stands. There are just so many things that you can do with them. I think that they're one of those kind of decor items that tend to look better when grouped in multiples. And this, like I say, this cake stand set from Horchow, which I have used in a million different ways, has just proven to be very ambidextrous in my house. And it is multifunctional, multi-purpose, and multi-beauty, creating in a lot of different places inside my kitchen. Here is my question of the day. I tend to think of fall as kind of a series of sub-seasons. So there's very early fall when it's still kind of hot out. And then there's mid-fall, kind of around Halloween and such. And then there's late fall, which is closer to Thanksgiving. So definitely right now we are in that very early fall, that prelude to fall, if you will. And I decorate a little bit differently for each one of those sub-seasons. So right now, my color for the month, it is September, and my color for the month is this kind of dusty, almost a French blue, because it reminds me of the beautiful skies in September. So I find that I kind of dress in it. I like to use it in little home decor touches, signature touches, if you will. And some of the things right now that are kind of on my radar in that regard, you guys know I love taper candles, and I just love the subtle beauty, the subtle nuanced gradation of these different tapers. I love tapers in general. Now I do have them lit. It is the middle of the day. Typically I don't like candles during the daytime, but I did want to show you just how beautiful these different colors are. There's actually 4 of them, and an even paler taper colored candle is someplace else. So it's just a fun way, especially if you live in a small home or a smaller home like I am now, to kind of zhuzh up your decor, switch it out a little bit in a way that's just not too expensive. So I switched out my candlesticks and I switched out the candles. So they've got this kind of ombre blue look. Now in the centerpiece, I brought out my beautiful oak bowl that was handmade for me from the remnants of my almost 100-year-old oak tree that was at my other house. And I think it looks beautiful with these kind of wooden candlesticks. And I believe I have the link to both of these, and I will put them below. But it's just an inexpensive way to kind of change your decor and give you a little jolt of joy. consider them little life luxuries, if you will. Now, some other things that I'm just wanting to switch up in an inexpensive way. My mom used to say that she could completely change her mood just by relocating where her coffee pot was in the kitchen. It would completely change the paradigm of her day and her zeitgeist. So these are just those little kind of subtle changes that give you a different orientation to the day-to-day routines we go through every 24 hours. So here are another couple of little luxuries for you. Another thing that you guys asked me about so much was what color of lipstick I had in the last video. Stuart, you must have just had me in the right light because so many people asked. Well, let me share with you. I am not one that spends a lot of money on lip color. I would rather have variety than an expensive few. And I really like Wet n Wild lipsticks because they're almost like samples. They're so inexpensive, you can just go to CVS or go anywhere and you don't feel guilty if they don't work out. So the color that I had on it was one of two. It was either Wet n Wild number 965, Cherry Pickings. Stuart thinks this is hysterical.
You don't know which one it was.
I'm not sure which one it was. It was one of these two, though. Or it was 9060 Wine Room. Is that what that says? I need to have my glasses on. So just check out the Wet n Wild colors. I think they're great. They're so inexpensive. I will put the link for those of you who may not have a location that's near you if you want to order them online. But you asked, so I am answering. Many of you asked, so I am answering. And that one of these was the lipstick. Kind of answering. So one of these was the lipstick that I had on. Okay, another subtle little change that I am wanting to make is, you guys know that I wear an Apple Watch religiously, and I love it because it helps me, well, it just does so many things. It helps me find my phone, it helps me count my steps, it tells me what the temperature is for so many reasons. And I have worn for a very, very long time this metal link watch band. I will put a link to it. You get that, a link to my link watch band. And I've had it for a very long time, but now I just want to switch it up a little bit for this season. So for all of $16, I ordered a new tortoise shell watch band. And I don't know, to me, anything tortoise that speaks of tortoise kind of reminds me of fall. So I got this new link watch band to break out for the season. I'm gonna have to take out lots of links because I have really tiny wrists and that's always an issue. But once I get those links taken out, it is just a subtle little luxury that will help me feel like I am bringing in the fall season. Something else that I found, and isn't it interesting how we come across something and then all of a sudden we see it everywhere? Well, I'm already starting to think about Christmas gifts for both of my kids, but I have also been looking at something that might be an icebreaker when I'm going to have a party, a girls' gathering, if you will, with lots of my new gal pals in the neighborhood, but that I don't know very well, and obviously some of my girlfriends that I've had forever. And I saw this in one place, and then all of a sudden I was seeing it everywhere. So indeed, Big Brother may be watching me. But it's called A Game of Stories. Now, I am not a game player. And I never have been. Maybe I just have trouble sitting for that long to play Monopoly or Clue or anything like that. But this is an ice-breaking game, A Game of Stories. It's by someone named Esther Perel. And it's just a place where you select a card and a question arises, and then everybody just shares their respective answers. And it's got thought-provoking things that I think will open doors into the personalities of new friends, but also make everyone share a little bit of vulnerabilities, which is another good way to get to know each other. So like one of the questions on this card is my most irrational fear. A text message I fantasize sending. the worst date I've ever been on. And there are just a lot of different ones of these. And I know that this is not only something that will be a good icebreaker for when I have my cocktail party or my whatever it is, my entertaining gala for my new gal pals. But this is something my kids will love, especially Jamie and Taylor. This is just right up their alley. So I'm also putting this on their Christmas gift list. And I love the fact that it coordinates. It coordinates with my table. So I will put the link below. It's a great Christmas gift idea. It would make a great hostess gift, I think, if you're going to go stay with someone over the holidays or whatever. And it's just one of those little life luxuries that I think is a fun thing to have on hand, especially if you're in kind of an uncomfortable situation with a gathering of others and you're just really not knowing what direction it should go. So this would be a great icebreaker. So there you go. Now let's move on to a little bit more specifically autumnal fall decor. Well, if I find a problem solver, I always want to share it with you. And this has been a persistent problem that I've had for years because Hubs likes to eat in his dad chair. And sometimes that can be kind of messy and he will get the arms of the chair filthy. And there's only so much I can do to cover them. But I found this wonderful little tension wood tray. So it's got these just tension holders and the tension is pretty strong, you guys. Yeah. And you just set it over the arm of the chair or the couch or whatever it is. It stays in place, it doesn't move, and it not only serves as a little table, a little tray for Hubs, but it also protects the arm of the chair. And I like this one because it matches the other blonde wood things that I've got in the house. It was not expensive, but I'm also going to get one. This is his kitchen dad chair, and he's got a leather dad chair in the great room, and I anticipate that there will probably be another option and maybe a different wood color for his dad chair in the great room. So there's just an inexpensive solution to a problem that I and Hubs have had for years. Now, as I told you, I have all sorts of different kinds of cake stands, and where I store them is in this cabinet right behind my bar stools. And I've got all different kinds in here, most of which I inherited from my mom, but some of which I found thrifting. So I've got some glass ones. You can see it's got a square top to it. I've got some that are green, some that are metal, some that are wooden. And then another thing that I look for at thrift stores are any kinds of domes of any size or shape that would go over whatever confection that I have on the cake stand. And I love little mini cake stands as well. So this is where I keep them. You can see I haven't even really finished organizing this cabinet. I need to put down my shelf paper, and I will. It's one of those things I haven't gotten to. But it really helps, I think, to use what you have in novel ways. It helps reduce the amount of money that we spend on decorative items, and it is using something that might have sentimental value to you. Well, before I share with you today what I am reading and what I have learned this week, let me share with you some early fall touches that I've got in this little area right around the settee in the parlor. I don't have a lot of dahlias in my garden, but I have a few, and when I cut those few, I really want to showcase them beautifully. So I've got some lavender pink ones here in just a plain glass vase that, yes, I got when I was thrifting. I have these glass cylinder vases in all different shapes, or I guess not different shapes, but all different heights. And then I also have in there a glass flower frog, and we'll make sure to get a close-up for you so you can see that. And what that does is it just gives this kind of Japanesque, kind of minimalist quality to what are just a few blooms in my garden, but I think beautiful, and showcase them every bit as well as if I had a whole, say, a pitcher center filled with them. So I love that touch. Another thing that I am starting to look for, and this is what I am thinking about this week and what I have learned this week, and that is every time I go on a walk now as part of the walking life, I really need to make sure that I have a backpack with me, or I have, what are those things? Fanny pack with me, or something that I can put my foraged finds in, because right now is when there is just so much treasure on the sidewalk. So for example, I found some little crab apples, most of which were squished by passersby, but I selected some that still had good integrity to them. And I think this is a wonderful, someone was asking me, Linda, how do you decorate if you just don't have much of a budget, or you're on a limited income? Well, this is the way you do it, because something as simple as a crab apple can really have a certain poetic beauty to it, and it is free for the taking, along with, of course, the things that we normally think of, like pine cones and acorns. Another thing that I did, I don't know if you remember this, Stuart, but that I did last year, was one of my very favorite things. I found just a beautifully dried and curled sycamore leaf, and I gave it a sheen of spray enamel, and I showcased it on a stand and on a little easel, and it was one of my favorite things. It had a real architectural quality to it, very minimalist, but it was just beautiful, and it still stands out to me as one of my favorite things for last year, from last year's fall decor. So just make sure that when you are out and about, keep your eyes open and always have something where you can kind of gather those foraged finds. If you can't get out to forage yourself because for whatever reason, like this time last year, I was recovering from surgery, then maybe you get somebody else on their walks to open their eyes and find some little natural beauties for you. So Stuart, what about we take a break here, and then when we come back, I'll share what I'm reading this week.
Okay. And we can stay here probably for it. What was I going to say? You just said something that was really cool.
One of my favorite things from last year, and you
Oh,
giggled.
well, yeah, just how cool that is. That
Yeah.
freaking leaf.
It was a leaf, and it was
This
beautiful.
beautiful giant leaf.
It was.
I remember it very clearly.
And I wonder if I wonder if we can find that image.
Oh, because you surely didn't move with the leaf, did you?
I may have even tried to save the leaf, but it probably crumbled, so
It
I'll
was
have to do
very
it
fragile,
again.
I'm sure.
Well, no, but I'm thinking I might have a picture of it, so
Yeah,
I'll look.
I might too.
Yeah, you might too. Yeah,
definitely
and
photo
so
of it.
just go back and look
Okay.
at November 2022.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, that was cool. I thought that was such a neat thing. That's like when you said that was your favorite. That's so fucking cool.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right,
Okay.
So, you ready? Mm-hmm. 3, 2.
And before I share with you what I am reading this week, I hope this is something you are ordering this week. So here's my commercial for the Garden Journal. As soon as I have sample pages to show you, I will. I am desperate to get this. Every single day I think of things that I want to record in it. But it is a 5-year journal, so you can compare 1 year to the next over a period of 5 years on one page. It will be stock full of tips like how do I calculate how much mulch I need, what's my inventory of tools. You can keep your garden tool inventory in here. Your favorite resources for where you buy your bulbs, where you find your seeds. You can, again, buy that little printer that I like so much. A number of you bought it. I hope it isn't sold out. Because I want to get one for somebody else for Christmas. See, I think out loud as I'm talking to you guys. I apologize. It's so stream of consciousness. But this really is. Hopefully you know how authentic it is, because this is how I roll. But then I can take little tiny snapshots that have an adhesive backing, and I can put that in my garden journal. And as I said, as soon as I have pictures that I can show you, I will. It will have a beautiful little, oh, I don't know what this is called, but a beautiful little strip here on the back. But what I can show you is the type of illustrations that will be sprinkled throughout the journal. These are different iconic images that we have commissioned an illustrator to produce from photographs. A lot of these were from the cottage on the hill, but a lot of them are just from things like my topiary that I have brought with me. So I think it's a wonderful keepsake. I think it will be a great heirloom for you to pass down to your family members. It would make a great Christmas gift. And then there's also little things like pockets and stuff in it, and ribbon dividers so you can mark your place. And I will be keeping it right by my front door so that when I make any kind of observations, either horticultural or natural or seasonal, I can make sure that in that moment I record it in my garden journal before the memory of it slips away. Okay, so now to what I am reading this week. This is one I have pulled off my shelf. It is still available, and even if you are someone that does not want to add any more tomes to your gardening library or your library in general, I will tell you this is worth every penny. It is one of my most referenced books in my library. This is The Undaunted Garden by the inimitable Lauren Springer, and it is all about planting for weather-resilient beauty. I can't tell you how many times I have looked in this book when I was getting ready to do a segment on Channel 4 about plants that could stand up to hail, or plants that could stand up to heavy rains or high winds. And it goes through each category of plants, kind of like, let's say perennials and annuals, flowering things, and then we'll go into things that are kind of strappy, like daylilies and grasses. And it will talk about what type of weather resistance they are most adapted to. So it might be heat, it might be hail, it might be wind, it might be late frost, it might be early frost, it might be in an area that she affectionately, and that I've adopted, she calls hell strips. That area that is unirrigated, say between the sidewalk and the street. So it is just chock full of not only beautiful images, but just really indispensable lists and tips and ideas for all of us if we garden in a less hospitable environment. And I anticipate that that will be the case for all of us down the line. So that would be my first book recommendation, The Undaunted Garden, and of course I will put a link to this book below if you want it. I'm not sure, since it's an older book, I'm not sure how many they have in supply, so you might want to order it before it sells out. The other book that I got was actually recommended to me by a florist. And this is Just Add Water, Easy Techniques, Everyday Ideas for Inspiring Flower Arrangements by Cynthia Galen Bigany. And I like it because it helps with the kind of the infrastructure and the techniques for composing not only different arrangements, but different kinds of looks and different kinds of, boy, I'm really dropping things today, Stuart. And by the way, as long as I'm dropping them, here is maybe a question and a tip. When I've got a tear out sheet, and I think, oh, I might want to replicate this somehow, or it's a great idea, and I don't necessarily want to put it in a file or make a file for it, then I will take whatever the topic is, and I will take these tear sheets, as you just noticed, and I will stick them in the type of book that they relate to. So I will have flower arranging ideas in my flower arranging books, and if it's a seasonal arranging book, I will have my seasonal ideas in there. It's just another way that you can store some of your tear sheet ideas, which you, like me, probably have in abundance. So it's got some great ideas, different looks, different techniques. What I refer to it now for, I think, more is how I can simplify something that I am inclined to go overboard on. And I'm looking in here, Stuart, this is funny. One of the first pages I open up to has mom chairs just like mine. So anyhow, I highly encourage you to get this kind of book, particularly if you, like me, love to arrange flowers in different ways, both modern and classical. And again, I will put a link to Just Add Water in the description box below. Well, I often get different requests for suggestions, for ideas about what to do if you are in Oklahoma City, if you're coming from out of town. And here are a couple. Number one, down by the Powerhouse, Stuart, in the Farmers Market District, there is a Hatch Chili Festival going on this weekend. It is so much fun. It smells like Santa Fe. It smells like the Southwest. I absolutely adore it. And they're roasting Hatch chilies, which you can then buy. And then there's just all sorts of other things that you can do there. I think they have live music. I think they've got stands. They've got maybe some food trucks. You can obviously get a brewski at the Powerhouse. There's just so much to do, but it's a really fun and so seasonal thing. So to those of us that live in this part of the country, I think the scent of roasting Hatch chilies at Whole Foods and at different venues like this really speaks to the season. So that's one thing I would recommend. The other thing that I would recommend if you are in Oklahoma City or anywhere in these parts is to go to Brick's Garden Exchange tomorrow. I'm going to be there in the morning. These are the first pumpkins I have seen, and they've got an absolutely fabulous selection. They've got a fun little photo booth thing that your kids can stick their head through, and you can take pictures of them. They're going to have a new inventory of all sorts of different plants, both seasonal perennials, but also evergreens. They'll have things like, corn and hay bales and all of that kind of thing. But I went and got a little preview of it the other day, and it was so fun. I cannot wait. And we, of course, shared tips on how to make, though I don't know how effective they are, but how to make your pumpkins and gourds squirrel proof. So this is their fabulous fall reopening. They shut down to kind of regroup and beat the heat for a little while, but they're open again. And like I say, I will be there, and it is my favorite pumpkin source in Oklahoma City. Another thing that you might want to think about, if you haven't already done so, is go outside, and if it is time for you to clip some of your dried hydrangeas, then you want to make sure that you do that as well before they get blown from high winds, or they get saturated by heavy rains, or they just get fried to a crisp if you're still in the 100-degree temperatures. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me on Signature Style Saturday. Hopefully you will be with me tomorrow when we go over to Brick's. And Stuart, what do you say?
See you later.
Adios. Bye-bye. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Signature Style Saturday on whatever day you are seeing this. We decided to take a little break this weekend for the holiday, and we enjoyed our time off. I hope you are enjoying your time off as well. Let's talk some signature touches today. As you know, if you've followed me for any length of time, that one of my signature styles is evidenced through my use of line, shape, and form in the garden, and I am going to demonstrate a little bit of that, starting out with how I like to transform shrubs and limb them up into, well, let's just say a shape that exposes the beautiful architecture of the branching. So we're going to do a little bit of that and some other things related to that topic. Meanwhile, it is zinnia time. Oh my goodness. Once again, we have another week of 100 degrees coming up, and it doesn't seem to bother the zinnias nearly as much as it bothers us. And look at the monarchs, Stuart. The monarchs have just been unbelievable. I know we've showed them to you a lot, but in my world, you cannot show monarch butterflies too much. You cannot show them too much. What else is going to go on? Oh, I'm going to give you an update on a number of different observations you had about the backyard. I'm going to show you my new window treatment that will really give me a little bit more privacy inside, a few little luxuries, and of course, what I am reading and what I am watching and what I learned this week. So that's a lot to cover, Stuart. What do you say? Let's do it. Well, let's start out by talking about two beautiful natives, starting with this gray-leaved tea bush. I believe it's Melochia tomentosa or something like that. I obviously love it because I love the gray foliage and I love the kind of fuchsia colored flowers that it puts out, as do all of the bees and all of the pollinators. And again, it is a native. I am not sure. I've already cut it back once this year and I'm not sure how tall it will get, but I really like the way it looks. And I will like it better when I perform one of my signature touch demonstrations on this second beautiful native shrub that's growing in front of it. This is in the Rose of Sharon family. I don't know its exact name, but both of these came from Bustani Farms. Now, this is the first year I've had them escaping the bonds of their pot, and I actually put them in the ground. So obviously they are achieving closer to what is their ultimate mature size, and I'm not really sure exactly what that is, but they're very happy in this location. This one, because it's so happy and it is blocking out this beautiful white rose behind it and to a certain extent the tea bush, I think I am probably going to relocate this somewhere. But as I was trying to determine if it would move, I noticed that it really has beautiful branching at the base and really beautiful architecture to the branching. And it is getting so large that I thought, oh my gosh, I haven't limbed up anything in a while, a la like I did the viburnum at the other house, like I did my Weigela, like I did my All That Glitters viburnum. And I decided that I just had itchy fingers and wanted to get my pruners out, and this looked like a candidate that I could do it on. So you guys know the drill if you have followed me for any length of time, and that's that I just kind of expose the interior branching by taking off some of the thinner limbs, in many cases just a little bit less wide than a pencil. I take out anything that's dead and basically anything that looks kind of messy. Also, I take out anything that looks like it might be a sucker. In other words, it's growing straight up instead of kind of flowing or arching. So all of these in here, I'm going to take off. And I don't worry, you know, this is where you just be brave and have a little faith. I don't worry that I'm going to kill it because I know it's happy. I know because I have pruned it very slightly before that it can recover from pruning, and on the contrary, it actually likes pruning. So I'm not worrying about any of that because I know it's going to live. And if I make a bad cut, it's a bad haircut that will grow out. Okay, here's kind of a rule of thumb when I'm doing this. Any that are really low and branching like this one and thinner than the main branches, I typically take out. Why? Because one of the reasons I limb up things is because I want to be able to grow things underneath it, in the undercarriage of the plant, if you will. And so that is why I take out some of those that are growing low. Likewise, when I have a branch that I'm going to keep, like this one, I'm going to take off the low growing branches or the branches that grow down instead of up for the same reason, because it will make the plant look larger and it will also give room for things in and around it and growing underneath it to grow up through it and give me a little bit more textural interest. So that is what I am doing with this Rose of Sharon cousin. Here's an example of taking off some of the undergrowth. And see how it gives so much more room, and it allows the beauty of the plant surrounding it to shine through, and it makes the garden look more structured. I think a little less untidy. And another benefit of this is I love the way it creates really pretty shadows. So seeing here, Stuart, from this vantage point, just how much less dense and cleaned out it looks.
I love the luminous stuff.
Yeah, I think it's just,
Yeah,
and
I love
this
the
was
luminous.
not an expensive plant. And I love the little primrose looking flowers that it produces.
It turns it kind of into art from where, not that it wasn't art before.
Well, and it has more of a bonsai quality about
There
it,
you
which
go.
I
Yeah.
which I like, a Japanese quality. But see how pretty that looks? And I will just continue with this. You guys don't have to stand out here in this hot wind with me, but I will continue with this and then check back in the community tab and on the Wednesday walkabout, and I'll show you what it looks like when it's been complete. And then I might get your help in deciding. I've got a couple of places in mind of where I might want to relocate it, and I might get your input on that. Now, I want to move over to another area where I'm going to answer some of the questions that you had, but let's take one last look at how beautiful that Rose of Sharon native looks. Let's take a break here, Stuart. Well, here's my question of the day. How many of you have bought one of these wonderful lightweight metal hoses? Some of you have mentioned that I never mention the brand. Well, the brand is Blue Bala, because I know there are different ones available. Bluebala. I will put a link below. I've bought 3 of them, I think. And if you are someone who has bought one of them and have commented to me that you did too and how much you love it, then put a link below and make sure to share the link with other people, because I mean, this is one of my best buys that I've gotten this year. I absolutely love it. So speaking of hoses and putting hoses away, I have meant to answer this question for a very long time and I have not. So I told you about the hack of getting a nursery bucket, making a recess, a dug-in recess into the ground, putting the bucket into the ground almost at ground level so that you could then put your hose in it, okay? And this has been a brilliant solution for me. From the street, you can't even tell that this is here. So it's less obtrusive. From here, you can't even tell. Really, it's black and it fades in. But what I failed to mention, and some of you were concerned, was doesn't it fill up with snakes, with mice, and more importantly, with water? And no, it doesn't, because that's the beauty of using a nursery pot, because it has excellent drainage. And not only that, when it rains, it not only does not fill up with water, but all of the water drains right through there, goes into the surrounding soil to benefit any plants that are growing in the vicinity. Now, I don't get snakes because I don't have snakes in my garden. I live in an urban garden. I have seen maybe a couple of very tiny lizards and maybe tiny garden snakes. But that's about it. I just don't have that kind of wildlife here. Even though I live in Oklahoma, a lot of you have talked about, do I have snakes? And I do not. And if I have a tiny little lizard, well, then that's all to the good, because they eat bad bugs, I believe, and they're kind of cute. So this answers that question that so many of you had. Will it not fill up with water? No, it will not. And I think it's just a great idea. So let's move on to another question you've had. Well, as I was putting up my hose one day, I came across something that was just very unexpected and very delightful. And that's my challenge for this week that we will be putting in my newsletter that comes out on Wednesday. If you are not subscribed, you want to do that, because we do all sorts of fun things. We share all sorts of tips, tricks, and little insights that you might want to be a part of. So if you haven't, go to lindavodder.com, sign up for our email, because my challenge of the week is for us to go out into the garden or even in our homes and look for something that is just an unexpected surprise, happy surprise. This past week, I kind of have been a little bit down in the dumps because it's been so hot, just incredibly hot. And the hot is not going to go away. So that kind of puts me in a blue funk or a red hot funk, I guess. But when I find little surprises like this, it inordinately cheers me up. And I want you to look for them too, and I want you to share. So as I was putting up my hose, I discovered that under here, it must have been a cutting of some sort. I do not know how it got under here, but there's an angel wing begonia that's tucked in underneath this boxwood. And as soon as it gets cool enough, I'm going to dig that baby up. I'm going to put it in a pot where it will reside on one of my theater terraces that I've got in the back that already has all sorts of pots of angel wing begonias. I'm also going to record that as soon as I get it. I shouldn't say if I ever, I will get it. My garden journal comes out in November, and I will record that in my garden journal. Just one of the little delights that we need to be looking for when it's very hot. Now here's another delight. And also this relates to signature touches and my obsession with different kinds of line, shape, and form in the garden. Now, I have showed you ad nauseum how much I love this boxwood basil. I have to say it's probably one of my top 3 most favorite things that I planted this year. It's still going strong because I keep it pruned even though I've let one go to seed. So I have already started harvesting some of that seed and put it in my little seed packets. And Leah, we need to put a link to the seed packets. But look over here. I cut some. I should say I pinched some off of it. And you can see, I don't know, the seeds are so tiny. I don't know if you can see them. They're little tiny black seeds. Okay, like that. So I pinched some off. As often happens, I got interrupted or I started visiting with someone, and I took a bunch of these seed heads, and in the pot, that was a question of the day a while ago, do I keep the scaevola that was really suffering in here, or do I pitch it? Well, I pitched it, and on top, I just placed some of those seed heads, not really thinking about planting them, not really being intentional at all. I just put them on the surface to gather later. Well, look how many of them germinated. So as soon as I started seeing that they were germinating, and Stuart, can you see just how many?
Yeah, you really can.
How many there are? And we still have so much growing season left that I will be able to transplant these to other areas. And what I will then do, because this boxwood basil seed is so prized, and I think I recommended it, and now the source that I knew of is sold out. And by the way, if I recommend something, and I say this just as a public service announcement, I guess, if I recommend something, you might, and you think it might solve a problem you have, or something that you just want, then you might want to order it pretty quickly because quite unintentionally, some of this stuff has started to sell out. And so if you want it, you might want to go ahead and get it when we provide the link, and the links are in the description box. I am not a sponsor of this boxwood basil seed, but I do know that it is sold out where I was sourcing it from. So you might want to get some and grow your own, because I think it is just really a special thing, and because I adore its rounded, mounded shape, which is one of the signature touches of my garden. So let's move on to another signature touch. Well, now I can see who is at my door. In the past, all I had to do was look out my round window and I could see whoever was coming up my path. But they could also see me, maybe working in the kitchen or working in the background, and that really made me feel too exposed and as if I didn't have enough privacy. So you have probably followed along to see me debate what should be the optimal solution to this. Well, come on in, Stuart. come in this side, and let me give you the reveal of what it looks like from the other side. And right here, Stuart, is where we can put a little bit of the footage of Window Genie installing this beautiful film over my window. The film goes in the interior only. It doesn't go on the exterior. Why? Probably because of exposure to the elements, but also because this is a beveled glass window, which has a flat surface in the back, but it does not have a flat surface. That's where the bevel is in the front. Now, not only does this give me privacy, but it also really hides all of the scratching that was on the glass itself. It has virtually disappeared. Some of you said that you just went to Home Depot and you got something and that worked for you. Well, I know that for me, if there was any imperfection in this, it would drive me crazy. And it took 3 visits and quite a bit of time for them to come out and be very exacting in applying the film. Not only did they clean the glass, did they then alcohol the glass, but they also, around the perimeter, made sure that there was no clumps and bumps of any paint overwash, that there really wasn't anything sandy that would keep me from having a completely flat surface. I think I discussed before how I decided on this pattern, and it was because this is the exact pattern that is in the glass in the closet next to it. It's actually probably a little bit larger. This is a little bit smaller. It's a glass block look, but that's appropriate, I think, because this is a larger window. I love the way it looks. You could not in any way tell that it was not a glass treatment. I love, Leah noticed, I think, the way when light shines through it, it creates pretty rainbows, and it's just a brilliant solution, I think, to what had been a really vexing problem for me. And as much as I love the casement windows in the back, and I do, this one actually in my day-to-day rounds gives me a little bit more bang for my buck, because it makes me feel as if I have a sense of privacy and more of a sense of enclosure and intimacy in the inside. Now let's go to another signature touch. Well, you all know that I read your comments. I take them to heart. Sometimes it's not something that I have thought of. Sometimes it is. Sometimes, well, let's just say that this was, of all the comments yesterday of the backyard reveal, this was the most helpful to me and one of my favorite observations and helpful tips that you guys have given me. And that is, and also probably one of the most controversial things that I exposed yesterday, and that is both the placement and the looks of my rain barrel. Now, let me first address the placement of it. Some of you thought that I really should have hidden it in a different corner, that it was just too up front and center. Something of this kind of utilitarian and industrial magnitude shouldn't hold center stage like this. But to that, I would say, number one, I like the looks of a wood barrel. I think it's kind of rustic. I also can kind of envision what it will look like when the bottom will pretty much be completely obscured by surrounding plantings. You will barely be able to see it from the steps when you come down. I also know from my other one that I had at the other house that this is a great platform for me to have some kind of seasonal color, and I just kind of like the rustic chic of it. Now, the best advice you guys gave me, because in my mind I'd looked at it so much, you guys know how this is, you look at something so much that you don't see it anymore. Well, I had looked at this here so much, and it was just kind of an afterthought, that I didn't really intuit that the color of it, which is kind of a grayish brown, really is a different color from the Vater Cottage gray that I have on the fence and on my house trim. So I love the recommendation that some of you gave me that I paint this the same color as the fence and the raised beds. So thank you so much. Yes, it will be this color. So thank you so much for that. Now, another practical reason that it is here is because of the pitch and the slope of the roof and the guttering. So we had to do some gutter changes when we bought this house, and this was really the only place that it could reside. And given the summer that we have had so far, it's a priority for me to have a rain barrel and a water catch system. And so for me, even if it did look ugly, I would probably still keep it here. And you know me, one of my signature touches is that I really like to hide my uglies. And so I will do my best to hide the parts that to me are not becoming, but I definitely think it's really going to be handy. I'm going to like it, and I just think it has kind of a rustic chic to it. Now, planted by it is this giant oak leaf hydrangea that doesn't look giant now because it has been moved and it has been abused. But before too long, it will really flesh out. It already appreciates the fact that I've put it in the ground and is producing new growth. And then there will be more greenery around this that will kind of flow and cascade over the side. So thank you so much for giving me a heads up about painting this, and indeed I will follow through. Now let's talk about another space, another feature in the garden that you guys suggested that I paint. Now, I know a lot of you are going to say, oh my gosh, do you really wear white in the garden? Well, I am in the garden and I am in white because wearing lots of white in the summer is very much a signature personal style touch of mine. I don't care if I'm white in the garden and I get it dirty because that's what there are washers and new laundry rooms for. So indeed, I do wear white in the garden, and especially when it is loose and flowy and really keeps me cool on hot days like today. Okay, the other thing that many of you asked, and what was interesting to me, it was mostly men. Many of you asked, do I plan to paint this facade, this west side of the backyard? Does the fence belong to me? Does it not? It's a different kind of fence. Would I replace it with the style of fence that I have? Well, for many different reasons, primarily economic, no, I will not be replacing it. Or will I build a secondary fence in front of it to match my own? That does not bother me. And by the way, this fence does belong to my neighbor. Now, could I put a wash on this side of the fence to make it match the surrounding fence so that I had a complete 360 of that Vater Cottage Gray? Yes, I could. And that might be something that I consider later, but it is something that a decision and labor that I am going to defer because it doesn't really bother me right now. I am not exactly sure how the plantings along here are going to be executed. And so until I really have closure in my mind about this space, I have some sense of it, but oops, I just lost an earring, Stuart. Until I have some sense of closure about what exactly will happen here, I'm just going to defer that decision until later. The future Linda. It would be relatively easy to do, but it does not bother me right now. This area is predominantly in the shade, so it doesn't scream, I am a different color than the cottage gray. So I'm not worried about it too much. I also know that by the time the surround here is built and there are other plantings, that there will be a lot of beautiful things, not cluttered, a lot of beautiful things going on that will detract from the fact that it doesn't match. But I appreciate the comment. I also appreciate the fact that, let me pick up my earring before I forget it. I appreciate the fact that a number of you commented that the trees, these cedar trees, were going to be stressed because we had to bury the drainage pipe. And yes, I took that into consideration, and they will get some additional watering and TLC and extra love. There is always the danger when you do that kind of tree work that one of the trees might succumb. And I realize that, but if this one's succumbed, I really wouldn't mind it too much. And these other ones, I've kind of equivocated. I've gone on and off, back and forth about whether or not to keep them. So even though it would make me sad, it wouldn't kill me. And so that was a gardening risk I was willing to take. So that has been taken into consideration. All of this will be gone. So for those of you, and believe me, I understand and agree with your concern that there's a lot going on, and I run the risk of getting too much stuff and it looking cluttered. Part of that is because you're seeing it in its unfinished state, and there's just a lot of, excuse my French, but just a lot of crap still around. Someone astutely pointed out, I may have too many seating areas and it may be looking a little bit too much. Well, maybe I didn't point out the fact that, number one, this area is going to be always in kind of a state of transition. This is more of a workspace area. So sometimes the grill will be pulled out and there will be a platform it can be pulled out on. Someone suggested maybe I needed to have a bit of green grass back here so that potential grandkids could play. Well, trust me, grass will not grow in this space. I can tell you that. And that is a solution that I discovered at the other house. When you can't get something to grow, you use an alternative. And in this case, that alternative is going to be gravel and brick and pavers. And all of this, which looks very unfinished right now, I promise you, have a little faith, it will kind of all come together. Even the furnishings that I point out are over here. These furnishings will not probably live here all of the time, but they will be at the ready. And by the way, I love this furniture. It will be at the ready to pull out when my boys are taking grilling lessons from Hubs or something, and they want to sit here and talk to him while he's working on the grill, or somebody just wants to sit over here in the shade or get away from the other area. It will also be good because if I do something like entertain, Leah and I are going to have a big dinner party out here. If I entertain, if I indeed am fortunate enough to have Thanksgiving out here, there will be another tabletop over here. And so I want this area to be pressed into service for that use. So it will be a very, very functional area, not necessarily a third seating area. Does that make sense, you two? Does that make sense? So just have a little faith in me that this will be resolved. I had, I think more than ever, more comments from men than ever before, which was really fascinating to me. Someone asked about, okay, now this is the log rack is over here and it's not on top of the bench that I told you that I got for the east side of the back porch. Well, the reason it's here is just to kind of get it out of the way when the guys were installing the windows. A number of you also made the comment, okay, why didn't you have the focal point of the beautiful rounded steps on this side instead of on this side? Well, again, it's good form meets good function. I wanted more of the pretty side to be on the side that will actually be traveling more, and that is this side. This is the way we primarily will be coming in and out. The other reason is I want access because we've got a wood burning fireplace right indoors. I want easy, unobstructed access to the wood pile, which will be right here. So if I am coming out the door, I can come out the door like this. I can leave it open. I can get my wood. I can go like this, and I can shut the door with my elbow. If I had it on this side, it's a completely different story. So that is why it's on this side. The other design reason is because I want this to ultimately be something of a garden room. And that garden room, albeit looks very overdressed and cluttered now, will actually be absolutely wonderful and stylish once it is done. And there's a Japanese maple here, and the windows are open, and I've got my pretty wood pile. Now, one change I am making is indeed I will have a wood rack on top of this, but I'm probably going to get a different one. Most of them are about that same depth. I'm probably going to get one that is heavier, a more substantial wrought iron than just painted aluminum like that one, so that it looks more attractive, it is sturdier, and a little bit more functional. And then some of you commented, well, maybe I don't want to have my pots here. Well, I love the look of terracotta, so I think they are inherently attractive. But if I discover that after living here for a while and going through a whole growing season, that maybe I want the pots, the terracotta, to be over there, that they're not handy here, then indeed they might move. But I like the way this looks right here. I think Hubs likes the way this looks right here. And he's thinking, oh my goodness, I almost exposed myself. I like the way it looks. The table here is being built. You had a lot of questions about that. It will be a long wooden groaning board table that will be rather rustic looking. A lot of you expressed concern that when these windows are open, that we might hit our head. Well, we would almost intentionally have to get up there and clank our head against the windows to hit our heads when the windows were open, because the table will come out this way and those windows don't project that far into the backyard. So that will not be an issue. Also, there's quite a bit of clearance from the windows down to the ground. So that was another thing some of you had some concern about that maybe isn't evident from some of the photographs that we were going to show. Okay, Stuart, let's take a break here before we move on to another signature touch. Well, we are back. My earring is back in place. And now I'm going to share with you one of the most exciting hacks that I discovered for myself just this morning. You guys know, again, this is about a signature touch, line, shape, and form, and I am obsessed with now not only rounded forms in the garden, but like squished gumdrop mounded forms that are flat on the bottom, and then the mound just comes up and kind of erupts out of the ground. So I'm infatuated with that shape right now, as evidenced by the look and the profile of these hanging baskets that I've got positioned here upside down. Now this is about the effect, they'll be a little bit bigger, but about the effect that I want to simulate. It is similar to the effect in the picture that has been my muse, and we'll try to put that picture right here, because it's not really a rounded form as much as it is a mounded form. And to get this perfect mounded form, what I will do is plant whatever it is, put this as a profile and kind of a template over it. Then when I clip it, I will clip it to the mounded form, and that will give me, at least originally, this shape that I am going for. And I can use this with a variety of different kinds of plants, evergreens, sedums, all sorts of different plants, and I will have a similar village of rounded, mounded forms. And these are going to be the templates that help me get started. In between these mounded, rounded, probably evergreen forms, I have these negative spaces where I can maybe have just a few flowering things that come up and out and will be largely seasonal. So these are kind of right now just stand-ins. They're the stunt people for my mounded village forms that will be right here. And when I was walking down that concrete path and I saw them, I thought, that's exactly the form I want. I then thought, aha, why can't I use these as a template for some of the things that I'm going to grow here? Some of you have asked, well, in this area where it's not going to be planted, am I not worried about weeds? I have had very few weeds that have come up. Those that have come up are mostly little tree volunteers that come, I mean, they pull out so effortlessly. And I would rather have a few weeds that are effortless to pull come up and out of this, which, by the way, these spaces will not be irrigated, and it's pretty much hard pan clay underneath this mulch. I would much rather, I guess, pluck the infrequent weed than I would putting down black landscape fabric that's plastic that I don't like, that I would constantly be in a war with to make sure that it stays in place, that it's not exposed, that it's trimmed, that the mulch hasn't sloughed off of it. So there is no weed barrier underneath this mulch. A few errant weeds might pop up, and more power to them, because I've got a solution for that, typically with my cup of coffee in hand on my morning stroll. I think that's about it for outside right now. I'm sure I'll have more things to share with you a little bit later, but now let's go inside for what I've learned this week, a few life luxuries, and also some book recommendations. Well, let's jump right into it. What I am reading this week, though I have to say, I'm not doing a lot of deep reading this past week because there is just so much going on. But two books that, let me put it this way, are on my radar. I love this book, Nature's Best Hope. I've actually talked about it before. It is, it's a work that I have not read from beginning to end. It's one of those that I read it, I get some inspiration, and I close it, and then I read another couple paragraphs or something, not reading it from cover to cover. But I love this, and in fact, I think I even have a couple of quotes from it in my own book. And if you haven't gotten my book, you need to get it. Let's put an ad right here, Stuart. The Elegant and Edible Garden. But this is a brilliant, brilliant work. It was a New York Times bestseller, and I highly recommend it. It's an important work that I think really should be required reading, I think, in some of our schools, because it's not just humans that depend on nature. It is obviously all of our other critters. This book is one that I have had for years. It's kind of a classic. I have always been a big Bunny Williams fan. She is one of the iconic interior and garden decorators, designers that have been around for a while. And her book is equally as iconic, An Affair with a House. So periodically, it's one of those books that I keep open on my book stand, and I just kind of use it to get inspiration for really, really beautiful still lifes and styling both inside and out. I will say that now, as much as I still love her work, it looks way too layered for me. And I like a layered look. And I had a considerable amount of layering at the fairy tale house, but now I'm wanting something that is a little bit cleaner, a little easier to maintain, and a little bit less visually distressing, I think. I just want a little bit more calm in my interior spaces. Nevertheless, if you took some of her still lifes and just did a redux, well, this would be a good example. Just did a redux of one of her still life images or one of the places that she's got styled, and just reduced some of the different components of it by about 50%, I think you would get exactly what you were looking for. If you do not have this book, I promise you, if you're like me, and most of you are, you will love the styling in this book. So I highly, highly recommend it. It's a great coffee table book, but as you guys know, I actually read and refer to all of my coffee table books. They're not just there for show. So that is what I am reading this week. Okay, what I have learned this week, because I thought back to about a year ago, and I was telling Hubs, I said, do you realize that a year ago this week, we were in our pods on Finnair Lines flying to Singapore for my son Johnny's wedding. And we were there for 2 glorious weeks. It was absolutely wonderful. We had a great time, but boy, I guess what I've learned this week is reflecting on the year past, both the good of it, the bad of it, the surprising of it, and how life never unfolds in a way you would expect. So it is not only the 1-year anniversary of his wedding, Stuart, it's also almost the 1-year anniversary of you meeting me in the emergency room.
Oh.
Do you realize that?
No.
Yes, meeting me in the emergency room as soon as I got back. For those of you that know what I'm talking about, as soon as I got back from Singapore, my doctor immediately sent me to the emergency room for a bowel resection surgery. Stuart was there in the waiting room with me. It's the only time in my life I had to go to the emergency room, not once but twice in 1 week. It was kind of scary.
Oh my goodness.
I did have major surgery. I was in the hospital for about 10 days. I had, looking back, such great friends, such great care. And along those lines, this is what I mean. We just never know how life is going to unfold, and we really need to appreciate it in the moment. I could not brag enough on my general surgeon who performed the surgery. He was absolutely brilliant. And just recently, this past spring, he was killed in a fire when his home was struck by lightning, and he went in to save, I believe it was some of his family pets. His family got out, and sadly, he did not. So that was a shock to me. I think about it every time I look down at the scar on my tummy. I think about how life is so short, but how people, no matter the length of their life, make such important contributions, because he's left not only a big hole in his family's life, but in the medical community here in Oklahoma City. So I was reflecting back on that. I was reflecting back on the fact that, oh my gosh, I had no expectations that I was going to sell the fairy tale house, that I was going to discover the storybook cottage. I had no idea that I would start a new garden. So many unexpected things that have been stressful, I know, that have been such great joys. I didn't know Leah was going to come into our life. There's just so many different unexpected things that have happened over the course of time, both good and bad, but mostly good. And so I've just been reflecting back on the past year. I've been looking at, and here's kind of a hack. I am starting to go through month by month. At the beginning of the month, I am going back into my iPhotos, and I am looking at all the 2,000 to 3,000 images I have for that month, that September, in this case, for September. And I'm going back and I'm deleting a lot of them. I'm being re-inspired by some images I had forgotten about, some of my own creations, some of others' creations, notes that I took and just documented and put it in notes folder that I'd forgotten about. And so there's a hack. Take the time as you reflect on the year past, go back through your photos and see if they aren't inspiring, informative, and insightful. Okay, Stuart, let's go on to the next segment. Okay, I am so excited about this, you all. This is one of the little life luxuries I am treating myself to. And one version of this is actually on sale for a Labor Day special on Light right now. And we will definitely put a link. And if you want it, might want to hop on the link right away. And this actually, who knew? Hubs. I discovered this from Hubs. He had this new toy he was playing with, and I asked him, I said, what is that? And he said, well, this is my new tiny little Ivy printer, and it works via connecting or via Bluetooth from your iPhone or your Android, and you can select a picture from your phone, and you can then print it out instantaneously with these little adhesive, what's this called? Photo paper, adhesive photo paper that almost looks like little thumbnails. And I think I mentioned to you before that Hubs likes to go on adventures. This most recent adventure, he took images of lots of pictographs and petroglyphs. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly. Different little friends he met along the way. And he also likes to document his travels in a beautiful leather-bound journal. And then he just removes the adhesive from these tiny pictures and he puts them then on that date in his journal. I've got the journal upside down, but he can then document where he was, what he was thinking about, what his, and just remember different experiences in different places that he might otherwise forget without having to go through all of the regular size photos that we sometimes go through. This way, it just puts it in context, in place, and in this case, in his Yellowstone leather-bound journal that he got when he was in Yellowstone. Now I thought, okay, I am so going to copy this idea. When I get my garden journal, and by the way, you guys, it will come out in November. It's a 5-year journal. It will have more than enough entry space for you all to take images, print them out, and then stick them in your garden journal. So then when I see a tulip blend that I love, or a planting combo that I absolutely love, or a plant on a garden tour, or a garden ornament, anything like that, I can take an image of it, even if it's in my own garden, and I can then remove the adhesive and put it on the appropriate page. This is just a blank version because it doesn't come out until November, though this is the real outdoor. The outside cover of it that you notice is, let me plug my book, that is a companion piece to the Elegant and Edible Garden. Best friends. And yes, this will be kept right here on my front table so that whenever I make an observation, when I notice the first monarch butterfly, when the zinnias are at their peak, whatever is going on, I can document that in my garden journal. And now I have an image to go along with it, a coordinating image. And I think it's so much fun. This one, I want to say, Leah, did I tell you this one was $149, I think, which is not a bad price. But now you can get it, I think, in pink, which is kind of fun, for around $100. We will put the link. This is a Labor Day special, I think, though actually Hub's got his when it wasn't on sale. So like I say, I decide I want something, and so there you go. I am rambling, but it's partly because I'm so excited about this little tiny printer. I'm going to show you a couple of other little life luxuries that are both functional, but will also, I think, on a daily basis, enhance the quality and the beauty of your life. Well, here are a couple of beautiful little life luxuries. And I think I showed you last week how if something is functional and I want to be able to leave it out, then I want it to be beautiful. And so I traded in my plastic measuring cups and measuring spoons for some that were in a brushed gold and wood. And when I was in Alexandria, Virginia, not too long ago, I saw these wonderful marble bowls. I love them. I love the fact that they repeat the marble pattern on my island, and they were just beautiful. And they were also kind of a souvenir, a traveling keepsake that I bought from a store in Alexandria. So I got a large one for my salt and a smaller one for the pepper, and I keep this very close to my stove because I think they are beautiful and functional. So when I saw a butter keeper that was also marble that I can leave out on the counter, that keeps my butter soft. And since the last porcelain one I had, which I also loved, it broke. It was dropped on the floor. It broke. So I thought, well, if I'm going to replace it, that I'm going to replace it with something that is just a little life luxury. And in this case, it's marble, and it also really repeats and coordinates with the little marble bowls that I got in Alexandria. Now we found something similar. We will put a link to them below because they just are inherently beautiful, and they just give me a little jolt of pleasure when I look at them. Likewise, you guys may know, I've shared before that I have a little bit of a fetish for pictures. I love beautiful pictures, interesting pictures. I also have kind of a fetish for trays. I find them eminently practical. I use them all of the time in all sorts of different forms. I bought a beautiful one a while ago. I think a lot of you guys bought it too, that I bought off of Amazon. It was a gorgeous patterned enamel tray with this brassy gold trim, which repeats a lot of the brass notes that I have in my living room and in my kitchen. So when I saw this square one in this beautiful, what I am calling September blue, because this is going to be our color of the month, this September blue and brass. I loved it when I saw it, and I have started entertaining more on the social patio. We were here for a meeting. I was bringing everyone their iced tea, and I used this tray, and I just loved it. It was not expensive. It would make a great gift. I'm actually going to get one for my kiddos. A lot of these things I get for myself, and if I really like them, then I think, okay, this is going to make Christmas shopping easier. I can get one for them as well. So, of course, I will put the link below. This comes in so many different fun colors. I can't tell you. I have a similar version in a Kelly green that I just love, but it is just a jolt of color and a jolt of happiness and a luxurious little grace note for your kitchen or your living room. Well, as an end note, I'm going to apologize because I feel like I'm Costco or Walmart that has way too early has their Christmas decorations out. But I am only doing this because I'm really planning ahead far in advance of what I normally do for the holidays, because number one, I'm going to be on the neighborhood Christmas home tour, and number two, it is the weekend my son Johnny gets home for Christmas for Christmas vacation, gets home from Singapore, and then my daughter-in-law will come shortly after that. So I don't want to be spending all of my time stressing about my decor and everything. I want to already have it in place and up and ready for the home tour, and of course for him when he comes home for the holidays. So forgive me that I'm really jumping the gun on Christmas, but I did want to share a couple of things with you. So I told you about my mood board, my muse board that I've got up here for the holidays, because this will be my first Christmas season in the cottage. And I have been kind of looking at different Christmas trees, different ideas that I might want to execute and might give me a little bit of inspiration in more blue tones, a little bit of inspiration for the holidays. Look at that beautiful table setting up there. So I thought, well, what direction do I want to go in? Do I want to go all natural? Do I want to go a little bit more sparkly?
I'm sure people are actually pretty interested in what you have on your board, so I'm going to show them what you have on
okay,
your
what
board.
I have on my board. Now my board is messy.
I'm not going on that side. Stay on the Christmas side.
Okay, stay on the Christmas side. This is a fun thing. This is my list of things that when I moved into the neighborhood that my bestie made for us. These are all things that we're going to do
That's
together.
So
I need to cross some of them off because we've
cool.
already done with them. So anyhow, this is what's on my
Okay,
mood board.
I'm done showing.
Okay, now, and I'm not going to show you the rest of my office because it is in a state of terrible disrepair. I'm tackling it this week now that the backyard, I don't have to be outside in the backyard so much. Okay, so I saw this Christmas tree online. I am not really much of an artificial Christmas tree kind of gal until these sparkly Christmas trees that look a little, and definitely it is trendy, but that look a little bit more like topiary. And so because of that, they appealed to me, and I equivocated over whether or not I wanted to go the silver route or I wanted to go the white route, or what I wanted to do, even the blue route. And I decided to go in this metallic look that sometimes reads silver and sometimes reads brass, depending on how the light falls on it. But I like the fact that it's got a little bit of the brass tonal range, because again, that's kind of a grace note in my home. So this is going to go in the front parlor. It will probably be elevated somehow, and pretty soon there will be a thrifting adventure and a thrifting video, Stuart, as I begin to look for things that I find will be eminently appropriate for this kind of aesthetic for the parlor. So it's kind of fun, but I wanted to show it to you. I will put a link below. There will be a living, full green, fragrant Christmas tree that will be outside, and of course greenery inside. But this is one I will have for years. When I get some kind of piece of Christmas decor, I have it for years. So I gave myself permission to get this one. I still have lots of the fronds that need to be separated and puffed out. But I love it. I already am envisioning sugar plums and different kinds of fun things in my holiday future. And I hope that you guys, maybe it may not be seasonally appropriate, but we will just kind of be humming some Christmas tunes as we close out this signature style Saturday. Thank you guys for hanging in with me. Please remember, everyone in Hawaii, in Florida, along the Southeast Atlantic coast, anyone who is just suffering some heartache right now. Thank you. You guys have a great week. Okay, we are mixing it up on this signature style Saturday because we haven't gone thrifting in a while. I met Leah and Stuart yesterday at our local Goodwill, and boy, did we have a great time. We scored so many fun finds. We ran into several followers and a couple of my friends. It was really crowded. I could not believe how many people were there because this is my standard Goodwill at 39th and Penn, and they've made some upgrades, and boy, oh boy, has that also upgraded the volume of people that are visiting it. So that's what we're gonna do on this signature style Saturday. So what do you say, Stuart? Let's do it.
6. And it has the new tag.
Yeah.
I don't know what the brand is, but
See, sure.
also these for you. I don't know if
Okay.
you need them.
We hold the tag up.
Okay, $12.99. Okay, so yesterday, I don't know which show this is gonna be in, if you guys are gonna see it before or after. I know. So we had a martini party, and all my martini glasses do not match. And I had 6, and I only had 6,
Yep.
and we needed 7. And so that's gonna be one of the things on my list, is every time I go, I'm gonna get a martini glass. There was one. Get some footage of Leah.
I already am, as we speak.
I know, but also of her looking for her little things.
This is cute.
What is it?
I have no idea. We need to ask Linda.
Maybe you put
Maybe
a candle, aroma.
incense?
Yeah, some sort of
Little
aroma.
incense pot. That's cute. Hurry up in here. Okay, I love this. I love so dainty glass. I can put little plant propagations in it. Propagate some cuttings. I'm definitely getting this. I love it.
Is that what it is? Is it like a vase? Vase?
I think so, yeah. You could also probably put some liqueur in there
Seems like some sort of magic potion.
or
goes in there.
some candy corn.
Magic potion.
Magic potion. I will use it for plants.
Okay, Leah, come here. You know, one of the things that I was wanting to do is like a Halloween candy bar. Now, I don't know that these are the things, but if you had a bar, you could put different kinds of like different colored jelly beans, candy corn, harvest mix, all of that in each one.
Get different sizes.
Yeah, and
I
then-
literally said that about this. I was like, I could put candy corn in it.
I know, it would be darling. But the thing is, then you can just pour it,
Yep.
and people don't have to, you don't have to have a utensil or anything. Now,
That's pretty smart.
I don't know that this is going home with me, but, and another thing I'm always on the lookout for are good, clear vases.
You can put some tall candy in there.
You could put tall candy in there. No, this is
I
another,
like
yeah,
that.
okay, this is one of the things, Leah, where you put that glass frog or the plastic frog clear in there, and then
That's on your permanent thrift list.
this is on my permanent thrift list. And I already probably have enough of these.
But I don't.
But you don't. Okay. Okay, here's another good one too. I love this. This is a really good footed
I like
one.
that. And
Do you-
like,
yeah.
I love that one.
Yeah. But,
yeah,
yeah, you need two of
heighten
them.
it.
Get them both.
Oh, look at this though. This is a great one.
That could be spooky.
This could be great, not just for candy, but for but for flowers. Now, I will say this: the only reason this will not go in my basket, and it's my question of the day, is it's got this cloudiness in it. And I have tried so many different techniques to get rid of that cloudiness. I've used
Scratches?
I don't know really what it is, but it gets this residue on it. It's very difficult to get off. I've used dental tablets. I've used Alka-Seltzer. I have used all sorts of different cleaning agents to get it off. Maybe it just needs more elbow grease. I'm not sure. So if you guys know how you can remove this cloudiness from vessels like this, please let us know.
I like this one.
Okay, that is a classic. Okay, that's a great one. If you go more, if you're in your cubist phase, this is great too. This would be fun, just filled with a nut mix. Stuart, you know how you're always eating the nuts when you come to my house? This would be fun filled with a nut mix. You wouldn't have to
For
take the
you.
lid off.
That one's for Stuart.
Yeah. The nice thing about this one, Leah, though, is it's got a handle,
That is true.
kind of.
We can make a little candy bar.
You can
Let's
make
go.
it. I know. This falls into the category of I need this like a hole in the head, but wouldn't this look great in the great room?
That category's got quite a bit of stuff in it.
I know. It has. It is. The category is overflowing. And I have to say, I'm really loving this.
I am too.
Yeah, that's
I also kind of like this, but it's kind of.
Okay, that's kind of. Oh no, that's great. Use it as a
I'm gonna
candle
add it to my
holder.
collection.
Add it to your
And
collection.
the green thing is thick.
No, the green
It's
thing.
thick
The green thing is this: the problem we're going to have is deciding who goes home with what.
Could add it to my grandma's
And
chic wall.
Your grandma's chic wall. And actually, this looks kind of expensive, and you could even build that a little bit. I'm not a heart person, but
Yes, you are.
You're full of heart, Linda.
I'm full of heart. Okay, so if you were looking just for some temporary fall decor, Leah, if you were looking for just temporary fall decor, these leaf
are
plates.
cool.
Yeah, these leaf plates.
Wow.
I almost like them better on the reverse side. Okay, those are
Did someone make those? Out
those are
of
kind of fun.
concrete?
I don't know. They're heavy.
Yeah.
They are heavy.
For a while, I was always looking for these because they're so expensive, or they can be. And I was having dinner parties and needed a bunch of them. So every time I went to the store, I was
You
on
got
the lookout.
some.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That is a good thrift store staple if you're into it.
Look at this little bear rabbit.
Okay, now look. Okay, Stuart, this is kind of a cool thing. This is actually a very cool thing, and it is very heavy.
What is it?
It is, I don't know what it is, but it's very sculptural. And if you saw something like this at West Elm or a place like that, this would be very expensive. And it is $3.89, and it's very heavy. And again, I need this like a hole in the head, but if I was just furnishing an apartment or needed more things, bibelots for the great room, that would so go in my cart. And I love the fact that it's homemade.
I wonder what went in here.
I don't know. At first I thought, is that a mail slot thing? I don't know.
Feels like something fit in there.
Okay, Leah, this is kind of
I know.
cute.
This one looks like that other one too.
How many do you want? Okay, this I think is very, very cute.
I have so many.
I know you have
like the
so many.
texture.
I like the texture to this too.
This is the
That's-
combination we currently have.
This is, yeah, okay, let's set that up. Cute little things. Yeah. So, okay, you're kind of getting the blue vibe.
I know.
Okay, sorry.
But imagine this one like raised up. Like
Yes, yes.
But that does kind of look cute.
This is very cute.
Put it
In
over there with
another
it so they can
in
see.
another place. Well, it's just that it's not. I don't know. I don't know. That's pretty cute, Leah.
We're adding in the gingerbread candle behind.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That will not be going home in our
It'd be a little
cart.
steam. It'd be like the steam. That's cute. Is this a yes or no, everyone?
I like it.
I don't know. It's up to you, Leah.
Truly vase. Ooh, this is from somewhere local.
Is it?
Yep.
I love the texture of it. That could be also a cute bathroom thing.
This would also be a cute gift for someone.
Okay, very true. Very true.
Like I could gift it to my roommate or something.
Yes.
And then it'd be in my house still.
Yes. Oh.
I'm just kidding.
Look at you
but also I
thinking.
could gift it to someone else.
Yes.
Gone are the days of cologne in shaped bottles. Like this.
What is
Isn't
this?
that probably a cologne bottle? Or
This?
Yeah.
No.
Have you never seen those that are like
No.
bottles? Yeah, it's a
Serious?
Screw that off and it's a bottle.
I kind of like this box.
Let's see.
It's either whiskey
Oh,
or
it
cologne.
was cologne. Okay, how
That's
funny.
cool. I like this little grandma box.
Okay, you are
My
granny
grandma
chic.
chic era.
You are in your granny chic. That would be good storage. Good jewelry box. Yeah. Always on my permanent list are stands like this. Always to elevate something. And in fact, I was looking for one of those. I have multiples, but okay, this would be a good candle holder converter. So you could just stick this in a regular candle holder and it converts it to a multi-tea light.
That's nice. That looks
Okay.
like you.
Look at that shoe for granny chic.
I know. It's too much.
It is too much.
Boy, that looks real. That's creepy.
What's that?
This little panda has too much realism to it.
Oh yeah. Oh, it kind of
It's
does.
very real.
It's kind of cute. Oh, it's got a broken ear. That's actually kind of cute. If it won't broke. Okay, one of the things I'm always looking at are little pedestal things, and that's not my vibe, but couldn't tell till I pulled it down. And here's some more autumnal stuff.
I know. I'm like, do I need that?
Okay, this is an interesting.
Music? Oh, if his instrument was there.
I
that's pretty
know,
cool.
that would be very cool.
Goes with the
Well,
great room.
That's why a lot of things end up here is because they're broken. Okay, this could be in my old house when this was more of my vibe.
Outside stuff?
Outside
it
stuff,
be outside? What
inside
is it?
stuff, it feels like it's made of resin. And let's see, it's a basket. Looking for the purveyor, I don't know. But sorry, Stuart.
There wasn't
Okay,
anything
but
to see
look
on
at that. Okay, should that stay or should this go?
Would you plan on painting it or something?
I might paint it. I mean, just solo on my mantle, this could look really beautiful.
It would stand out against the white.
I'm also wondering if it's something that I could do something with at Christmas time. This piece has a lot of potential and it looks very expensive. Now, is this my old house though? And not my new house, look?
I mean, I don't think so, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. You guys tell me what you think. It's $10.
I saw that earlier.
Okay, this is very fun. Stuart, do you need this?
I mean, like a hole in the head maybe, but
Yeah.
it
but
did
that's-
catch my eye.
Yeah, it's very fun as a candle holder or a vase.
I like this
That's
chair.
fun.
Oh, where is she? I hear her. I don't know where she
Okay,
is.
go find her.
I hear you here. I don't know any idea where
I
you are.
have so many chairs, but this is so cute.
Oh, is it going to be upholstery?
Yeah.
Oh, I love the back on
I
it.
know.
Holy
in this detail.
Let me see the back on it.
Isn't that cute?
For $8.
I know.
Okay.
My roommate will be like, we have
So many chairs.
We
Okay,
really
you have
do.
to look through that lens.
We really have so many chairs, just like random chairs in corners because we found a lot of really cute chairs.
What's one more?
I know, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Also, I have a corner in my bedroom that could still use a chair. But then I would just pile clothes on it. Linda found something.
Well, that would be a great deal if you were a knitter. Leah, you're always looking for frames.
I know.
Oh my gosh, if I were a little girl,
You would want that?
or I
I
don't
like that.
know.
I like the dress on that one.
You would wear that dress.
I would wear that dress.
Though I don't know. When I was little, I guess I had dolls, but also dolls are kind of scary to me.
They're kind of scary
Like
to
this
me,
one.
too. My grandma had a lot of dolls.
From all over the city.
Oh yeah,
This,
to this
so I
one,
thought
yeah.
maybe they had like specialty ones that I
Wouldn't it
didn't
be
know
fun? Or
Do I
specialty
need
days?
this grandma chic frame?
No, because I probably have one similar to that. I need to go through all of my frames. I've got
Okay.
lots of frames. I
Okay.
need to go through them. Okay, so here's another idea, Leah, for some of these kind of things is, I'm sure you've seen this before, but how you can take things like this, put a piece of glass on it, put two handles on it, and turn it into a tray.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah, something like this. Yeah. Yep. Do you have a color palette for your granny chic gallery wall?
It's kind of orange and oranges.
Oranges,
Kind of like hippie orange and
hippie orange. Is it caramel? Is
almost. It's more like a
Almost.
burnt orange.
Okay, Leah, these are great things to look for because this is perfect if like we're newly downsized, it's just Hubs and I, it's not the boys anymore. This is perfect casserole size because what I have, or for two, because if you make the big one, yes, you can always freeze what remains, but what I have found is Hubs just goes ahead and eats the rest of it, or I eat the rest of it, and
Eating it for days.
you're eating for days, and it's not very good portion control. So this would be a really good portion control thing. So that may have to go in my cart. So that's going to go in my cart, and this is going to go out of my cart.
I'm not sure if I'm on the right. That was kind of in a not any kind of dedicated aisle.
Good
Fix
choice.
your mic. It's flush with your skin.
Okay,
You got it.
better. Okay, now one thing I was really looking for, Leah, I told you this yesterday, is I wanted just some fun salad hors d'oeuvre plates, because you know you never can have enough, and I just haven't seen anything that floats
Hard
my
to see on the
boat.
top shelf.
I know, and on the
You
top,
gotta work for it.
you have to work for it.
Only if I could give you this.
Yes, give us some height, yeah. But I'm just, and I'm always looking now for blue things, but that blue doesn't do it for me. And I kind of looked at these, but I
It's
don't.
definitely like it
I
looks like a
don't-
quality design kind of.
Yeah, but I don't know. It wasn't doing it for me. And then I saw just these white ones, but I wanted something a little more unique. And that is a disappointment to me on this adventure. I really thought there would be more options in that regard.
I'll have to keep it on the list.
Okay, this is a good idea, you guys. I don't really know what this is. It's probably a wine glass or something. It's thick, but distinctive containers like this. Like Leah, this would be great if you broke off, like I was making a dahlia arrangement the other day and I broke off one of the dahlia flowers. But this would be great to just float one dahlia or one gardenia or something like that. Put it in your bathroom, someplace that's fragrant.
Still be good with candy corn.
It'd still be good.
Ooh, it could be part of a Halloween candy.
Everything goes better with candy
A
corn.
Halloween candy thing.
Everything goes better with candy corn. Now, Leah, maybe your eyes are better than mine and you can spot another martini glass, but I only saw one. It's already in my cart. Let's go
pretty.
look at the baskets. Now, my mom had lots of this kind of cut glass stuff. And in fact, she had some, and we used to eat sorbet out of it with a little cookie.
Ooh, with a little cookie.
Okay, here's another category that I've added to my list that I'm always looking for, and that's anything that's in blonde wood. Now, I don't know what this is for. I guess this is a trivet. This could be a trivet.
Now, what's a trivet?
A trivet is something that you put on your countertop so that there's not hot contact to the surface. I don't
They'd
know.
be cute paired together.
Yeah, or if you, be cute paired together if you were doing farmhouse chic or
Up on
kind
an
of
open
primitives. Yes, that could be something fun. And then I don't know what this is. Look, here's a display shelf, brand new. Let's talk baskets, my people.
Ooh,
Okay,
I
know.
like that.
This is a really good, this could be good for file storage.
That kind of matches the vibe of my room.
It does? Okay, this
Kind
would
of.
this would be great.
That is nice.
This is where you store all of your love letters.
Yeah, I don't
and
think it'd be big enough. Just kidding.
Correspondence. No, oh, okay.
I'm just kidding.
Great
This is where I'll
timing.
store all of your things that
Oh,
are
yeah, okay.
all your note
Okay,
cards and
that's-
magazine
or-
clippings that I get from Linda.
Linda, or this would be a great thing to store like your precious kids art
Yeah.
and things like that. That would be
That's true.
that would be a good that would be
my
a good
niece's
idea.
art, all the things she makes me.
Okay, now this is also a great place if you're looking for just waste baskets,
Mm-hmm.
you know, inexpensive waste baskets.
Or an Easter
Now,
basket.
truth be told, I already made a run through here and looked at some baskets with potential. So let's look at these. Oh, let's also look at this blue vase that I found. I think that's pretty good. And these hobnail blue, I guess votive cups or whatever. I think these are very fun. Okay, so now
When I was little, my mom had so many baskets, and I was like, why do you have so many baskets? And now I'm like, I love baskets.
yeah, you love baskets. Well, it's the weave. It's the weave that's so interesting.
She would make little gift baskets for people and then give them to them, and it's so much better than wrapping
It's
something.
so much
or-
better than wrapping. So you know what I would do with this? If this one were mine, I would put a plastic pot in here filled with spring flowering bulbs that were in bloom, and then I would plant ryegrass around it, and I would give this as a blooming Easter basket to someone, and then you could just take the pot out and you could reuse it. I think this one is really, really cute. I don't need any more baskets, but that one, oh, it was originally $18 and it's $4.19 now.
like it.
Okay, show that one. Now I really like this one because this one seems a little bit, I don't know, it just seems more rustic to me.
Yeah.
And it's cheaper. It's $1.99.
I kind of like the fact that it's a little more porous, I guess.
Yes, yes,
I kind of
yes.
want to put veggies in it on my kitchen counter. or
I think you
something.
should. I think
Yeah.
you should do that.
You can see the color through the best side.
And this also looks. This is the kind of high end, low end. This is kind of high end thing that you would find for sale someplace. You know, I'm thinking West Elm or other
Yeah,
places like that. I'm sure there are other
Anthropology.
places, but I definitely think that needs to go into your basket. Okay, now these. If you are having Mexican food, how fun would these be to serve your tortilla chips in? You kind of keep them warm like that.
Or a napkin with warm
Put a
bread.
napkin in, yes, with warm bread. I think these are really, really cute. And these are $1.99. Now, I do not need these, but I think these are really cute.
are
And
cute.
that's what I would do with them. if
Let's
I
think about it. We'll think about it.
you're going to think about that, or is this a keeper or
I feel like I need a minute. This is so
I
many
know
baskets.
I'm overwhelming her.
But look at this
I'm
one.
overwhelming her. Now this is a great
That one
basket.
looks real nice, and it's only $3.89.
Okay, let's look at this one. Let's excavate
these
it.
here.
We have to be so careful. And we probably shouldn't have put that black dress on the bottom of all this dusty stuff, but okay, this is, look at this, look at the weave on that.
It's very nice.
Okay,
this looks very, like it was very expensive.
Yeah, it looks like it was very expensive. And this is the perfect kind of shelf basket that you put with magazines, that you put, oh, this would be great. Old photos. This is the kind of thing when you pull out old photos. I went to see a friend of mine who had memory issues. He had dementia, and he was kind of on the cusp of it getting worse. He could still remember some stuff, but his wife had a basket of these by the couch, and when I was over there watching him and visiting with him for a while when she went to run some errands, there's a basket with old photos, and that's how we spend our time, is just looking through all of the old photos in that basket. Okay, this is a really good basket for $3.89. This is also a good basket for, like, this would be cute with pumpkins, good transport basket. I don't know. We'll put this in and
you
we'll
guys vote. Which baskets should we
yes,
get?
which baskets
Should I get?
should
she get?
should Leah get or should I get? And then we'll have
They're all up there, kind of.
yeah, then we'll have a reveal.
And that one.
And then we'll have a reveal. And this one, let's put this one. And then we'll let you know which ones.
And this one.
Yeah, that one. Okay, and now I look at these. And these are pretty good.
We're obsessed with
I know, we're obsessed with
baskets.
baskets. If it were Easter basket time, okay, I kind of like, look at that.
And that.
Okay.
Textures.
Texture, texture, texture. So, let us know what you think. Many times when I would come to the thrift store looking for great hats, because I was really in my scarecrow phase then. And I was making lots of different scarecrows. And it was so fun,
That
you know,
is a really good idea.
to have. Yes, isn't that a fun idea?
Tell my farmer friend.
Yes, tell your farmer friend. Like,
Oh, look at
wouldn't
that
this
rose.
be a great? Okay, this is kind of granny chic too. It's in your color palette. Yeah, yeah. But it's definitely an idea to. If you're making scarecrow items and you don't have.
scarecrow before, but
You haven't made a scarecrow? Well, I made one year. I made a whole mama and two boys scarecrows. They were so cute, and I had like snakes coming out of their pockets and all little boy stuff. It was pretty cute. It was pretty cute. Stuff always look, plastic
you're doing
items
it.
like this.
Yeah.
Always.
You're gonna need a bigger bucket than
I'm
that.
gonna need a bigger bucket than this.
You're
I
gonna need a
know.
whole trash bin.
I know. I may have to come back for some of these. But these are the things, don't buy them new. Get them. And Stuart, right here would be a good place to insert some of the pictures of, remember that wreath that I bought last year that I took apart and made the whole tablescape out of? This would be a good place to insert a little picture. Now, I would never buy anything like this new, probably. I'd always be inclined to make it myself. But if you wanted something like this is a pretty good deal. It's just $7, and I've already got a wreath on my front door. But good seasonal items here. Little ghosties.
Scared me.
Linda Vaughter original. Linda Vaughter inspired Christmas.
And following the candy theme.
Inspired.
It would be cute to do that for Christmas.
Okay, now I have to say, this is kind of cute in a cheeky way. This is kind of cute. And if I had grandchildren, I would fill this with all sorts of candy canes and stuff. I have to say, I think this is really cute. Do I need this for being on the Christmas house tour and I could have some Christmas goodies in
I
here?
like that idea.
Okay.
See, it's almost Halloween, so there's all the Halloween stuff
So-
is being picked over. But if you start shopping ahead,
Shopping ahead for Christmas. And I don't know, something about this speaks to me from my past or something. I don't know. You know what else would be cute? To put ice in here and then have, like little drinks and stuff. Okay, I'm talking myself into this, Leah.
Yeah.
I think it's a yes.
To get a whole set of stockings, a whole set of new stockings that match. If you had, kind of a modern house would be a look. Now, something else that I did one year, and I can't remember where I got them, but they were smaller than this, and they were really cute stockings, and it's what I packaged my Christmas candy in.
Oh, cute.
And so I just made my Christmas candy, put them in Ziploc bags, and stuck them in the stockings. So this would be cute gift wrap. Wouldn't that be cute?
Mm-hmm.
If this was here, but it's not my color palette. But if it were, I would think about that. And especially because they've got a bunch of them and they all coordinate.
Whenever you're ready.
Now, in my old house, when I had red walls in my dining room, this red garland could have been really, really fun. Look at that. Because I love tone on tone. Oh, this isn't garland. These are, I don't know what these are. But okay, look at this. If you wanted to do a whole sparkly red thematic, Christmas wrapping thematic look with this red sparkly stuff, would that
Some
not
brown
be,
paper packages,
Yeah.
and those tied to them.
or white paper, really white and elegant? Okay, this could have been really cute if red was your thing. Do not walk to the thrift store on 39th and Penn, because these are, this is really good stuff. I think it was garland, and some of the stuff has just come off of it. Oh,
Christmas poppets.
and you could get those too. Again, these are the kinds of things I would never buy new,
Yeah.
but
I also really like this little guy.
I think you've mentioned that several times,
I like
Leah.
him. It's cute.
Do you need
I
this?
just don't know where to store all my Christmas
I know.
things.
I know. Musical whistles inside. Okay, this whole, wouldn't that just be so fun? I've got it all already color coordinated for you.
I like Valentine's Day too.
You like
Are
Valentine's
we
Day?
ready to start Valentine's Day shopping?
You practically have to now. Everybody puts their stuff out so early. And they already feel kind of guilty talking about Christmas this early. But the early bird catches the worm. Okay, I had to tell Leah to get her paws off of this because this shall be mine. Now, I wish you guys could feel the texture of it. It's like embroidery on suede, would you say, Leah? And it looks, I don't know if somebody handmade this. It looks like maybe they did as a table runner or something, but I'm going to bring it home, and either it will be a table runner, or I want to look and see if this color either matches. Okay, this is the segue of our colors, Leah.
Yes.
It's September
September
blue and
blue.
caramel, which is also the colors that are in that Monument Valley painting. So I think what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to ask Susu's mom, who sews, to make a round.
mom,
Stuart's.
Susu.
What did I
He
say?
said Susu's mom.
Susu's mom. Stuart, I'm so excited. Stuart's mom, Susu, to make a rounded, long lumbar pillow
Ooh.
to go on the banquette, or maybe even on the couch. And it wouldn't be that difficult to do. She could probably just cut into it. And so what do you think? You guys think that's a good idea? I really think this is beautiful.
So nice.
It really is beautiful. Now, alternatively, you could make pillows out of it. Leah was looking at it because she thought it would be so great to do like patches on your jeans. I can see this would be a vest for you,
Yes,
Leah.
yes.
It would so be a vest. But
Do you have any
oh,
leftover
no.
fabric?
Oh, that's true. If I have any leftover fabric. Oh yeah, if we have leftover fabric for making a pillow, you could do it for swatches on your jeans. Okay, this is why I love thrifting. How many people have we run into
So
here?
many.
We have run into so many people that follow the channel or whatever, but then every once in a while, I run into old friends. So Aubrey from the Dandy Liar, you and I have known each other for
Probably 5 years.
probably 5 years or whatever. We kind of do that. We both hate the term influencer, but
We're creatives.
we're creatives
Yeah.
or whatever. She has just inimitable style. She really does. She knows how to put things together. You need to get to know Leah because Leah,
I would love
like Leah got
that.
this top
Yeah, that's
in
amazing.
Belgium.
Thank you.
In Belgium?
Yeah, in Belgium.
Yeah, in Belgium.
Very vintage, like
It is
60s.
very
Yeah.
Yeah, and
vintage,
it's
yeah.
cropped, which is so hard to find.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
best.
so fun. So I'm sure the two of you will hit it off, but we're going to collaborate somehow, aren't we?
Let's do it. We're
Okay.
gonna do a shoot, and we need to do one.
We
in like it was in your old cottage, and we need to do it in your new.
Yes,
place.
was an old house, and now we're going
Yes.
to do it in the new cottage. So no, we will definitely do stuff. Aubrey does personal styling, home styling, thrift, mostly thrift store
Vintage.
finds,
Jewelry.
vintage,
And home decor.
and you have a booth somewhere.
I do at Room 3 Vintage, and then a new boutique just opened up in the Paseo called Curated Vintage Vault, and I have a selection of clothing there.
Amazing.
You need to
We need to
buy
go
it.
check
You
it out.
need to go buy it.
Yeah.
It is.
No, we will.
It's unlike anything OKC has. Like OKC doesn't have.
Okay, where is it in the Paseo?
It's next to Burger Punk.
Okay.
Do you know where Red Rooster is?
Oh yeah.
Burger?
Oh yeah.
It's right there. It just opened up. The owner's amazing.
I love that
She
area.
is, I want to say she's like 60. She has 5 kids, lots of grandkids, but like this is her passion.
Okay, that's
And
awesome.
sweet.
Yeah.
It's not like Back Granny's. It's a boutique.
Okay, well, we need to go
need to
do
go.
that whole area. Go to
You do.
30th Street Market. Go to the Red
Yes,
Rooster.
it's
We
right
need
by
to hold.
30th
Yeah, okay.
Street.
So we promise for future video. We've gotten so many ideas just
Now
by
it has to happen.
just by coming here. Yeah. Now we need to execute, and that's why I have Leah because she really keeps me.
We all need a
Yeah.
Leah.
We
I
all
don't
need
have
it.
a Leah, but I need a Leah.
But you need a
Thank you.
Leah. Everybody needs a Leah. So this is so fun. So you doing okay?
I'm doing great.
Family's doing
Yeah,
okay?
Great.
Okay. Well,
My
let
kids are in school now and all the things.
You're
All the things.
thrifting
And I'm
and
thrifting.
sourcing.
And
I
thrifting,
love
sourcing.
it. I love
Okay,
it.
so we're going to catch up.
Yeah,
We're
let's
going to
do
catch
it.
up. So my people will contact
I love
contact
it.
your
So
people.
Nice to meet you
Yes,
too.
yes, and I'm sorry, Stuart.
Sorry, my hands
Stuart.
are so sweaty, or I would shake your hand. Nice to meet you.
Yes, yes, Stuart and I worked together for a long time. It is so
It's
good to
so
see
good to
you.
see you. I wanted to say I knew you were busy,
you
but
know,
I just,
I
it's
think
been
it
a
was
long time.
I think it was a
supposed to
COVID
happen.
it was a COVID intervention. I think that's probably where we kind of a COVID
Yeah.
It was just
No, it was
a
like
COVID
right before
hiccup.
COVID
It was.
that we met.
Yeah,
And
it
then-
was. Yeah, because
yeah.
we were talking to a magazine about she may be doing a shoot for a magazine.
That's right.
Yeah.
We need to though,
Yeah.
like with your
Yeah.
interiors, your
Yeah.
exteriors,
Yeah.
and I could put the clothing together, or we could
How
collaborate.
fun!
I love
how
it.
fun!
Let's
How
do it.
fun! How fun! Well, I'm so glad to
the
see
store.
you. I'm so glad to see you. Well, boy, did we find good stuff. I mean, really, really good stuff. It's going to take us a while to go through, process it, decide what went home with Leah and what came home with me, all of which we are going to share with you on the Sunday show. Now, another few kind of housekeeping items. What I am reading this week, Little Life Luxuries, what I learned this week, we are going to put in a special episode on Monday because there's so many things that we have to share with you. Fall is just so rich with content. So there'll be a special episode coming up on Monday that will hold some of the regular features that we still have on Saturday. I hope you guys enjoyed this thrifting video, and we will show you tomorrow how we started to play with all of these fun finds. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to October. Actually, it's October 2nd. October started yesterday, and it is time, Leah, that we transition from September blue to
October caramel.
October caramel. And I think that's just I think it's a fun thing to do. And this is a topic that we're gonna address, I think, in the newsletter this week, to make your own fun. And it doesn't necessarily have to be anything expensive. It can just be a concept that you arbitrarily select for a period of time, or just an idea, something like that. So we're gonna talk about that a little bit more in the newsletter. And how do we sign up for the newsletter?
Go to the website, lindavotter.com, and you can either scroll all the way down to the bottom, or there's a link at the top now that you can click, and it will take you to the page to sign up.
To sign up. And you just give us your email address, and we will give you a newsletter that's filled with just some thoughts I have,
So
as
many
always,
fun things.
lots of questions we ask, weekly challenges, just a lot of different things. Sometimes it gets a little bit more personal. Sometimes it's a little zanier. Anyhow, we invite you to join along in the fun. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about October caramel or caramel. I don't know which is, I guess that they're both correct pronunciations.
I think so, yeah.
But I like the
It might depend where you grew up, or where
or
how fancy you feel.
or
how fancy you feel. So
how do you guys say it? What's
how do you say it,
pronunciation?
Stuart? Do you say it caramel or?
I say caramel. Caramel.
Yeah, I guess it just depends.
Caramel, that's what I say.
Yeah, and it might, and to me, I think of maybe the color of caramel, but I'm eating a caramel.
Interesting.
So we could really do a deep dive into these things. Golly, we need to get a life. Okay, so let's talk about some little life luxuries, because you and I worked really hard last week, and so we deserve some little life luxuries. And as always, because I didn't used to do this, but then we would respond to so many people saying, could you please send me the link to that? Could you please send me the link to that? So now we just automatically provide you to the links to our little life luxuries, or to products that I'm getting for the cottage, or just things that make our life easier. So let's start out with my find of the week.
I love these.
My sunnies. My
I literally
new
just ordered some for myself this morning.
Yes. So often my little life luxuries are because I see them on someone else, or they're a recommendation. These are in this great kind of fallish green. And what I love about them, they fit perfectly.
They do.
They fit perfectly. They don't slide down on your nose like so many of my other ones do. Now, I got them in the green, and you saw them, and you immediately...
I think I'm doing the brownish shade,
do the brownish shade.
I just broke my favorite pair of sunglasses last week, remember? And so I've been looking.
So you've been looking for...
I've been to Target. I've been to Walgreens looking for perfect
Okay,
sunglasses.
so
let's
let's see if these might be perfect for you.
I think they are.
So many of you said that she looks, I know, that she looked like old world Hollywood glam, and I would have to concur. I would have to concur with that. So yes, I have lots of pairs of sunglasses, but in my defense, I also give a lot of my sunglasses away. Like I gave, I don't know how many pairs to my trainer, and
you really do. You just, as you walk out the door.
Walk out the door. Do you need some sunglasses or whatever? And I have both really good quality ones, and then I have some like these that are at a lower price point. So since I've given away and just aged, I don't know, some of them I just grew tired of, I've decided that I can treat myself to some little things like restocking my sunglass inventory for fall. So these were what, $15?
Yeah, $15.
$15. Fun, different colors.
So many colors, yeah.
And I love them so much in this color. I think I might
have to trade them back and forth.
We'll trade them back and forth. So I'll get a couple colors and you get a color, and we'll just kind of, which we often do.
We do.
We trade stuff back.
We share.
We trade stuff back and forth. So that would be my little luxury number one, is some new fall sunnies. And by the way, they had these listed as both for men and women. So
Stuart wants some.
I've seen dudes in those.
Yeah, and
Stuart, you order a color too, and we'll just
all switch them. We'll switch them around. Okay, now the next thing, this truly is a luxury. I have wanted a cashmere throw for a very, very long time, and it's one of those kinds of things that. I grew up in 10 kids, and I have to really think about expenditures like this. But as often happens, my younger sister Meg, who is very stylish and who knows me very well, she found this, and she sent me the link. It is cashmere, made in Italy. I know, I can't, I'm having a problem. I'm having a problem being luxurious and cool. And she said, you need this. And I think it's kind of a caramel color, don't you? Yes. And it is perfect for October. And I also decided to treat myself to it because I am going to be traveling more and I get so cold on the airplane. And this will be something that is perfect for an airplane. So I also think it's a great gift idea.
I was thinking it'd be so good for like October weddings and like bridesmaids gifts if they need a throw if you're outside and getting cold or like a good gift.
I think it's because it's cozy and it's not itchy.
And it's like nice. You could wear it with a dress or whatever.
Yes, but so I can wear it with like dress down with jeans or whatever, but definitely it would be beautiful over satin or silk or really anything. Be great with black for Halloween. So we will put a link to both of these products, but I've got a couple of other things that I want to share with you too, because now that most of the hard work has been done in the backyard, now we're putting the layer of Hygge Cozy on it. So these are some of the additional steps and things that we're doing to really cozy up the backyard living room, starting with, yes, I got it yesterday, Leah, my new sideboard table for underneath the great room windows. Why don't we go take a look at it? Well, we have come a long way, baby, to cozy up the backyard. And we made a giant leap yesterday when I got the table that I've had on order to serve as a sideboard to the main dining table for when we entertain out here. Now, I love this table. This is not a sponsored post, but this is a Christopher Knight table, the same company that did the furnishings that I have on the social patio in the front. And I love the way it looks. Now, I love the wooden tabletop now. I love the color of it, and I will love it as it ages, and I will not care if this gets beaten up, if it starts graying, if it starts aging, because that's exactly the kind of patina that I want. Now, this will also answer the question for you. A number of you had questions about the casement windows and will you bump your head? Well, if I leaned pretty far forward, I could bump my head. But the beautiful thing about casement windows, just like containers can be moved, casement windows can be opened or closed to a greater degree. So if ever we are going to be using this sideboard and I'm afraid it might be an issue, then all I have to do is close them up a little bit more or open them up if we're not going to be using them. That's the brilliance of casement windows. I love the way it fits into this space. It reminds me, Leah, does it have kind of a Pacific Northwest vibe over here? Kind of a gray, woodsy, I don't know. To me, it kind of does. I love the grays and the natural woods. I can already see it. If God willing, we can dine out here for Thanksgiving. I can already see how beautifully it will be set up as a groaning board with all of our Thanksgiving deliciosos. I think it'll be really beautiful. So I'm still playing with it some, styling it. I have these wonderful wrought iron candlesticks that have so much history to them. I bought them many, many years ago, and I had them at the other house. And then my friend Jenny and Steve down the street, they put in an outdoor pool, and I let them use them for a while. And then when they moved, I got them back, and I think they look perfect back here. Now I'm going to go ahead and blow out these candles. And yes, Leah, I need one of my candle snuffers.
This guy,
yeah. I need those.
I didn't think that was going to work.
Yeah, well, because I'm a little bit short. But doesn't that just look, I just love the way that looks. I just think that looks really, really, really neat. So it's going to just be great. I love the way the shed looks over here in its gray. I love the gray tones of the different things here. And I might add because I've always said it's my theory of garden relativity. As soon as you do one thing, it informs something else. So because sometimes I find myself going from here over to there, and I'll probably frequently have some kind of potted plant on the corner, then I might want to put in a couple of other small flagstone pieces. That I may be doing that throughout the backyard. That kind of remains to be seen, but that's no biggie. So I am loving how this looks. We will put a link below. I think, Leah, was it on sale?
I didn't see.
I'm not sure. It seems.
Right. Oh yeah, it is 15% off.
Okay, it's on sale. So again, this is not a sponsored post. This is just the one I got, but if something goes on sale, I want to share it with you guys. So I think it looks really wonderful. I questioned whether or not I should paint it, and I thought absolutely not. I like the contrast of it. I will love it even more when it begins to weather and gray a little bit, and I think it's perfect for back here. Now, will I like it better once my windows are painted gray? Yes, I will. But I just have to be patient about some things. So there you go. There is my new sideboard, and I want to give you an update now on the glass-topped dining table in the backyard living room. Well, another fun thing, I guess, that costs no money, but that Leah and I have been doing is we've been putting together these lists. They're just a list of things to be considering, to be doing, to be thinking about, to be enjoying for each individual month. So we put one together for September. We've put one together for October. Have we already sent it out in a
We posted it on Instagram, and it'll be in the newsletter this week.
Okay, and it will be in the newsletter.
They're always in the newsletter first, so that's the best way to see them.
Okay, yes, and you get the whole thing, and you can print it out. You can do whatever you want to with it. But we just think about things that are inspired by the month of October or that we're going to try in October. And I think the first thing on the list, and a number of you have commented on it, is, okay, try wearing your hair in a different way. Yes. So a lot of you complain because my bangs are often in my eyes. And so I'm trying to wear my hair off of my head. Now my hair doesn't naturally want to go that way. So
we've been working on it.
We've been training it. It's been in training. Bangs in training.
Bangs always in training.
Always in training. Will I still wear my bangs? Yes. But I am just, I don't know, it's got kind of a more sophisticated,
it does. It
kind of a more sophisticated vibe. I think it enhances my cheekbones.
Yes.
Or I like to think that anyway. So try that. You may like it, you may not, but it doesn't cost anything. And it's just a fun way to kind of reinvent yourself for fall. Now, speaking of reinvention, when we adopted Leah on the channel, I don't know how many months ago that was.
May,
maybe.
Yeah.
If some of you are just now catching up, and she's not in every video, but Leah is our creative coordinator, and she keeps me on the straight and narrow, and she keeps me from being disorganized, and she helps me execute ideas in a stylish way. Would that be your job description?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, and yes, a lot of you think that she's my daughter and looks like my daughter, and she can be my daughter or my surrogate daughter-in-law since mine aren't here. So it's kind of fun. We have similar backgrounds.
We really do, yes.
It's spooky almost.
Yep.
Similar backgrounds.
Very similar.
Yes, in career tracks and just a number of different things. So it's been really, really fun, and we have similar tastes in a lot of things. And it's kind of weird because sometimes she'll show up and we'll have kind of the same clothes. Yeah, we'll have the same clothing on her way, and then I'll wear it my way.
Yep.
So anyhow, for those of you who commented in the last video, who is Leah? Well, Leah is the creative coordinator for the team, and she keeps Stuart and I organized.
We try to around here.
We try. I know it's not always easy, and in a very stylish way. So one thing she also helps me keep track of, and we're going to try to be better about this, is ideas that you share with me, comments that you share with me that I then want to, by extension, share with you. And this one is a huge thank you to you followers out there for giving me great ideas. Okay, so a number of you, I was talking about In fact, Leah, you want to grab one of them over there? These little solar operated tea lights. And I was saying that they're a little bit larger than your average votive candle or tea light. And sometimes it can be hard to find a vessel that they go in that doesn't look plastic and tacky. You guys had some great ideas. I didn't want to take the time to spray paint them black. And I was also concerned that, I don't know, I might disrupt its capability to absorb light. So I didn't want to do that. And you gave me different ideas, all of which I'll probably use over a period of time. But this one right now is my favorite one. I have lots of little terracotta pots. And so we just put some in terracotta pots, and then I tucked in a little bit of moss around it that camouflages the white. This one I haven't tucked all the way down in there so you could see that. But then they just kind of blend in with the rest of all of my terracotta, not only in the plant theaters, but also in the terracotta stand that we put up on the table.
So cute.
So cute. And it's so fun to look out here. Sometimes I just wait at night waiting for them to magically come on because I don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
So many of you guys have jumped on the bandwagon and you ordered some of these. I'm going to be ordering a whole lot more as we cozy up and hygge up the backyard. But I just wanted to thank you for giving me that tip of putting them in little terracotta pots. I think that was great. The second tip that you gave me, and something that is being executed this week, is the idea to try painting my dining table top, glass top, because it always looks like this. Okay, and this drives me crazy. There's a lot of glare coming off of it, Stuart, right now, for one thing, but it gets messy, it gets stains. It's, oh yeah, it's scratched. It's, what else do we not like about it? I don't like the fact that I just have to clean it so often. And I just don't like the way it looks. I like the glossiness of it, but I don't like the fact that it shows every blemish. I mean, absolutely every blemish on it. And so I discussed this with my friend Manuel, and right here, Stuart, is where we can put in that little video of me talking with him about it and asking him. Manuel is somebody that worked for my husband 4 years as an office furniture installer. I don't think there's anything he can't do. And he's a family friend. And I asked him, would it be possible to paint this? And he said, sure, that there's a special treatment for it. And he's gonna take this back to his home and he is going to paint this with a sprayer. And what we're going to do, thanks to your idea, you guys, is we're gonna paint the top, because it's the top that is scratched and blemished and dirty. And he will paint the top after he cleans it really well, probably sands it a little bit so that it will, I don't know, grip the paint a little bit more. And then we'll flip it over. And we're doing it in,
I just looked it up.
Oh my gosh.
Do you remember what it's called?
Zen Retreat.
Love.
That's the paint color.
Okay, here's
That's the paint color.
It's a paint color. So here's another question.
Paint color.
Here's another question of the day. Are you often influenced by your paint selection by what it's called?
Yes.
And I thought, oh my gosh, if at the end of all of our cozying up, this isn't a good Zen retreat for us, then we have not done our job. So the fact that it was called Zen Retreat, which is kind of a deep smoky gray, I think it will be brilliant. So then I had another aha moment that if I was going to paint this glass for all of the aforementioned reasons, I should also paint the glass on this round table over here that I got, I think, at Pottery Barn a gazillion years ago. It's pretty, it's pretty beaten up, and you can see that its glass too is really beaten up, scratched, and blemished. But I have used this for so many different things. I have styled it with I had a dinner party once and I styled it all just with a mountain of pumpkins, kind of a tower of pumpkins. I have used it for just a dessert buffet where it was just filled with all sorts of delicious confections after a dinner party. I anticipate out here, I will use it mostly for hors d'oeuvres and things, but I can also do that thing. I thought of this the other day that you sometimes see at museums or botanical gardens. They'll have a large scale of this, and they'll have this like almost a Christmas tree filled with poinsettias, where the display is filled with poinsettias or something, so that it is solid.
So cute.
Yes, wouldn't that be fun? I think it would be fun to do with fern in the spring. So I've got many, many ambitious plans for this. Leah, I like I said, I got this at Pottery Barn many years ago. Let's see if we can find something that might be a counterpart to it. And the other thing that I like about it is this is mobile. So I can move this around to any place on the outdoor patio from one location to another and adorn it in any way we see fit. Painted in what color?
What is it?
Zen Retreat.
I forgot this time.
Zen Retreat. I forgot it before, and now I've got it engraved in my memory
The table has a lot
banks.
of life left to live.
It has a lot of life left to live. And I could paint this, but maybe I don't want to because maybe I like the patina of it. So I think this is a great table. I love to not only reuse, recycle, repurpose pre-loved things that belong to other people, hence why we thrift, but also my own things that have kind of sometimes been stashed in a dirty garage or someplace, and I pull them back out again selectively to reuse them if I haven't already purged it. So those are two ideas that I stole from you. I didn't steal them. You gave them to me willingly. You gave them to me willingly, and I so appreciate it. And if you were one of those who did, please respond in the comments below because it was a great idea. Sometimes I just don't think of those ideas, but when somebody gives me, you know, that little light bulb, Stuart, we need to put the little light bulb. Great ideas my followers have shared. So thank you so much. How about we take a break here, Stuart? Well, part of my methodology is that we're really trying to get everything in place for this weekend. Leah is so excited because this weekend we are going to make some honey-infused hot toddies. We hopefully by then will have my new fire pit out here, and I'm not going to reveal what kind I decided to get just yet. We will show that to you later in the week. If you want to get a glimpse, we'll put the link below in the description box to the one that I bought. Hubs approved. Sneak peek, and we're gonna, hopefully it'll be cool enough by then. I think the cool front's coming through this week finally. And we're gonna sit out here, we're gonna drink hot toddies, and we're gonna be comfy cozy. Compliments of, I can be cozy with my new cashmere wrap, but also comfy cozy because look at these great Sunbrella pillows. It took me a long time to decide what fabric, what pattern I wanted for these back four chairs, and I decided on this one. Leah, do you approve? Yeah, I think they're absolutely gorgeous. And unlike the front, which has much more of maybe a feminine, traditionally English color palette in pinks and whites and blues and lavenders and pale yellows. Back here, it's going to be much richer in tone. It's going to be more jewel tones, and those jewel tones are going to be in garnet. And what other jewels am I thinking of that are kind of in these beautiful hues? But I think it'll be in ruby tone, rubies. Yes, it'll be really beautiful back here. So I got one. one. I was conservative at first, and I just ordered one to see if I liked the fabric, and I not only liked it, I loved it. So I've ordered 3 more of these, and these will then make these chairs that much more comfortable and cozy when we sit back here. But it will also, I think, inject a real dose of color, a pop of color.
You can
that's
see it in the frame right now because it's green all the way around you.
And yeah,
Giant
yeah, and does
color,
it just kind of pop out? And and it will pop out about the same time that I think some of the color in the mums will pop out. So I'm hoping it'll be beautiful, and maybe we can kind of choreograph it so that by this weekend it all looks beautiful. Now, something else that we've done, Stuart, to cozy up this space that we finally got around to, is if you will turn around and look up into those cedar trees, you can see that we have hung some string lights. These are solar powered string lights. I think these were 50 feet in length, and we've secured it to the corner of the cottage. You can see the solar panel over there in the distance. And hopefully by this weekend, when you see them next, they will be charged. I think there's a button on there that we need to press. And I'm still kind of cogitating about how I want them to look on the other side. I think I may do less of a swag and more just of an outline of the fence. I'm kind of thinking about that. But hopefully those 2 will be in place for this weekend. So if you don't already have plans for, I don't know if this will be Saturday or Sunday, we're not really sure right now. We'll try to shoot it on Friday. But if you don't have plans, other plans, please plan to hang out with us and join in, and we will put the recipe to the hot toddy. Leah, can we maybe get it in the newsletter? We'll try to get it in the newsletter this week so you too can make it and we can all imbibe together. Okay, let's take a break here because there's one more thing I have on order that I want to share with you, which I think will just put the perfect stamp on the coziness quotient of the backyard. Well, I have just kind of gone nuts since this table arrived, thinking of all of the different ways that I can use not only the table, but I can use this space, this little garden room that we have created out of the nook and the inset of the stairwell, and also kind of this little garden room that has a wall on the other side that is the shed. So there are so many different ways that we'll be using this, and I really was amazed at the price point on this table. I just really was surprised and very, very pleased because, Stuart, we moved it and it feels pretty formidable, doesn't it?
It's sturdy.
Yeah, it's a sturdy table. So here are the different ways that I anticipate using this as I entertain and as I work. So number one, I'm going to have to do it or Leah is going to get mad. She is just so crazed to do some entertaining out here. So I anticipate that in the future, like the other night, if you watched it, you may have seen a snippet where we had martinis before a bunch of us, a group of friends, went downtown to the Skirvin for an elegant night out, and we had everything set up for a martini bar. What did you call it? Make and shake? Make your own, shake your own martini. But this will also be a great place if I have a cocktail party and I actually want to employ the services of a bartender or just recruit someone to be a bartender, that right here, they can make the drinks back here. Now, I'm going to be hosting. I've got a couple of friends that are going to be having baby showers or having babies, so I anticipate some baby showers and some wedding showers in the future. And wouldn't it be great to have somebody here who could be making whatever beverage there was? Or if there's not someone here making it, we could have the entire spread out on the table. Now, one thing Stuart pointed out, another reason we love this so much is this is always in shade. for the most part, this is always in shade. So the light is even, so food that we put on the table will not burn up or rot or decay quite as quickly, melt quite as quickly, and that will also be helpful, the fact that this is in shade. Now, some other thing that I'm thinking about in terms of cozying it up, and I try to think of everything in advance as kind of a story, maybe as, you know, I did set design for a while. I did display design for a shop. And of course, I do styling design for a lot of different things. But as I was playing out the story of how would it unfold on a cool October or cool evening, in the fall or in the winter, what do you want? And some of these ideas I actually took from a dinner that we went to. It was in Colorado, and we took one of the lifts, the ski lifts up to the restaurant. And then we dined at the restaurant, and then we came down in the ski lift. And in the ski lift, and even at the restaurant, they had a whole stack of beautiful blankets, which is kind of another obsession of mine. Now, I love plaid blankets. I have collected them from everywhere, from thrift stores. They have been gifted to me. This one belonged to my husband even before we got married. It has been in many, many photo shoots, including one.
Yeah.
Do you recognize this
Now I do.
from the photo shoot? Some of my favorites are ones that we brought back from Scotland, Scottish rugs that we brought back, and I'm going to be going to Scotland in June of next year. I cannot wait to tell you guys about it, because you might be wanting to come along with me. That's something that we're going to announce on Linda Vodder Live on October 8th. We will be notifying you about that. Leah, we need to put a little reminder in the newsletter. I'll be giving you all the deets on that. I'm pretty excited. And we'll be doing some giveaways. But some of my most prized ones, and these are, gosh, I bet these are 25 to 30 years old, are from Scotland. So I love these. And while they would work out here, and they look beautiful out here, and their color palette is great, these are precious to me. And I really don't want these to be out in the elements. I don't want them to be, you know, to fall into the flower beds or whatever. So these are my indoor blankies. I am starting to compile, something blew over there, Stuart. I'm starting to compile an inventory of outdoor blankets. These will be washable wool blankets in my color palette that will be both good at any time of year, in the fall, in the winter, in, well, just any time of year. So in a more subdued color palette, as the colors out here are a little bit more subdued. And these will be washable. And I found some that were all of like $30. Some of them, depending on the color you got, were as low as like $25. And we'll put the links below. Those have not yet arrived yet, but I am hoping that they will be here in time for the cozy setup that we are doing on Friday. I do have another question of the day for you, Stuart. And that is, if we have hot toddies, it just seems criminal that if we have a new fire pit that we don't make some kind of s'mores. But I don't want to just make some classic s'mores. We could do that. But if you guys have a more sophisticated, modern take on s'mores, that would be fun. And if you've got one that in any way injects the element of caramel into it, melted caramels or something, then I would love to hear those ideas. So definitely we will put links to the blankets that I've selected for out here. They're going to be in more just neutral tones, I think, because my precious ones are going to be living inside. By the way, this is another item that I always have on my permanent thrifting list and also my permanent eBay list, and that is beautiful plaid rugs. I like the way they look, mismatched plaids, all of them look together, and I consider them a really indispensable part of my cold weather cottage decor. So most of these live in the great room right now. So that is something else that we are waiting on to cozy up the backyard for fall. Okay, this is something I have been waiting to do, though I haven't been in a huge rush because it's still been so warm, but I am switching out my September blues and I am now bringing in my other accessories that are in my caramel color and a little more autumnal in tone. So this rug that I got on eBay, you guys have asked about it, had more of a summery hot weather vibe. And now this one is going to be vacuumed, taken up, and I'll be putting out my fall rug. So I've been waiting for October 1st to be able to do this. Where did I have this stored? I had it stored rolled up underneath my bed. And now I've pulled it out and I'm gonna replace this. And I may or may not start replacing some of the throws here with ones that are in a little bit different tone. And that's kind of what I'm gonna be doing. The kitchen, the cottage in general has been kind of chaotic lately because I've been doing so many different projects, and that drives me crazy that the counters aren't always clear and things. But I'll get a little respite from that this week, and I'll be able to catch up. But that's another thing that you might want to consider now that the calendar has turned. Turn over some of the accessories in your house. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me as we try to cozy up the backyard. I think it's going to be so fun when it's all complete, and I look forward to just sitting back there and relaxing instead of working back there. And speaking of working, it's going to be a working Wednesday walkabout, I believe. So I will meet you back in the garden on Wednesday. As always, if anybody needs some loving thoughts sent their way, a prayer to anybody who is hurting or who may be suffering right now, we want to keep them in our thoughts and prayers. So there you go. You guys enjoy your Monday and enjoy your week.